All right, we are live here with day 2 of the Lowell Overwatch Open. I am Tiny Infinity, your caster from yesterday, and today I am joined by Mead.
Hello, hello.
How's it
How are you
going?
doing?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Oh, I'm not doing that bad this Sunday. Hopefully, we'll get some good games going, and we'll be able to be entertained this Sunday since
I
there's no
am
football.
excited for this.
All right.
So,
Do
starting
you?
out, we are going to be with GFI versus Mercy Girls. There we go. I have an invite. Now, we've seen Mercy Girls yesterday in the tournament, and they have just been entirely dominant. They are, in fact, the top team right now, sitting at a solid 4 and 0.
Okay. Looks like GFI here is our third seed, being 2-1 right now. So not the best, tied with a few other teams, but it looks like they still have a chance to beat the top dog here in this game.
Knocking things over on my desk here, but let's get in here. Now, Gyro Still is actually a player on the DU Overwatch team. He is one of our tank players, very strong tank player, and so I'm really excited to see what he has for this game today. And of course, on Mercy Girls, we have Scuff, who is our off support player. Big fan of Lucio. So it'll be exciting to see what he decides to play today. We saw some really, really strong Ana play yesterday from him. And so I'm curious to see if they'll be doing much of the same.
Yeah, we're going into Blizzard World as a map if that's the map we're playing right now. I'm not sure about the information on that,
I believe we'll
but
be going to a control.
okay, control. Well, in that case, Lucio is definitely an important pick here. Have to get to the control point first, and even with rotating around your team, Lucio is the most important thing to have. That's why Goats was so effective back in the day. It's because Lucio was able to move those tanks around and heal them up at the same time. And if you want to have a little dive comp and you want to be speedy, Gonzalez all over the place and peekaboo style your opponent, Lucio's the way to go.
Exactly. But we will have to wait and see. We are just currently waiting on a little bit of a bio break from some of our players, and then we'll be getting right on into this.
So Infinity, who do you think is going to be a standout player in this game?
Ooh, I have to say N from the Mercy Girls.
Okay.
Yesterday, they had just an incredible performance, and I'm really looking to see if they can bring that back again today. Ronan as well from Mercy Girls, both of them were just very, very strong in those DPS roles. And so I really think that they're just gonna bring it.
Okay, okay. Do you know what their standout characters are? What do they like to play?
Ronan is definitely a big fan of the Genji, and N usually
Hmm.
fills in on those more hit scan type roles. I've seen some Widow, Soldier, and a little bit of Sojourn, although not too much.
I have to say I'm exactly the same way. I have about 700 hours on Genji total. Not too proud of it, but if need be, I'll swap off sometimes.
Yeah, no, you sound like DU's our well, we have our own Genji main, Crimson, who is on Overwando in this tournament. Crimson just adores playing Genji, but due to being on the team, we've been working to get him on too. some more of the Junkrat, the Reaper, expand his hero pool a little bit, much to his chagrin.
Yeah, I learned the hard way that I had to do that. But when I first got into the pro scene in 2019, Goats was still the whole hubbub around there. My team tried a creative standpoint because I wouldn't play anything else but Genji. We decided to integrate him into our Goats comp. Instead of taking a Diva Rosaria, we'd kind of just fuck around and find out. And sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. But it was fun anyways.
Fair enough. I also got into things around that time, and luckily for me, though, I am a big Sombra player, and so as a result, Sombra Goats became meta not too long after Goats, and so I got to fit in very nicely into that little niche there.
Oh yeah, Sound Players really got lucky with that one. I will not lie. That was a bit of a twist there. I wasn't expecting that meta to come in, but once it did, it was not fun to play against.
Well, not fun to play against. Fun for the Sombra mains, but
Can't disagree on that one.
looks like we might be going to Oasis. The two teams are currently communicating, although a lot of it is just a bit of banter between the two of them.
As always, there has to be competitive spirit in these kinds of games. Otherwise, where's the fun?
Exactly.
No showmanship, no show.
Believe we will be getting started here soon.
What do you think kind of comps we're going to see coming into this game on Oasis? We already discussed the Lucio a little bit, seeing as how useful he is on control maps, especially Oasis with all the boot potential on two maps out of the three, or actually all three of them. What do you think we're going to see going into this game?
I'm definitely expecting. I know more about Mercy Girls just because I saw them play yesterday. We haven't had a chance to feature GFI, and so they're a little bit of a wild card here, but I'm definitely expecting to see a kind of more rush comp from Mercy Girls. As I said, Scuff is our Lucio player, and so I know he will be very excited to try and get any boops that he possibly can. I'm expecting maybe a Rhine or a Sigma from Alpha Lupem, who had a very standout performance, incredibly strong tank. The synergy for Mercy Girls is just so clean. We did see a little bit of Winston from them as well, so we could also see a little bit of a dive.
That would be interesting to see, especially with the Lucio and the potential of Ronan pulling out the Genji, as you said before. And I feel looks like we're getting into the game, and we're going to get this show on the road, going into the little warm-up phase. And we'll see what each team picks here.
A little bit of a technical difficulty there with stream, pardon that. But we are getting right on into this. So, we are on this first point of Oasis. Unfortunately, no boot potential here, except into that pit in the middle, which can be beneficial, but it doesn't quite have the pick potential. There is the danger of boops on this far side over here, on the high ground. However, most players are pretty aware of it.
Yeah, but even if you're aware, you can always get stuck there and just get the accident boop off by a monkey jump or something.
Exactly.
But looks like we're going into a Rhine face-off here between Alpha and Gyro, with some Reapers on either side, and a McCree and a Tracer, but everything else is mirrored. So we'll see how this Tracer plays into the McCree, if it'll work out or not.
Tracer's definitely gotten quite a bit better with the lack of that flashbang from McCree there in those 1v1s. Mercy Girl's going all the way around, moving into kind of that defensive position, but oh! Or rather, GFI moving into a defensive position, but there it is, Tyler with a boop to start this match off. A little bit of posturing here now. Ronan going in, and N manages to pick that Reinhardt. Mercy Girls cap the point. And GFI their supports are left scrambling to try and get out here. Point Shock is unable to make it out of this fight.
Yeah, as we saw there, Point Shock and the rest of his team went around the other side, tried to loop around and rotate, but unfortunately they didn't work out for them because they weren't able to support their tank and keep him alive in that fight. So they weren't able to push through to the point, unfortunately. But here as we go, looks like they're trying to approach from the other side, trying not to get boomed. As Alpha charges in and survives with a Kiriko cleanse coming in for the team.
And Gyro going down. Oh, but J-Bro manages to finish off Alpha Lupin before he can land that shatter. Both teams down their tanks now. A high noon from J-Pro doesn't quite manage to get anything as Scuff drops the beat. And there is N with the Death Blossom to pick off both supports for GFI.
Looks like we're seeing a little bit of a dominant support. Sorry, we're seeing like a dominant performance from Mercy Girls right now. Just pushing in with a few ults. They have a Kiriko ult, which is going to be pretty effective at stopping a push. But GFI also has the same ult as well as the beat, so they might have a little bit more tankiness to get into this next fight and be able to really utilize their Ryan and push in with him and the Lucio.
Kiwi Royalty coming up on this Death Blossom as well. I'll be curious to see how they use it. We have both rushes. Let's see. Oh, and J-Pro manages to finish off Alpha Lupin. Fight is swinging towards GFI and does manage to get a pick, but is ultimately taken down. Now it is just the Tracer and the Kiriko for Mercy Girls. Kiriko and Tracer eventually taken down, but they did manage to get it 99-0.
Yeah, GFI cannot afford to lose this point right now. And as I said, the tankiness of the Ryan, the difference in tankiness of the Ryans with the Lucio ult just came in clutch there. But now, GFI did not use ult that round. They still have a defensive ult from the Lucio.
There is the shadow!
Gyro gets a massive shadow, but it's beautifully
entirely
cleansed
negated.
by Brother Wolf as Kiwi Royalty goes in with another ult.
This fight, but just can't quite. The beat from Point Shock, desperate to hold on to this point. If they lose this fight, this round is over. They're forced to back off. Point Shock is picked off, with Kratos desperately trying. A shatter there from Alpha Lupin. The cherry on top. J-Pro, the only one left, manages to pick off Scuff. However, is it ultimately finished off by the Reinhardt. Can Point? Nope. Point cannot touch the point. And as a result, this round is over.
Well, that was an exciting one for sure. Had a lot of ults going on there at once. But I feel like GFI wasn't really able to capitalize on theirs as much as as Mercy Girls were. And I'm not sure. It might have been better teamwork, better communication. But it was a little bit of a lapse in judgment for... Not even a lapse in judgment. It was just unlucky with getting that shatter off and then just immediately being cleansed by Brother Wolf, who pretty much saved that entire fight for Mercy Girls and allowed them to get the return and to capture the point and get one up in this little series we got.
Looking at a couple of switches on GFI, we have Kiwi Royalty on the Soldier, J-Pro on the Pharah, Gyro on the Diva, and Point Shock on the Mercy. We're looking at the Pharmacy here. We have Ronin on Soldier and N on Hanzo. It'll definitely be tough for Ronin to take out this. Never mind, it will not be difficult at all. They do manage to pull the res off, but at the cost of the Mercy. A lot of back and forth here between the two teams.
Both teams have a healer up and a tank, which means it's probably going to be a bit difficult to kill him. But the Pharah, if she's able to focus the Kiriko fast enough, the Ryan won't be able to survive and they'll be able to take this point. But the Stagger is working out pretty well as no one is really getting low on Mercy Girls. And they're able to keep this point contested as they demech the Diva and kill her off. And they're able to maybe retain control of this point, but the Soldier dies. Both soldiers die, and Pharah's still in the skies with the Mercy.
Pharmacy back, but they can't contest without being on point, and of course, being on the ground is not where a Pharah wants to be. They get picked off by N, and now it is just Point Shock left to float away.
Although a Fair Mercy on this map, no doubt, is very good. If the enemy team has a good hit scan like a McCree, you can just use 3 or 4 shots with a Mercy and kill you get you out of the sky. There's not much of a danger that you pose, but J-Pro is coming up on this barrage, and that's probably the most important ult, aside from Rush, that GFI has in their bank right now.
Gyro going in to push a little bit, but he is on his own, and N again with that stellar performance. With a nice shatter.
With a massive shatter. Oh my gosh.
Mercy Girls just cleans up that fight quick and easy.
It did not even give GFI an opportunity to pop that rush or that barrage. As I said, the McCree is just going to be picking off that Pharaoh just like the lickety split. And as we see, GFI have left the Mercy for an Ana now. So the Pharaoh is going to be even more vulnerable, which means I feel like they're going to swap off right after they use this barrage.
A little bit of a fight here. Kiwi getting pushed. Oh, but J-Pro pulling that barrage. The two managed to trade, N and J-Pro. We have the drop of the Diva Bomb. Doesn't quite get anything, but Kiwi is looking to use that visor, and Kratos pops the rush.
Yeah, that combination of visor and rush can really destroy and pump out a lot of damage at once. So it's always really fun just kind of spamming through that.
Goes off the map for some reason.
I think that might have been for either a change in hero or to... He's swapping to the Orisa now. Seems they want to have a bit of a more stable defense against the Rhine now that they don't have a Pharah for a dive.
Here, going up top, the rush onto point to just make them really scary to push into. Oh, and Kratos gets picked out early. That's such a devastating pick for GFI. Queen Shock is coming up on this Nano, but N pulls the high noon. 98%, they have to be on in order to contest this. Kiwi and J-Pro go down, leaving only the supports. And just like that, Mercy Girls take match 1.
Whoa, now I see why Mercy Girls are 4-0 in this tournament so far. That was quite the display of teamwork and compatibility, and they knew what they were doing. But that last push I saw, the Orisa was trying to push into point through the Deadeye. Unfortunately, they did have a Tracer in the back that was going to touch anyways, but they tried to push, got killed by the Deadeye, and I think that pretty much shot their chances of winning that map down completely.
Yeah, no. Mercy Girls just really pulling out a convincing performance there, really highlighting their strengths as a team and the synergy they have, despite being a team just for this tournament, is so clean.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Just for this tournament. Mm-hmm. That's a good thing to see. That's a nice sight to see. That's like going to a little comp game and then everyone's on voice chat, everyone's communicating, and everyone's having the time of their lives. And you queue up and you keep dominating in ranked.
Exactly.
I love that feeling, and it's really nice to see that happening in a tournament right now. Especially to this level. Do they scrim?
Not that I know of, no.
Whoa.
I know they've been playing together some in comp and some quick play, but beyond that, they have not scrimmed that I know of.
Well, here's a shout out to the Mercy Girls and some advice. Get a team together, go on some Discord servers, and play in some tournaments and scrims. You guys can actually go quite a way with that kind of chemistry. And that kind of play from the Rhine, especially from Alpha Lupum, he hit so many shatters, and most of them were at least 2 people, and every single one proved valuable for their team. Unfortunately, I can't say the same about Gyro, although he did get unlucky with that one shatter that he had on map 1, I remember, and it got instantly cleansed by the Kiriko. So, and then he got instantly shut down, and I feel that that Gyro's obviously good, but I don't know about the follow-up and from the rest of his team. And Brother Wolf also just coming in clutch with that cleanse there.
No, that cleanse is something you have to be so aware of when you are using your ultimate, no matter if you are a tank or a DPS. simply because a good cleanse can just immediately turn the fight around, as we saw with Gyro and that Shatter. And even though I believe it was Kiwi tried to get a Death Blossom in there, it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, the CC from the Lucio boop sent him away from his team. Ryan shield up, and the DPS just have to do the rest of the work. I also think that the team comp was there for Mercy Girls and not necessarily there for GFI, especially in that second round. The Pharah, Mercy just got a little bit shut down by Ronan on that Soldier and on the McCree later on. And I feel like they might have stuck with it too long. Maybe they should have swapped to an Echo, have a little bit more mobility, and maybe a little bit more sneakiness around them. But that said, looks like the next map we're going to be playing is a hybrid. It's going to be King's Row, one of my personal favorites. Always an amazing map to play, whether you're attack or on defense.
No, absolutely. Definitely a favorite pick for a lot of players. It's a very classic map. This is GFI's map pick as losers pick the next map. So I'm curious to see. I imagine they'll be running this Reinhardt again. I figure we're going to see another Rein battle. But I will be curious to see how exactly GFI takes this.
We will see, as they will be on defense this first round on King's Row. And do you think you mentioned before that Ronan plays a little bit of Widow or hit scan. Do you think we might see that come out like Sure4 in the Overwatch League that one time?
I would love to see some Widow. I'm not sure if we will. We're going to have to wait a few more seconds to find out who the teams are likely going to be playing. But I have my fingers crossed for Widow. And there it is from N.
Mercy Girls' comp just brings happiness to my heart. You got the Genji with the Ana for that Nano Blade. Of course, you can use it on the Rhine, keep him up if he's ever in danger, and the Widow with that pick potential, especially against a Soldier. May, of course, that's a little bit of a spammy comp, but if you're good enough, you can get off no problem with your range advantage. And then the Lucio is always invaluable on the first point of King's Row or on any point of King's Row, just to get past that choke point and be able to push the enemy to the defending team back into their little archway so that they can't do anything. And that Lucio, I feel like, is going to be really important in this little round.
I am excited to see the Mei, though, from J-Pro, if they are going to be able to wall off. And yes, they wall off Alpha Lupin, but Ronan and Scuff are able to charge. It does not matter, though. Alpha Lupin is taken down. And as a result, Mercy Girls are going to have to fall back and not be able to quite push through this choke quite yet.
Yeah, the good thing about these little skirmishes that happen is that once they're over, the Widow can have a little bit more free range and try to find some picks, but unfortunately Anne's having a little bit of trouble with the spam from the Mei coming in. But hopefully that means that the wall won't come out in time, and it doesn't, and it leaves a gap.
But it's not quite there. Kiwi picks off N, and Gyro picks off Scuff, but Alpha Lupin manages to finish off that Mei, meaning they won't be able to pull off that sort of wall comp for a little while. Alpha Lupin is dangerously low, though, getting healed back up, and now pushing back in. We have a Bastion swap from N, done with the Widow now. Gyro trapped in that corner there.
As I said earlier, that Lucio, especially if you can get a early pick, especially on the Mei, on this first part of the map, they don't have any wall. And you have Lucy, you can just speed through with an Orisa, front line everything, get that Rhine out of position, and capitalize on that kill. And that's exactly what they did. I'm so happy that I was able to see that happen.
Ronan pushed up here. Little bit of danger, but they managed to dash out and are healed up. We are coming up on what could be a Nano Blade, with Ronan at 92% and Brother Wolf already having that nano ready. And just firing away in turret form. The wall goes down, but manages to kill off N. The Shatter is
sleep from point.
That was incredible. Ronan does manage to pick off 2 though with that blade, turning into a very scrappy fight here. Ultimately picked off by Gyro, but they trade with Kratos, and Gyro goes down. It is now J-Pro versus Scuff and N, with Scuff finishing them off.
That was an amazing reaction time from Brother Wolf to be able to sleep that shatter. If he hadn't, I feel like that Nano Blade would have been put into the dust and would have not have been able to find those picks that he did.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
as we saw here, this swap to Orisa from Alpha turns out in their favor just because of the sheer amount of armor that Orisa has. She can just frontline, as you can see, and bully the Ryan back into her own backline. And
Ronan just doing work up top. Although, as I say that, N manages to get 2. Scuff and Ronan are pushed up here, trying to finish off anyone they can to ensure that they get the second point, and they do, with 4 minutes 40 in the time bank.
But as we all know, having a big time bank on this part of the map isn't usually always a good omen. There have been many a times I've just been stopped here, point blank, and I haven't been able to push through. But as the rush comes through for GFI, they're going to push through onto N. And the Visor comes out as well. That's a surprising use of ultimates, even though they had already won the fight and pushed everyone back. But it looks like they're just going to search for kills here. And as they get them, they're able to keep the payload where it is, at the corner, and they're going to be able to play off of it right now.
That's a really good hold for them there. This first corner can be so essential for defending. We've got J-Pro up top. There's that Blizzard. Oh, right in the middle of the team. Manages to catch N and Scuff, with Scuff going down to Kiwi. However, J-Pro, being a little bit caught out there, is picked off.
Kiwi Royalty getting a flank kill onto Brother Wolf. And onto Alpha. Looks like Mercy Girls are kind of falling apart right here. But we'll see if they can regroup and try to get some momentum going, especially with that Bastion ult coming up. They can try to pick off the Yana with that low mobility.
Is coming up on actually all 5 of their ultimates, whereas GFI only has... There goes that Nano Blade, but oh, immediately slept by Point Shock. That is devastating for Ronan. They do manage to finish off 2, but man, I know if I was Ronan, I would be tilting right now.
That feeling of being slept out of the potential to get a 5k is never good. But it looks like they're able to follow up on some kills onto Kiwi Royalty, and they're going to be able to keep the pressure up on GFI going into this last part of the third section of Kings Row.
And they only used 2 ults in that fight. So, Alpha Lupin walled off a little bit here, but it doesn't seem like that's too effective. There's that shatter, but doesn't manage to connect onto a whole lot, and Gyro is finished off. Again, with the rush sights. Manages to get 1, 2. With the Bastion ult raining down. And just like that, Mercy Girls managed to finish out the map. A couple of scrappy fights there at the end. It was definitely not as clean as Mercy Girls had been previously.
Yeah, especially that Bastion ult felt like a little bit of a panic coming in response to that Soldier ulting with the Kiriko rush. Always fun. But it looks like Mercy Girls were on top of their game. They were able to focus the targets that they had to, and they were able to push through effectively with 2 minutes on the clock. Very respectable time, but this map is still definitely winnable for GFI.
Oh, absolutely. It was just really unfortunate there that Gyro's shatter at the end just couldn't quite get anything, and then he was slept on top of that, and so they were just able to finish him off from there.
Both Anas have been on some other shit today. Getting amazing sleeps off on Alpha's, on Gyro's ult earlier, on Ronan's Genji Blade, and again onto Gyro, just to finish the deal on that third part. And it looks like we have a Widow once again from N, and from Kiwi this time, so we might have some fun with this battle. See how that goes.
We have the Mei again from last time. Actually, both teams running the Widow Mei. Interesting comp here. It's obviously a lot easier for the attackers to switch off the Widow rather than the defenders.
Yes, it will. And the Widow on this map is a little bit more advantageous for the attackers,
They
but
managed to
Kiwi...
section off the Mei. However, the rest of their team is able to push through, and with a pick onto Credo and Kiwi.
Ooh!
Big picks here. However, Gyro is not about to let this go down without a fight. Manages to pick 2 before ultimately falling.
I see one mistake that a lot of teams make, especially when they're playing into a Widow on this first point, is they try to go through the hotel. And they try to... Oh! N is just... Oh, N! Oh my gosh! Let's see if he can get Kiwi here for the triple kill with the jump shot. Can't really make it happen.
But still, there's the two of them are still dueling, and now Sights. Oh! With a clean pick onto Kiwi. GFI just has to wait in spawn for these Sights to go down, because N has certainly shown a very proficient Widow.
Yes, he is single-handedly delaying the offense of GFI right now, and if he can get another pick, that's going to be massive once again. We have to... J-Pro has to watch out for that for sure, because he's an integral part of his team with the amount of CC that he can provide.
Both Rhines here poking a little bit, neither really wanting to commit because of those Mei walls, but Mercy Girls get sectioned off, and Alpha goes down. N is looking to even things up, but at that much closer range, Widow is so much less effective. Ronan also going down, and now it is just the supports, with Scuff being left to flee.
Yeah, as we saw there, they pushed through the actual choke point around the statue, and they weren't able to get picked off the Widow. They were able to push her up and actually get a pick on her, but N's back up, still on the Widow, still trying to find some picks. We'll see if he can.
The nice thing about this first part of this second point is that there are such long sight lines down some of these streets, which N is more than happy to take advantage of.
Yeah, especially the high ground flanking positions, and since GFI has no heroes with mobility, they won't be able to contest him much.
The Blizzard goes down from J-Pro, catches almost 3, only 2, thanks to a cleanse, but Brother Wolf just cannot heal up their team enough, and with a clean shot onto J-Pro. And with these sights, let's see.
Up again.
Can they get anything with this site? So Baptiste is aware of where they are, but they are hunting for each other. Tracer now for J-Pro, but the N knows exactly where they are.
Gyro gets a pick onto Scuff.
An incredible shot from N to just annihilate that soldier visor.
However, that nanoed Rhine and that Baptiste ultimate are coming through with that extra damage, and they're able to push. GFI is able to push through, hopefully up to the second checkpoint, but we'll see if Mercy Girls are able to contest this one, which I don't think they're going to be able to. And it looks like GFI might actually have a better push. They have just as good a push as Mercy Girls, but N is popping off this round with so many headshots in a row.
I swear, take your eye off N for a second, and they have already picked somebody off, and as I am saying that,
they have to stand this guy. Oh my gosh. As we see Ronan going onto the Genji now, hopefully they're going to be looking for a Nanoblade combo, not anytime soon, unless Ronan can build it up quickly enough, but he's low anti-cleansed.
But cleansed. And N still just on this high ground, firing away. A nano onto Alpha Lupem, as well as a nasty purple, results in Alpha Lupem just being able to swing through 2 players. I believe heard that Tracer, she's off to the left here, as we can see. She's a little bit caught out on her own against the might of the Mercy Girls.
Yeah, J-Pro has an ult right now. He could look for a pick, try to get a pick, early pick.
Oh, but he
But
swaps to the
unfortunately,
Widow.
oh, interesting. Okay, looks like we're gonna have another 1v1 here. We'll see if J-Pro is
Oh.
able to get a pick, and he gets a jump shot onto Ronin. That is
Immediately.
massive.
Now
And
we
he's
get to see the Widow duel. Will J-Pro be able to keep this up? Let's see. The sights put him immediately at a disadvantage. So he's gotta be
Gyro. I'm sorry, Gyro just swapping onto the Sigma there off of the Rhine and immediately makes an impact, canceling Alpha's Shatter with his rock. That was an amazing,
Alpha,
display
though,
of luck.
already at 62% for another Shatter. J-Pro not quite able to get anything, and Ronin now going in. We have the Nano Visor for Kiwi. Yet, they
No
seem
picks
a little
from
bit
it.
confused about where the rest of Mercy Girls went. Now just dueling with Ronin on this mega pack. Alpha Lupem swinging on Gyro. Brother Wolf going low, but is able to heal back up. Still pushing. Oh, and manages to win the Widow duel.
Yeah,
But-
however, without a tank, I don't think that Mercy Girls is gonna. Oh my god, N is actually just hitting headshot after headshot and is able to maybe delay this attack to the point where Mercy Girls' tank can respawn, as we can see, and Alpha's back on the scene, already coming. Yeah.
Slept.
Oh, we're gonna see a shatter. We're gonna see a shatter. I know this. Oh, right now, right now. It's so juicy, Alpha. Take it. No.
Shatter. No.
There are 4 people on the ground. That would have been so
Ronin.
satisfying to see, but good on him. He saves it for the next fight.
Oh,
Overall,
scuff, though.
ooh,
That is
okay.
not a fun headshot.
GFI was able to get a consolation pick,
Ronin
but
in
Ronin's
here,
deep in the
playing
backline.
A
Still
little bit
survives.
ballsy here. Got so low.
Yeah, we'll see maybe Gyro using his ult, but at the expense of that ult, he won't be able to protect his team from Alpha's Shatter. So we'll see what happens here, as well as a Nanoblade coming out from the side of Mercy Girls soon. But N gets picked off
Kiwi.
by Kiwi somehow. That Soldier Widow duel not going out as he planned. And here comes the
Rabbinic
Sigma
Flux.
ult.
They managed to pick off Kiriko. A big hit. The Nanoblade coming in from Ronin is immediately slept and taken
Good
out.
game. Oh my
Great
gosh.
shock with a
Oh my
nasty
gosh.
sleep and manages to pick Kiwi, but I don't think it's gonna be enough.
Oh my god, N is actually putting his team on his back and carrying them on this defense right now, getting all of these kills that are
Mercy
so
Girls
important.
Just managing to come sprinting back in here in the last couple seconds.
15 seconds left on the clock, only one, no, 2 ults now coming out, Nano Visor for GFI. They might be able to pull this back, but
Oh.
N with a nasty headshot onto J-Pro.
Kiwi being 2v1 here. Are they even gonna have
Boostio!
a touch? Gyro,
Lucio comes out.
we have the Boostio and interesting nano choice, but oh, the shadow.
Where did Alpha come from?
Alpha.
From the top ropes, Alpha. Those are so many good shatters in these games. It's amazing to see gameplay like this. Oh man, that was a game and a half, especially coming out from N. And both Annas. So many good sleeps coming out from either side, especially onto the both Nanoblades.
Absolutely insane. I cannot imagine what Ronin's mental is like right now because, oh, with a nano blade, just both of them being denied. That must be so frustrating.
Yeah, even though you win, it still feels like a defeat. Weren't able to get those 3 kills on that Nanoblade. But here we are. Is this a best of 3 series, or is it a best
It is
of 5?
best of 5, so we have one
Okay.
more map.
I'm not very educated, but going into this next map, Mercy Girls has a lot of momentum going, especially shutting down GFI on that last attack. Do you think that this last map will go the way of GFI, or do you think Mercy Girls is going to have a shutout?
I'm really hoping for GFI to be able to pull out a map here just to get some really good Overwatch going, but unfortunately, the absolute tidal wave that is Mercy Girls, I don't know if they can be stopped.
At this point, I think I agree with you. Seems to have found his groove on the Widow. We'll see what the next map is and see if he can use it on that one. Looks like we're going to have a push map next. I hate those with every fiber in my being.
Actually,
I really hope.
we are going to be going to Escort next.
Thank God. Okay.
Exactly.
Let's go.
We will go to push if GFI can pull out a win here. But we will be going to Escort next.
Okay. What escort map do you think they might pick? What do you think might be a good fit for GFI here?
Well, going off of the map pool that we have, there are only 4 escort maps, and unfortunately for GFI, all of them are just such strong sniper maps. The options are Circuit Royale, Dorado, Route 66, and Junkertown.
Oh, man. What a pool for snipers. But Dorado coming out with maybe that Sombra too? Or the dive comp with the... Oh,
We
yes.
are going to Dorado. I would say this is probably the best map to negate some of these snipers because N on that last map was just so strong.
Yeah, but even though it was a sniper map, he did get a lot of his kills while being rushed, while being blitzed by a lot of the enemy team, and he still got maybe 1 pick, maybe 2 picks each time. So even though he's under pressure, it seems they can still perform on this Widow and still get those picks that he needs. So I feel like GFI, if they're on attack first round, or even on defense, I think they might want to run that dive comp with maybe a Winston or a Ball. Have a Tracer there on Dorado on the first point. Super good. So many nooks and crannies where you can hide and flank around. As well as a Genji. And maybe a Lucio Ana or Lucio Mercy would be really fun to see on this map.
Absolutely. I'm really hoping to see something a little bit different from Gyro besides the Rhine or the Sigma. He's been having moderate success on both, but nothing really that convinces me that Rhine or Sigma is the pick. So I'm really looking forward to see maybe something a little bit different on this map.
Yeah, we saw him pull out the Diva late on Oasis. So that is also a very viable pick if they go with that dive comp. But Orisa, Sigma, and Ryan are also super good on this map. Zarya as well. I wouldn't mind seeing some Roadhog in there, but I haven't been around for this new patch for a while, so I think he got nerfed. I'm not sure.
Unfortunately, Roadhog is a little bit weaker this patch.
No.
Can still have some viability, especially in these sort of divier comps, to just be able to hook something squishy like a Tracer or a Genji.
Yes, yeah.
The one-shot hook combo has been badly nerfed, and as a result, it is much, much harder to get these sort of one-shots with that combo.
Well, it's unfortunate to see, but it's also good to see that there might be a little bit of a higher skill cap on Roadhog, finally, after all of these years. From Hook 1.0 all through the Orisa meta. But it looks like... Man, taking a while loading into this next game. But... do you like Dorado? You're a Sombra player.
I'm a flex support, DPS and support. So I do enjoy Dorado. It's a solid map. As you said, there are so many little nooks and crannies that people tend to forget about where you can just kind of sneak off to and get yourself situated for a really good play.
Oh, yeah.
We are heading straight in here now. Let's see. Oh,
looks like, ooh, Mercy Girls are once again on the attack here. And as we saw before, they can have a pretty devastating offense. And not a bad defense, at least in the later stages of the map when the pressure's really on. But I really hope we can see some dive comps. I want it to be reminiscent of the good old days of Overwatch.
Yeah, no, when we were talking last map on King's Row with the Genji, Widow, Rhine, I think it was Lucio, Ana, felt like all we needed in there was a Zarya, and we could be playing Overwatch 1 again with the two
I want the off
tanks.
tanks back, man.
Ah, it is
They have
definitely
to add a 6v6.
a
They
much
have to.
different game without
Okay.
the second tank.
Looks like we will have a Winston on attack and a Diva on defense. So, and Genji's on both sides of the coin. And N going back on that Widow, especially on this attack. It's pretty easy to get picks, but you have to watch out for J-Bro hiding there in the corner on top of a roof. Just gonna wait for N to hook up there and hopefully assassinate him. But we'll see what happens as this match is gonna get rolling.
N stepping out of spawn, drops to the low ground, but is hooking up. J-Pro ready. We have the dive here with Ronan going in on fire. 1 HP right now, but manages to get healed up by Brother Wolf. But during this time, N is hunted down by J-Pro.
Yeah, the one issue of playing Widow on this map is that you really have to be aware of your surroundings and know where the enemy DPS are at all times, especially if it's a Genji or a Tracer, but Scuff is able to get the nade kill onto J-Pro and be able to secure the payload pushing up further and even maybe past the choke point. But we'll see what Gyro has to say about that.
I just think it was a risky dive there going in from J-Pro because it was a 3v1 to dive the Ana. And just ultimately, as we can see, not worth it as Mercy Girls keep pushing this cart.
Yeah, G5, we're not able to rotate in time to drop down to that chokehold and be able to keep the payload there and spam through that little corridor. But we'll see what happens in this. Now it's an Ashe 1v1. And a Briggs coming out from the side of GFI to counter the dive, I suppose. But that isn't really as good as it used to be.
Well, Brig has had some buffs given to her in this most recent patch. So when she throws you an armor pack, you instantly get 25 HP, plus it slowly builds up over time. And Alpha Lupum taken out by these snipers, Scuff falling to the dynamite a moment later.
Yeah, Kiwi getting 3 picks in that fight, really turning it around, especially that Gyro is out of mech right now. He's going to try to build it up as quickly as possible. Already at 74%. Good thing that loads up quickly. But Ronan coming in with a blade. He might get 3 here. Might get none. He gets none, unfortunately. That's another blade that he... Oh, no.
Scuff sneaks the Bob in the back, so no value there. But the Bob from Mercy Girls not doing a whole lot either.
Getting scuffed down very low.
Oh, but a pick onto J-Pro could spell disaster for GFI, as there are now only 3 of their players on point. A nano
really
Winston diving in here. Doesn't quite get much, but with that second jump. And the sleep goes through, but the Winston is immediately woken. Diva Bomb coming up over the top. Manages to pick both supports. This could turn the fight around. But Alpha Lupum and N not willing to let it go. Gyro the only one on point. Kiwi having to fire in. Gyro manages to finish off Alpha Lupum though.
Gyro showing some signs of brilliance there that, well, we were wanting to see earlier on, but now at least we're getting some of it from the Diva play with that bomb, just expertly picking off both supports, stopping that push, and being able to buy GFI some more time on the second point.
Yeah, I think if Gyro hadn't gotten those picks, that very well could have been second point gone. There's a little bit of a scrap here going on the high ground. Scuff on the low ground by himself. Although Alpha drops. He was swapped to the Reaper now for J-Pro. Gyro getting that pick onto N, but loses their mech. However, J-Pro is cleaning up Brother Wolf here. Very back and forth fight. Ooh. J-Pro getting low there, but just isn't finished off by the Sleep and Genji. Once again, Mercy Girls being held at this second point, especially on this corner here.
Yeah, I have to say this part of the map is especially hard to push, especially if you aren't able to maintain high ground control, but it looks like Alpha's swapping to the Rhine right now so that they can have some more survivability on point and just push it through. As they come through the rush.
From Brother Wolf, but a Bob in the back. Slept right away by Scuff. A very nice sleep. And while that was happening, we have lost two. Another bomb up, but it does not connect. Gyro manages to get Brother Wolf, but will it be enough? GFI has the spawn advantage here, but
Can't
Gyro
do that against a Diva, but still gets him anyways.
almost getting booped there. Kratos is back on the point, but it is not enough, and with that, they lose this second point. But it was a solid hold there from GFI.
I must say, they really dwindled that clock down a lot, and now they have a chance of maybe even stopping this push and putting it into overtime. They're going to have a real chance of winning this map then. But I feel like I just have to mention this, that Ronan got slept once again the previous play, but now he has a Nano Blade online. Doesn't get slept this time, might find two. Only finds one so far as May goes into Cryo Freeze. And unfortunately dies.
With that harsh focus from the rest of GFI. The Rhines charge into each other. Will they be able to finish each other off? Gyro is purple, but manages to stay safe. And a two-man shatter from Alpha Lubem. Manages to finish off the Brig, but a nano onto Gyro might turn things around. Bob is slept once again. Woken, though, perhaps by Gyro, leaving his Ana and Ash a little bit defenseless there. Mercy Girls coming into this final little bit of the map.
And GFI doesn't have a tank right now, so they don't have any control over the map whatsoever, but they have a male coming out onto the payload, maybe able to freeze the Ana, maybe even be able to get a pick onto Scuff, but unfortunately, no.
Not enough damage. The shatter doesn't connect with anyone. A cleanse must have been used right at that exact moment. Bob coming in to try and defend this point, but it is not enough. J-Pro just barely doesn't manage to touch on Tracer.
Even though the first and last point were definitely a great showcase of skill by Mercy Girls, I have to say GFI did a really good job holding that second point, and that might let them get this map win if they're able to push just as well as Mercy Girls did, and not even better. Dorado is really a map focused around the second point. That's where you lose all of your time, no matter what rank you're playing.
Yeah, no, Kiwi Royalty, Gyro, and J-Pro really just came alive on that second point there. Absolutely strong performances from all three of them. And of course, Point Shock and Kratos just being such solid supports.
Yes.
I'd like to briefly say shout out to our organizer here, who has just gifted a variety of subs.
25 gift. Thank you, Joyer. Thank you so much. Oh my god, I wish I got one of those.
Sponsoring this tournament, as well as for your generous gifting of these subs that you have just done. Thank you so much.
Amazing, dude. Alright, that was a little bit of money, and that makes this game a little bit more interesting now. A little bit. But as we see Ryan's coming out from either side, it's a lot of a different... The comp is a lot different from either side of the team than it was last round, coming with a Junkrat from the side of GFI and a Hanzo.
J-Pro on the Kree as well. We have the Hanzo and Ash up top with Scuff on the Mercy this round. A little bit of a fight here, and finishes off Point Shock, but J-Pro coming through with 2 picks. Kiwi also finishing off End. Ronan manages to finish off Kiwi, but it will be interesting to see if they can do much of anything here. Of course, with the Mercy, Ronan has a lot of survivability, but against multiple players of GFI, although right now it's just Kratos, while the rest of GFI is fighting on point.
Yeah,
Ronan
they were not
coming
able to
in
kill
from
off.
behind. I think the mistake there was that Scuff just lived for so long. Finally does manage to get picked off by Kiwi, but for Ronan and Scuff being sort of camped out there on that high ground position, Scuff just lived for so long. It
Ooh,
seemed like they were just
five.
focusing Ronan. However, the rest of GFI manages to push through this point, getting 5 whole minutes for this second point.
Yeah, the one mistake I saw Mercy Girls make there, I hate to be picky, but they dropped down, unfortunately, on the wrong side of that tunnel and at the wrong moment, and that just allowed GFI to pick off their tank and be able to just push through. But
J-Pro,
Ronan's able to
though,
get a
burning.
dynamite kill onto J-Pro and
The
send Bob
Bob
onto point and be able to
comes
contest.
in. I can't imagine they're going to push too hard at this point, being down J-Pro and in such scattered positioning to avoid this Bob.
However, GFI were able to get away with it without using any ults, and Scuff used Valkyrie to scare away GFI even more. But as they push through this tiny little corner, I'm not sure if that's a good idea
Dragon
against the
coming
Hanzo ult
through.
as they
Oh,
rotate
point
around,
shot
and it's able to
just
pick off point
can't
shot.
make out of the dragons in time. A devastating pick. And Kiwi goes down to the hammer of Alpha Lupin.
Right now, what I think GFI has to focus on is trying to disorient that Ashe as much as possible, dislocate her as much as possible. Try to get, maybe, the Rhein's a good pick, but maybe try to get some more dive characters, a bit of a better dive comp so they can bum rush the Ashe. She only has one mobility
Something I want to
ability,
point out,
and
though, is that GFI has 4 ults, whereas Mercy Girls only have 2. There's one of those ults, the Coalescence from Kratos, pushing in there, leaving the cart behind for
Shatter.
now. A Visor from Kiwi to push up. Oh! Gyro! Shatters just a
Headshot
half
shatter.
a second before
Wow.
managing
Oh.
to pick off Alpha.
You were
J-Pro
saying
now.
we didn't see Gyro getting these plays, but oh man, that was a double
That
kill with a
was
shatter
a
headshot.
Frame perfect shatter in order to be able to stop Alpha Lupems.
As Alpha swaps to the Sigma right now to defend this second checkpoint, Rush comes out and they're pushing through right now with Ronan coming on the Genji and
Gyro falls
Beat
so
coming out from
fast.
point
The
shot.
beat just too late. And now 5 versus the dwindling numbers of GFI forces them to back off. Ronan pushing all the way to try and get J-Pro, but just barely can't finish them off. Now we have point shot going to Ana and Kratos going to the Kiriko. Gyro now on this Winston. We have had almost a full team swap up. Kiwi going on to the Sojourn now as they look to try and just capture this last bit of point. Gyro going in. Gets slept, but is Suzu'd, but it is not enough. Kratos now finished off by Ronan as they try to flee.
yeah, I can see GFI trying to pull out that dive compo I was mentioning earlier, but unfortunately with the Sojourn not really having the much, she has a lot of vertical mobility, but not enough to get onto the high ground on Dorado. And without your DPS supporting you, if you're diving as a tank, you're just going to get burst down and completely annihilated, just like Gyro did there. But of course, it's still playable, and you're able to get picks, although much more rarely. As
Here
and
goes
gets a
the
headshot to point
blade.
shock.
I wonder. No, there was no nano there. Kiwi finishes off Ronan, but J-Pro just gets nothing with that blade. And is camped out on this high ground. Getting focused down, though. Manages to be picked off. Gyro now with J-Pro charging onto stuff, but a nasty purple means... And a nano onto Alpha Lupem. They will not be able to finish off this point. And J-Pro and Kratos in such dodgy positioning. What is
Might still be able
Kratos
to
doing
get
right
it.
now? They're able to push back a little bit, but still they are 100% in danger. Gyro, though, manages to push back. And they are able to get out. Might be
Oh.
seeing Genji battle here. Oh,
Oh,
but
the deflect
Ronan.
timing. Oh,
So
that's a
clean
staple
on
of
this
Genji
Genji.
fights. As they get this
They
intro click
sleep
and a
onto
sleep onto
Gyro,
Gyro.
meaning that the Suzu isn't there for the 2 purple. They have to back off a little, but Dragons now coming down main manages to pick off Kratos. Such a necessary pick.
Gyro dead before he's able to even get his ult off to get that extra point. As
Ronan
we
pulling
get
a blade on top. We
and
have
he
the
finally
nano
gets
on
some
Kiwi,
kills.
but
As that is map 3, 3-0 for Mercy Girls. Wow. That was a
absolutely insane picks. Gyro though, this bomb was so key. We watch picks off both supports. Just
Ooh,
behind
almost.
the back of the cart.
Almost
Gets
is
the
able to
rematch
get that.
onto N, but still manages to
Still-
finish them off.
Man, what a heroic defense and offense, but unfortunately they just were not able to pull it off against Mercy Girls. And it looks like they're 2-2 in this tournament so far, and Mercy Girls going on to be 5-0, still undefeated. Man, what a game.
Absolutely dominant performance. Just absolutely incredible from the Mercy Girls.
Oh, man, I can't really expect any of the other games to follow that up well, but we're gonna be getting to the next one in how long?
Should be relatively soon here. We are gonna be joining Booba against, funny enough, the Mercy Girls.
Oh, okay. As much as I love Booba, I know some people on that squad. Uh, Unfortunately, I also know their skill cap. I don't want to be mean, but I really feel like Mercy Girls is gonna pull off another W here, if not another shutout.
However, I would like to say I am familiar with Hunter, who's a player they have added to the team today. And in fact, Hunter used to be a member of the DU Overwatch team. And during that time period, several years ago, DU Overwatch was absolutely dominant, having around about a 4.2k average.
Whoa, that's pretty impressive.
Yep. And so I'm curious to see if the addition of Hunter to this roster is really going to make a difference.
Yeah, we'll see. I know one of the people, Van, I'm pretty sure is a support player. They're quite good, and I hope to see them maybe get some sleeps off, some insane sleeps off, just like Point Shock did against Ronan. I feel like there was a lot of sleeps in this last series we had, maybe even 4 or 5 on Ronan alone, and that was a bit sad to see.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely interested to see how this next map goes. So, we will be taking a brief little pause here as the next lobby is set up. Unfortunately for our fans of Los Mojados, they have had some player issues, and as a result, will have to be forfeiting their games today. This is really unfortunate for them, as they were a really strong team, but ultimately just their players couldn't make it today. This, of course, means that they most likely will be seeded last next weekend for the actual, like, what is the word I'm looking for here? For the non-round robin matches. Pardon my misspeaking there. I completely zoned out. Playoffs! Thank you, Oliver. That is the word I am looking for. Playoffs. But we will be going to Booba's game next. And I believe it is Booba versus, as I said, the Mercy Girls coming up. That is our round 6 match. We unfortunately are going straight to round 6 for Booba, as, like I said, Los Mojados unfortunately is having some player issues, and as a result, has to forfeit their games today.
That is unfortunate. Do you know if those games would have been any fun to see? Are they any good?
Los Mojados showed a decent playing yesterday. I will say they weren't our strongest team, but they definitely showed some potential.
That's always good to see in these teams, as we're going to be playing with Booba and Mercy Girls again, right?
Yep, that should be the next match we are heading to.
Do you have any standout players on Booba that you know of, other than Hunter?
Again, we have not had a chance to feature Booba yet, which is why we are going to them next. And as a result, I don't know too much about them, but I am interested to see what they have. As I said, I know Hunter, and he was just an absolute standout player when he previously played for DU.
Oh, what type of heroes does he play?
For the most part, Hunter was an all-arounder, but ultimately played a variety of DPS characters.
Oh, okay.
Actually, quick change. We are going to be waiting, of course, to keep the teams on track. So Booba versus Mercy Girls is going to have to wait. We will be hopping into a different match as a result, because everybody else's round 5 is still happening, even if Booba's isn't. So, let us see. I believe a match that we might be hopping into, we might be sticking around with GFI, and we will be joining the Houston Traffic versus GFI game.
Okay.
Houston Traffic is very strong team. Seen a lot of good things from them. Houston Traffic, of course, has one of the DU Overwatch players, Kit Kate, who will be, who is often the tank. Have the invite now. And I will be getting us in here. Seems that they are on perhaps Route 66.
Are we going to be joining in halfway through?
It seems like we will be. They seemingly jumped straight on into this.
Looks like GFI is carrying their emotion over their loss maybe into a win this time. We'll see if they can go positive 3-2 now against the Houston Traffic.
Actually, it seems that we are getting in right for the beginning of this one. I was just a little bit confused because they seem to have been using the same lobby as last time, understandably so, and so they have yet to reset it from their previous Route 66. Definitely curious to see how that one went for them, but We shall see. Again, this next match we will be watching will be Houston Traffic versus GFI. Then we will be catching Mercy Girls versus Booba.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who do you think has the advantage in this game? Obviously, Houston Traffic has Kit Kate, their DU Overwatch player. And it looks like they all have the same player icon, which kind of scares me.
No doubt coordinating. I actually know a bit about Houston Traffic, that they are a group of friends who have been playing together since Overwatch 1. So I know they have a lot of synergy together. However, GFI, as I said, Gyro is also a tank player for us. And even despite their loss last round, I really think that they had some standout performances from J-Pro, from Kiwi, and Gyro with that frame perfect shatter was
Oh,
so
mm,
clean.
still gives me shivers. Ooh, shivering. But also point shot coming in with that Anna, all those Anna sleeps and good nades as well, and using their nanos correctly and using it to save their tanks, even if their Genji ult is up. I think that this is going to be an interesting match to see, as we've already seen GFI perform quite well, although Mercy Girls was a little bit better. And I can't wait to see this match get underway.
Absolutely. Houston Traffic here. Definitely a strong team. We did catch a little bit of their match with Mercy Girls yesterday. They are one of the few teams to have actually gotten a map up on Mercy Girls, going 1 and 3 in their
Oh.
matchup. So, definitely a team to watch out for here.
Completely agree with you. Anyone who can take a map off of Mercy Girls must be good.
Definitely a very tough team. Icarus has been playing tank for them and has just been having a really strong performance, seen a lot of good things. And honestly, sometimes it seems like they can just pull these maps out of nowhere. And
That's
so
a,
I am really excited to see what happens.
so am I. I have no background information about Houston Traffic, but based on the commentary from my co-host, I think that this is going to be maybe even a game for the ages, with Gyro coming out with their tank play and Icarus coming out with his, and we'll see another main tank battle. Hopefully, it'll be just as entertaining as the other one was, with each team getting massive plays on the tank side, with Gyro getting that amazing 2K with his bomb earlier, as well as that shatter. But he wasn't. Maybe him against Alpha wasn't the best matchup. So looks like we're still choosing. Looks like we're actually taking a little bit of a bathroom break. That's why it's taking so long. So GFI can get back into the rhythm and maybe release a little bit of tension in the bathroom. If you, never mind.
No, I have definitely had those moments where sometimes mid match set or in the middle of a tournament, you just have to go take 5 minutes, take a deep breath, refocus yourself, and really just get ready for this next game. Certainly going to be an interesting one. Looks like we might be going to Ilios. Haven't seen Ilios yet today, so this will be fun. Obviously, a lot of boop potential on Ilios. I will
Every
be
time.
excited to see who we can get on Lucio.
Ooh. I really want to see some good Lucio boobs. Maybe even some Winston play. Some boobs going from his ultimate on Lighthouse. But Well is going to be a fun map to see. I must admit, every time I get queued onto Ilios' support, I insta-lock Lucio, just because of how fun it is to wall ride around.
Absolutely. And we are getting in here.
Now arriving at Ilios.
So,
Initiating match.
we are on, it looks like Lighthouse first. Obviously not quite as much boot potential as well, but these edges here so close to the point can be so deadly.
So deadly and so threatening. But I'd say I think we might see some. Oh, looks like we're seeing an Echo out finally for the first time today, or Symmetra. We'll see what Houston has to say about their comp with the ball coming out and an Orisa coming out from Gyro. So, two different team comps, two different ideas. It looks like.
And now,
And I
of
think
course, we
Sorry.
don't see the Lucio. However, from Houston, both Brig and Zen have their own boops. So maybe not the traditional Lucio. However, still lots of danger.
Yeah, I feel like JPro's going to be in a lot of trouble here, under a lot of pressure, especially with that ball being around and being able to just get in and out of anywhere he wants to. As Kikate stays on the Symmetra and TP's their team to point, but Gyro's already on there. Ooh, with the ball coming in with a boop. Unfortunately, he's unable to find anyone as JPro gets a pick and Gyro also. We'll see how this map turns out, as GFI isn't pushing the point, and Houston might be able to just get control of it.
But maybe
as Icarus
not.
is almost booped off.
JPro, though, with some stellar picks. Kratos, too, wanting to get their name on the board. Only the ball is left, and seems like the ball might be, oh, barely manages to swing back on, but will likely, yep, there it is, into the void. That
Third
is
time's the charm
an
for that boop on the ball.
unfortunate stagger for Houston Traffic. Teams are regrouping now. Going for another teleport, this time onto the high ground though, looking to get JPro out of position. And they do just that, managing to finish them off. Now looking maybe for this Bastion here. Although Kate and Icarus finishing off the supports, this is going to be a much tougher fight now if GFI want to contest this. But it looks like they will not be, just sort of holding this position in this sort of corridor. Looking for a pick on Icarus. However, Icarus, being a ball, is able to roll away very quickly.
Looks like they've taken high ground control. Also, Icarus can do a pile drive right into four of GFI's team, but isn't able to get anything productive out of it, other than maybe some displacement as the Mail comes out and a Bastion ult with a whoa. That was a lot of stuff going on at once.
Off by the Bastion. Mines here on top of everything. Doesn't quite get anybody, but manages. Ooh, the pick onto the Brigitte. That is their main support, but we have the wall from Symmetra. This has been a really back and forth fight between the two teams. Oh, but Wong Kong going down. This might be it. Wyatt, though, looking to even the score. Kit as well, but Kit falls to point chop. Icarus now doing their best to hold on to the point, and maybe they are taking this back. An ult from Gyro in order to try and stay alive here, but it is not enough.
Unfortunately for GFI, that entire fight was while the point was under control of Houston, so they weren't able to get much out of it, unfortunately, other than maybe some ult charge, but unfortunately Gyro used his already. And I think they're having some trouble trying to play into this ball with how mobile he is. But JPro is able to get a pick onto Wong Kong, opening up an opportunity for his team with the Lucio to speed in onto point. With the beat coming in as well. And Icarus getting booped off the map by a javelin from Gyro.
Two players make that 3 and 4. Now Wong Kong has to back off, coming back from spawn. That was a brutal retake by GFI.
Yeah, JPro getting that opening pick onto Wong Kong, that Lucio taking his beat out of the fight and taking out some of Houston's mobility out of the way as JPro ults, uses Deadeye trying to find a pick, maybe onto Wyatt, as he's hiding behind the bell tower. JPro just standing there. waiting
Doesn't
as Wongkong's
quite
on the
manage to
top
get
ground.
anyone. Wongkong though taking the high ground. This is a really good position because now J-Pro and Kratos are forced in this awkward position. Wyatt pulling out this visor as well as the bombs on point. However, GFI is not gonna give this up easily. Lots of back and forth.
Oh,
Almost
Kiwi
the
almost
boop.
getting booped. Oh.
However,
KK is getting crucial picks here, especially with that Family Hammer onto the Bastion, but isn't able to find
but
them,
a
unfortunately.
Bastion in turret form is something you never want to see as a solitary DPS. Icarus falls, taking out Kratos. The beat drop here is huge from Wongkong. This gives them such sustainability coming into this, but Gyro coming back is not good. They're still waiting. An ult here.
Two.
This spells doom for Houston Traffic. The Deadeye from a little ways out from KitKat doesn't manage to get anything, but neither does the Bastion ult. KitKat is finished off though. Icarus desperate to stay on this point and keep this point contested, but it is not enough. And GFI taking this first point.
Well, that is a comforting sight to see, especially after they were down 96% to 37, and they were able to bounce back and keep that point under contention. It was a good show. It was a great display of skill from GFI.
Brief interruption here. We have a hydrate redeemed by Oliver. So, thank you, Oliver. I will be taking a drink of my Sprite here.
Is it as good as McDonald's Sprite or not?
It's the Sprite Zero Sugar, which honestly, it's so good.
Okay.
Not
I have
that
a
we are
Celsius with
sponsored
me right
by,
now, so.
Sprite or anything of the sort, or Celsius,
But they should.
But they should.
should.
Um.
Okay, it looks like
So-
we're seeing a Roadhog coming out from Gyro for this well. Just maybe seeing to see if he can get some hook potential or get that CC onto Icarus to stop him from bullying his team, but he misses his first hook. As we're seeing a passive play from both teams with a Torbjorn out from the side of GFI from Kratos Sport.
Interesting that we see Kiwi on the Lucio
Yeah,
now
a little bit of a
instead
swap
the
up.
DPS. Icarus though with the two-person boop, likely securing this point for Houston to start this off. Mercy
Darkness
gets
hooked into the well. Oh.
But since it's a Mercy, it's a lot easier to get out as long as you have friends nearby.
Goddamn Moth. But as we see, Houston Outlaws.
Houston Traffic.
Whoa, Houston Traffic. I'm sorry, I've watched
I
too much
do
Overwatch
know.
League.
Several of the members of this team are in fact big fans of the Houston Outlaws.
That's a fair thing. They almost got to the grand finals this year as
Ooh.
KK's hooked, but isn't able to be killed. Probably because
Now
of
we
those
have
Roadhog.
KK on the hog. Taking that copy, isn't quite able to get anything yet. Goes for the hook, but can't quite get J-Pro.
Hopefully they'll be able to build off this ultimate, but unfortunately
Nothing
it's not able to and
quite
almost died.
happens.
As Wyatt's playing very aggressively on that Reaper, but he has to shift up, so he's able
We
to get out
have-
safely. As J-Pro gets a pick out to
J-Pro.
KK, but do
Their
they get the res? They
res-
don't get the res! They do!
They
Okay.
barely get that res, but unfortunately they lose Wyatt in that time. However, KitKat is swift to bring retribution, firing back on J-Pro.
Ooh, beautiful pick by Icarus onto Kratos. His slams have been on point so far. He's been setting up his team really well for pushes, and has been just doing a very good job bullying the backline, not being caught out or killed.
They're trying to focus Icarus, but Ball, just being so quick, is able to get out. The ult here from Gyro and Kiwi keep this team alive. It seems to be a pretty aggressive beat drop. J-Pro now ulting as well. Seems like most of the members of GFI are just throwing ults in here. KitKat, though, firing back with a pick on point shot, which can be devastating. Oh! No! Wyatt Death Blossom, but gets booped into the well.
Wow.
97%.
Been seeing a lot of
GFI.
ultimates go to waste today. Especially in games that GFI are playing, but those are the only ones I've observed. but it looks like they have
Icarus
control over the
here
point. They're playing very
on
safely
this
right now.
high ground. Curious to see, will they go for the boot?
Into the well. Oh.
Wait for it.
Oh.
Oh, so close on
Oh.
point shot, but not quite. The rest of GFI rallying around them. We
Uh-oh.
now have a coalescence visor and the rush. However, back and forth on both teams. Icarus is taken down,
Oh.
but Reds.
Almost booped into the well, and he gets a pick onto Kiwi with the mines. But Kit Kat is able to come back, and
They're
looks
gonna
like
have to
Houston
rush to
get this point.
but I don't know anyone will be able to contest.
Point shock.
Nope.
Almost able to touch the point.
And with that, we
Ooh.
are going to a third control point, giving us a really competitive showing here between Houston Traffic and GFI.
Hopefully we'll see some Widow on Ruins. It's always a fun game to see, but I feel like Kit Kat's gonna... I thought they were gonna stay on the Echo, but looks like they're going to the Widow for sure.
Fun little fact here is that Icarus and Gyro are in fact both named Ethan. So we have the battle of the Ethan tanks.
5, 4,
Let's see who is gonna win this one out. Gyro on the
capture
Winston at this point.
Doesn't look like Kit Kat will be able to have very many opportunities to get any shots off, especially with J-Pro on the Tracer and Gyro on the Winston maybe being able to bully her.
The one
But-
nice thing though,
Icarus getting an
Icarus
early pick onto Gyro, I think, with the help
denying
of a
that.
headshot from Kit Kat. Being able to get the health pull down quickly is...
team is a
crucial.
little bit scrambled here with Icarus just rolling through repeatedly. Wyatt contesting here, little bit of a scrap with Kit Kat pushing farther up. Definitely somebody to watch out for on this Widowmaker.
I must
However,
say, I wouldn't mind seeing a Sombra pick into Houston's comp right now, especially to counter that ball
we
who's
have
just
the
bullying them.
Counter Widow though. Ooh.
J-Pro getting a pick onto Wyatt. Easy as butter.
And now we have Gyro diving onto Kit Kat on the Winston. Manages to pick her off. That immortality field, it's just a second too late. Icarus now mining on point, but doesn't get much of anything. Wong Kong and Icarus both just trying to hold on to this point. We have Wyatt now on the Junkrat and Kit Kat on the Reaper.
As Icarus gets a pick onto GFI, one of GFI's supports with Moira especially, that's very dangerous as
Oh, the
point shock
rush.
falls. Oh
Houston
no.
Traffic really just coming together here. Icarus with those long stall times, allowing for their team to regroup and push back in.
Especially getting that pick onto the Moira was definitely useful in that situation with the mines. As Gyro swaps from Winston to Sigma. An interesting pick into the comp that Houston is playing right now. Especially with that ball being played. But we'll see how it works out for GFI.
The nice thing about Sigma in this instance, though, is that he has the rock as well as he's so much less vulnerable to this Reaper. But we're coming up on 90% for Houston Traffic, 0 so far for GFI. Oh, but Gyro getting this opening pick here is a good start for them to be able to take this back, but Kit Kat firing back. They are already down to GFI, however, can they turn this around? Icarus is such a slippery ball player, though it looks like they might be able to turn things around for the moment.
I'm interested to see where this junk pick goes, especially into the Sigma. Sigma's shield won't be up for very long in this match, I feel like, because of the spam that Junkrat provides, especially with the Riptide that he has up now. Maybe he's going to try to get a pick onto one of the supports. As Gyro
Ooh.
falls, I think we're going to see
That's
Wyatt
such a
release that tire as we see.
devastating
Maybe getting
pick.
the Bastion.
Manages. Oh, Kit Kat in the back gets 2. Just such a rapid succession of ults. means that GFI just can't stand against them.
Wow. Yeah, that ball play was really impressive from Icarus, just being able to stall out those points no matter what map it was on.
Absolutely.
With the play of the game, hopefully it'll be that boop that we saw on Well. I think it
Yep,
is.
looks like it will be the double boot right
Oh!
at the beginning. Gets both Kiriko and the Torb before going for the Lucio. Maybe not quite getting it, but an incredible boop nonetheless.
Yeah, well. Good to see some on this map. Always good to see. As we're going to be moving towards a hybrid map now. See if we get King's Row again, maybe? Or what else is on the map
We
pool?
have King's Row, Eichenwald, and Paraiso.
Oh, okay. I would love to see some Eichenwald. Especially with the Widow play that we've been seeing. And maybe some Tracer.
I would love to see some Paraiso. We haven't had a chance to see it yet, but Eichenwald would also be fun. Seeing as the only time we have seen Eichenwald, it was a full hold from the Mercy Girls. So
Whoa.
unfortunately, we did not get to see much of the map at all.
I feel like in this match we have a bit of a more even playing field. So hopefully we'll be able to see an extended version of that map. Because, Eichenwald is it's a classic, to say the least.
It absolutely is. Though Paraiso is a new map for Overwatch 2, it definitely has an interesting play style to it. The second point, after you cap that first objective, so much of the map just opens up. It is so closed off for that initial objective. So, I would love to be able to see some Paraiso, especially because there are such dynamic high grounds, and I would love to see more of this Winston, more of this Ball, just some really interesting comps here we're getting from Houston Traffic and GFI.
Yeah, especially with the obscene amount of high ground control that Paraiso can offer either team. I feel like either Icarus would go for the Rhine to hold the low ground and have maybe a Genji or something holding high ground with a soldier spamming from up top, or go back to that ball and just slam over and over again. With maybe a little bit of a dive comp with some echo coming up from Kit again. But I'd love to see them on McCree because they showed a performance last time as well as on Reaper.
Absolutely. But we've also seen J Pro is a strong contender on that McCree and should not be counted out. However, we're getting some swaps here, and Wong Kong is being swapped out for Agathorn. We are going to the
Kings Row
Classic.
again. Whoa! 2 games in one day on Kings Row. We'll see what this one has to offer because the last one set the bar pretty high.
I am excited to see. I would not be surprised if we get another May right here in the beginning for the defending team of Houston Traffic.
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to see a Reaper at some point, especially if one of the teams decides to pick a Winston, but we'll probably won't see that on the first point. Maybe the third, the last one, but I hope we'll see some Ryan v Ryan again, maybe some Sigma, see some big plays.
I
Big
would
shadows.
love to see some Ryan versus Ryan, and I really would love to see. Not sure if they will make these compositional switches, but I would love to see our 2 tank players, Kit Kate and Gyro, go against each other in the Rhine battle. But it seems as though Icarus is going to be playing the tank for Houston Traffic, so we can settle for the Ethan versus Ethan Rhine battle.
Hopefully we'll be able to see this battle continue throughout the entire series today. But I must admit, Kate is playing a damn good game on DPS for a tank player. And it's not always an easy transition between those 2 roles.
She is a very strong flex player and can absolutely pull out the DPS when she has to.
One thing I do miss about the time before roll queue was seeing what kind of comps people could come up with to best suit their players. And I'd like to imagine a game where Kate is playing a third tank, but there aren't any supports, so it's not really goats.
Not quite goats, but almost. Looks like we are getting the Brig, Ana, Echo, May, Rhine. From
Looks like we're gonna.
Houston
sorry.
Traffic.
Yeah, looks like we're gonna see another Lucio Ana from the side of Gyro on this first point. Hopefully they'll be able to speed
on
through.
The May now.
Oh,
This
Kratos
is a large
going.
comp switch up.
Yeah, Kratos is really playing all the roles today. Support, DPS, tank, whatever you need, they'll be there.
I will be interested to see how Gyro does on this May. Not seen much of their DPS thus far. Let's see. No
Oh,
wall,
wall comes out
for
late.
Houston Traffic. It just doesn't get much, but Agathorn coming in with that nade there. Back and forth picks. Ultimately, though, Kratos taking this aggressive positioning and just rushing through. Kate being one of the few players remaining and sort of hiding away in this corner. Although Gyro is not about to let her stay hidden there. Icarus coming in for a recontest, but both Rhines are slept. Taking a quick nap, but Icarus with a nice pick onto Point Shock. Maybe Houston will be able to turn this around at 97.1, but J-Pro and Kratos not wanting to give up their point. And in fact, they take it. Kiwi taking a quick little nap here, but J-Pro finishing off Agathorn.
Good display of Reinhardt capabilities by Kratos here, already having ult up, being 23% ahead of his counterpart. Looks like the Battle of Ethans isn't going on, but the Battle of Rhine still is.
Kate having to back off after poking a little bit, taking quite a bit of damage. The wall does not separate Icarus, but it does force them to back off a little bit. There is the shatter from Kratos. Manages to get 3, but the sleep from Agathorn. We have a little bit of an
As
arena going
Icarus
in here.
has his ult up, he might shatter their team. No shield, no shield. Oh, no.
The Blizzard goes
As an
down,
ult.
manages to land, but and now the Blossom.
Oh, and the Nano from both sides going out with the shatter finally.
shatter.
And a beat going out. So many ults being used today, but I think Houston might come out on top here. Or not. There's only 2 of them left versus 3 on the side of GFI.
However, going in with that ult, but does not get anything with it. Lots of ults used in that fight. I'm a little concerned for GFI, who used everything there.
Yeah, and Wyatt is coming up on his Blizzard, as well as them Houston already having Brig ult, so it looks like they're going to push through. I think they're going to be launching the May ult right now. They're going to freeze at least 3. Freeze the Ana.
That's a big
And the
pick
May.
on the Ana. Ryan goes down too, and Kate hunting down that Lucio. And that is a hold from Houston Traffic.
Just
J-Pro
like you
here
said.
scrambling to get out, but just barely doesn't make it.
Yeah, just like you said, that lack of ultimates on the side of GFI really condemned that fight there. And Houston were only required to use 1, which was the Blizzard coming out from Wyatt. So
And they
I
are
think this
building
next-
up 80% to another shatter from Icarus while still holding on to that rally. Little
And
bit of
GFI
spam.
is GFI swapped to the Zenyatta from the Lucio in favor of the Lucio. I guess it's for more survivability in those larger fights that we've seen this game, so that they have a trance and they don't have to die if they go in. As
Wyatt here goes for the
won't.
wall, but doesn't quite wall J-Pro off. Little bit of back and forth we've got going on here. Icarus with a 3-man shatter, stopping the charge in its tracks, leaving only J-Pro left to flee, but even he will not be able to get out. Walled off effectively. Just an absolute dominant fight from Houston, and again, they only used one ultimate.
And Briggs still has her ult up from 2 minutes ago. I have not had to use it yet.
Recycling here is so clean from Houston traffic. J-Pro
Right here,
does
Kratos.
have this blossom. Kratos, that shatter. Here's the rally. Will Kratos? Oh, absolutely denied that. However, they are coming through. Kit with the pick onto the Rhine, but the May ice block blocks the shatter.
It's still going
though,
Houston's way.
Still going. Kratos, the only one on point, although we have J-Pro on the Sojourn now. An interesting pick. Wyatt, however, and Kit able to just cling onto this point. Icarus and the rest of Houston back now. But we have a Blizzard and almost a Transcendence for GFI. I'm curious. Oh, an early pick on the Kit is bad, but
what a massive blizzard! 4 people inside of it.
4 trapped, and just like that, GFI's push is denied.
Gosh, just excellent use of ults by the side of Houston. Like you said, amazing cycling. They just used the Brig ult, but they were able to save it for so long, and they were able to build up another Blizzard and just absolutely annihilate GFI in that fight.
And now, for Houston, we almost have a Shatter up, and we have a Nano. A combination you do not want to see. However, GFI still holding onto this Blizzard and this Transcendence. There goes the Blizzard, as I say that. Placed behind them, forcing Wyatt into a dangerous position before they are picked off. That is one person down for Houston, and a nice wall, but the Nano coming in. Kratos with the 2-man shatter they manage to pick off Dark Sun, and it is just Agathorn left. Though they fight valiantly, it is not enough, and now GFI has 10 seconds to push this little bit, but Houston has the shatter. Can they bring it in here for the end just to get this point? Charged in. Kratos with that nano. There goes the shatter, but the Transcendence saving things. Wyatt with the wall here isn't pinned, but we have the Ana, interestingly, from Kit, but she is picked off. GFI here doing their best and managing to fight this through. Dark Sun, interesting with the rally. I know that I wouldn't have popped that there. That was maybe not the best usage of the ult. It feels like there that Houston has just honestly reversed positions and thrown everything into that fight. They have a Blizzard coming up, but that is about it. Whereas GFI has the Blizzard, almost a shatter. As I say that, there is that shatter ready. 2 ults. Oh, and a shot onto Agathorn. And Icarus falling. The Blizzard
oh my god.
in.
With a Genji,
What can Kit do? They pick off the Ana and Zen. No supports for GFI, but Rhine and May on point. A Genji does not want to see a May because they cannot deflect that left click, but they managed to pick off Kratos. Oh, and Gyro just staggering themselves. Oh, Icarus slept, but there's no one there to capitalize.
Ooh. Man, that was an unfortunate fight for the side of GFI. Just not being able to get those picks, and that massive Blizzard coming in from Wyatt being able to set up some more
Icarus
picks.
big here. Kratos has that shatter, but slams it down. Doesn't quite get anyone with the shatter. However, the shatter on from Icarus also doesn't get anything.
My god, Point Shock with his reaction times today with sleeps and transcendence timings is
We have Kit
on
though.
point.
J-Pro finds them. Kit Oh, just picked off. Will they have the stall? No, they do not. GFI.
At least they got it in overtime.
Finishing this point in overtime.
Man, Point Shock has been terrific these last 2 series.
Absolutely.
His response time to seeing shatters go off and just sleeping them instantly, or using Transcendence to dodge them and save his team twice. Oh, really good play from Point Shock right now. But also from Kratos being able to, stand against Icarus here in this tank 1v1.
Absolutely. It's been interesting seeing the usage of the shatters. At the end there, neither Ryan really getting value from their ult, which is interesting, seeing as how Shatter can be such an influential ult.
Yeah, 100%. As we see here, KitKat going for the Widow, and they're going for Mercy comp, which is probably a good. It's a very good pick actually into a Zenyatta Ana backline, and J Pro playing the Sojourn isn't necessarily head scan, so they're gonna have a hard time trying to pick off that Fair Mercy from the sky. So I'm excited to see what Wyatt is gonna pull out of the bag with this pick.
Let's see if KitKat here can get an opening pick. Getting damage boosted for this. Takes a couple quick shots at the Rhine, but nothing really there. And now swapping to the Bastion. The Pharmacy up, already firing. Gyro does not manage to get a good wall. However, it does force them out. J-Pro picking off the Pharah, but the res is there. And unfortunately, it's just the supports and J-Pro left behind. J-Pro fighting valiantly, but it isn't quite enough. And Houston takes point A convincingly. We have the Ramatra switch, interestingly enough, from Kratos. I'm curious.
I haven't played him since release. Is he still any good?
His ultimate has been nerfed, as it was entirely dominating when it had the unlimited time frame. It has now been limited to 20 seconds, and when players are in it, it decreases slower than it would if no players are in it.
I see.
However, Houston Traffic have already cleared this tough choke and are heading around this first corner. GFI not really able to hold here, and J-Pro going down just cements that. The barrage onto Kratos finishes them off. Oh, and the Ryan coming in. Nano Zenyatta?
Oh, getting 2 picks with it, maybe even 3.
Picks,
Three! Might even be able to
get
get 4 onto Dark Assassin, but he's not
No.
able to make it. That would have been the play of the day if that had pulled through for a 5K.
Wyatt and Dark Sun pulling up here. The window allowing for the potential. Kratos is gonna have to push in hard, and Icarus is already back. Oh, the Shatter connects onto 1, and Houston Traffic so
6
dominant on this
minutes on the
attack.
clock. Oh, so much time in the bank right now. Of course, as we all know, this point might be a bit hard to push, but I think they might be able to get
a
that
pick
extra
onto
minute. but-
Kiwi. That is their main support. We have 3 ults for GFI, and I'm interested to see how they use them. There is the Bastion ult from Houston Traffic going after J-Pro, but J-Pro is able to escape.
However, Kiwi Royalty is not
No.
being picked off by the Bastion.
Here we see this Ramatra ult. Kratos very low. Oh, and a boop onto Point Shock. Losing 2 is so devastating here. J-Pro coming up on this Bob, though. If they can get this, that might just be the key piece. But no! They are taken down. Kiwi, the only one left on point, desperately stalling here. We have Kratos coming in on the Diva. The Shatter catches both of them. but point shot coming in with the cleanse. J-Pro on Tracer lurking around this cart. Has to recall, but is still, oh, and with a devastating 4 minutes, 22 seconds.
2-0. That must be a bit of a devastating loss there on that push, but oh my gosh, and they keep the entire remaining 4 minutes and 22 seconds going to this next half on attack. All they need is a tick. All they need is a tick.
Single tick. They have, in fact, more time than they started with. This is brutal for GFI.
But we can't give up on them yet. I've seen things on this first point that have completely changed my perspective on how important time is to a team, and there's always that chance that G5 is going to come out on top and be able to pull off a comeback.
GFI, but this is going to be so tough for them. That spawn for defenders is so close and yet so far at the same time. Losing people here, especially the Ashe, the Baptiste, the Ana, they are going to take so long to get back to point. And so if they lose these heroes, I'm worried that they won't be able to get them back in time. It'll just depend on the stalling ability. We have a Ramatra from Icarus here, pushing out. They immediately are getting through this choke. A teleport up to high ground. They are booped off, however. They have put themselves in a great position here to begin pushing on to this point. Icarus pushing in here. Kratos not wanting to let him on this point. Ooh, and a nade onto Dark Sun means that they will have to hold off on their push. Kiwi confirming that. And Gyro with picks onto the Symmetra and the Ramatra.
Now, that's the kind of defense you want to see, especially on these points. But eventually, Houston will be able to get a hold of their ults, and especially that Symmetra on this first point is going to counter the going to counter GFI's Bastion.
Already with a nano. That is incredible. We have been in this match for under a minute, and we already have that nano ready.
As well as Kike almost having a Bastion ult, which is going to be a little bit dangerous for GFI's
They're
back line.
wrapping around here, going up to the high ground to force out the supports. They break
It looks like
the teleporter.
Kike might have missed the message as they went out the wrong side of the hotel, missing the teleporter and getting picked off.
Still a strong position held here by Houston Traffic. Ooh, is J-Pro gonna get surprised?
Ooh.
Just barely makes it out, but a Nano Rhine is not something you want to see, and I think this might be it for GFI, unless Gyro can pull out a stunning performance. Point shock goes down, and I think that will be it for GFI on this Kings Row map.
A good try for sure. They got 2 minutes down the clock, but unfortunately,
With a
with
4
4
minutes
minutes
to get a
22
single tick.
seconds.
It just
That's a little bit much
seems
to ask for.
Absolutely. A clean shatter here. Picks up 3. And finishes off the Mei out of cryostasis. The Reaper going down a moment later after being walled off. Houston Traffic here just showing absolute dominance on that map.
I have to agree with you completely. There was good single play by members of GFI, especially Point Shock. Shout out to him. But they just weren't able to pull it together in the end, and unfortunately were felled by Houston Traffic on this map. But they still have a chance. They can reverse sweep this still, as we're going to be going to an escort map next, I presume. And I wonder what map we're going to have next.
Yeah, going to escort.
I also wonder who's going to be playing tank for GFI this game.
Yeah, they've had
It's
a
gonna
lot
be
of
Kratos?
switching around. Although it did seem like Kratos was the most comfortable on that Rhine. So I imagine they will be holding Kratos in that position. But we are going to have to wait and see.
Absolutely.
Currently figuring out which map they are going to, I imagine. Would love to see more of the Widow on some of these maps, but it will be interesting. Yes, as our wonderful sponsor Joyer has said in chat, Nano in under 1 minute. That is incredible. I could see something like a BAP window or a coalescence coming up that fast, but a Nano takes so much longer to build. Truly, just showing off the skill that Agathorn has on that Ana.
Yeah, as well as as well as Icarus going into that fight as Ramattra, being able to tank a lot of damage, having a big ass health pool, and Agathorn being able to capitalize off of that and solo heal him and build that ult up really quickly. Changed the outcome of that game for sure.
Absolutely. We are
Junkertown.
going to Junkertown.
Another one of my favorites.
Absolutely. I really enjoy Junkertown. It is just such a fun map. It has so many little high ground niches that you can hop onto in order to get those really good sight lines for snipers. So I'm excited to see. We have Wongkong coming in for Agathorn. Not for Agathorn, pardon me, coming in with Agathorn. They are taking out Dark Sun. Interesting choice here.
I will.
Egg Sandwich has redeemed Hydrate, so thank you so much for the 500 bits. We'll be taking a brief sip of my drink, and I invite all of our listeners to also take a drink as well. Make sure to hydrate.
Let's get some slurps in the chat. Everyone say slurp in the chat.
It is very important to keep yourself hydrated while playing Overwatch.
Especially with zero sugar Sprite or sparkling starfruit pineapple edition Celsius.
Exactly. All right. We are on Junkertown.
I remember when this map released, I was so happy about it. Especially in the attacking spawn, those two little plates where you can press down and go into the little treasure trove.
Exactly.
I didn't know how to do that for the longest time.
Yeah, I definitely had to have some friends show me that feature, but definitely such a fun map. And I love how they have finally incorporated Junker Queen into the game with Overwatch 2.
Yes.
Having been teased for so long with the map and her throne and everything. It is so fun to see a character so associated with a map, as well as Sojourn with New Queen Street and Canada. I just love when the characters have their own, like, home maps.
5, 4.
But
Yeah, it ties everything in together with the lore, as it looks like Wongkong is on DPS this round with Wyatt going for the
sneaky
Kiriko.
little spot here from Wongkong. Let's see what they can get. We have the Widow from Kiwi. Oh, Kit Kate taken out, but rezzed immediately. J-Pro on the Hanzo. Gyro back on the Sigma. And Kratos on Kiriko, but J-Pro taking out that Mercy. That is
This
such
double
a
sniper
pick.
comp.
We have Wong Kong again on these flanks, but I don't
Oh
know.
no, the TP!
Having to back out. The TP doesn't get them anywhere, and they are forced to run for the Mega.
Thankfully, Wong Kong's able to get out
GFI
safely.
showing such a strong point here already.
Oh, Kiwi royalty.
Again.
Kiwi! Come on!
Kiwi.
J-Pro! Oh, I was
J-Pro
about to talk
get their
about
name
it.
in there too, but
But,
Kiwi.
I was about to talk about it, but
absolutely
ooh,
dirty
J-Pro.
play.
GFI
Let's see.
utilizing this double sniper comp to the maximum
Now
potential
have
on this part of
Icarus
the map.
back on the ball, getting picked off by Kiwi. Let's see. Kate coming up. Can they? Oh, Kiwi so close. The two snipers dueling here. Can't. Oh!
Oh!
Kate
and it's
getting
a
it,
trade.
but Kratos making up for Kiwi's missed shot there.
And
Those
unfortunately for
Kiriko
KitKat,
headshots.
and unfortunately for KitKat, they're gonna have to respawn all the way back there.
Swapping
it's gonna
to
be a
the
little bit of a
Genji
road.
now.
Oh.
Kiwi having these sights,
Oh.
keeping an eye out. Ooh, J-Pro. An early pick like that is so devastating for Houston traffic. Let's see,
Man.
Icarus lurking, goes rolling through, doesn't quite hit anybody, but likely wrapping around. A little bit of fighting in here. We got Kiriko's, we got the Genji, we got the Widow. Icarus slept, that's bad news, especially since they can actually hit Wrecking Ball's head when they are slept. Ooh, Wyatt though, getting a pick onto that Widow. Icarus diving J-Pro, but J-Pro is backed up. KitKat getting point shock, but J-Pro not too happy about their Ana going down. Icarus though, evening things up here. This looks like it'll be a stopping point for GFI. They're gonna
Wyatt's
have
in
to.
trouble.
Ooh. Wyatt forced to back out. Wong Kong on the Tracer now. Kratos
looks-
so low, but getting healed back up now. Both supports being harassed by Icarus, but ooh, the mines could be devastating, and they are. Kratos so close, but not quite able to get out. Point
Icarus is
shot.
coming through with these plays, killing both supports.
J-Pro,
But
though.
GFI getting 2 picks, killed KitKat, getting the trade in.
Ooh.
Oh, but J-Pro is so clean with these headshots on this map right now. Being absolutely devastating on the hands up, and GFI is able to push it up closer
Still
to the end of the second
pushing
point.
Through. Icarus here now to contest, but the Dragon's coming through. Don't quite get Icarus, but still a nice deterrent. Here comes the Dragon Nano Blade, and both rushes from the Kirikos. Oh, KitKat though denied with the rock by Gyro, but the rest of Houston coming through to finish off GFI.
Ooh,
I
another
can
Nano
tell you,
Blade bites the
KitKat,
dust.
Ooh,
Ugh.
I bet she is not happy right now. That was such a brutal denial. J-Pro
A
on the
Torbjorn
Torb.
now. He was doing pretty well on the Hanzo. I'm surprised to see him swap,
Although,
especially
to
to a
be
Torbjorn against
fair,
a
the
ball.
Torb turret can be so. There it is. I
Ooh, there
was
we
just
go.
about to say, turret is so devastating for some of these squishy flankers that it really just deters you from diving them too hard. It looks like we're taking high ground. A little bit of a spat here. Kiwi deflecting the nade. We have the
Mace.
Gravitic Flux, but we miss everyone. KitKat diving onto point shock here. Gets her. We have the high noon from Kiwi, but a lot of trades going back and forth here. Not sure who is gonna win this. It is just the tanks. Oh, but Agathorn on the high ground might just swing this in favor. Yes, swings it in favor of Houston.
What a defense. What a fight. So many trades going on there simultaneously. It was hard to see who was going to win that fight, but Agathor was on that high ground and was able to keep his tank
We
up.
have the
This Icarus
brick
is going
now
in.
for Kratos. J-Pro on the Sojourn and Junk for Wong Kong. Deflex the Sojourn slow there. Icarus diving in, but is definitely going to have a tougher time now with the Brigitte being there to defend there. Ana Kiwi getting an immediate pick onto Wong Kong. A huge play, but Point Shock solo and purple. Will they be alright? No, they are not with Icarus rolling through. Kiwi Royalty managed to get Wyatt, but Kit Kate is there to clean them up. It is just the Brig and the Sigma. Never mind, it is just Sigma on point here. Pushing a little bit further, trying to get every meter possible in these last couple seconds.
GFI just wasn't able to dive on her to be able to get a pick on her, and she was always alive.
Lucio Point Shock just barely manages it on. Kit Kate, though, with a Nano Blade, picks off the Reaper Point Shock, trying to keep this point alive, but just can't. Kratos touching only for a second, and with Gyro being on Sigma, he is far too slow to make it. And we see held on second point here.
Junkertown is such an interesting map. The first portion of it, it's obviously an outright sniper duel if you have good snipers. And GFI showed that they have significant prowess in that aspect of this map, but each stage progressively gets more and more claustrophobic with more and more high ground, and it's going to start rewarding sniper play less and less, which is what we saw. And I felt like GFI panicked a little bit and didn't know what to pick with all those swaps coming in from J-Pro, from the Hanzo to the Torbjorn to the Sojourn, and just not really being able to know how to deal with Houston's comp, especially that Ana on the high ground in the back. They weren't able to get a pick on her, and she was able to keep her team alive throughout every fight. And I feel like that lack of focus on Houston's supports by GFI was their downfall in this part of the map.
Absolutely. They just couldn't get an ult together. And I think that is really what led to their downfall. It was because ults, even Torb ult, could have been really good with keeping players off the point in order to get that second point, but they just kept switching.
Exactly. We're not seeing the same kind of ultimate cycling on GFI side as we saw on the side of Houston last game on Kings Row. It's kind of just not quite there yet for GFI.
Yep, they definitely need just a little bit more practice here. J-Pro, Kiwi, doing their best to pull this out for them, but as I say that, Icarus goes down along with Wyatt.
I think we might be seeing a swap off of the Monkey because of that. Yeah, right to the Zarya because of that early pick. Reaper can be pretty devastating against a tank like Monkey.
Yep.
And we'll see. This is my first time seeing Zarya in any of these series, so it'll be interesting to see how Icarus plays this into Gyro and into Kiwi.
Got to see a little bit of Zarya yesterday, but Kit Kate taken down. J-Pro so comfortable up here on this high ground, just firing into Icarus, forcing the remainder of Houston to back off. Zen here, such an unfortunate position for Wyatt to be in.
Yeah, and although GFI is holding this very well, they aren't really getting much ult charge off of this. Although Icarus has already swiped once again and is dead. Once again, just kind of not being able to find his groove yet here. But
Absolutely.
It looks like Gravitic Flux is coming on for Gyro soon, as well as Transcendence for Point Shock. And they're going to have 4 ultimates in this.
Taking this duel with J-Pro. However, getting picked out by Kiwi Royalty. Kiwi really coming alive here. Icarus falling off the map, maybe? Not
Might
quite
be
sure
another
what
swap
happened
we'll see.
there.
Yeah, another swap. 4th hero going to Sigma. Still trying to find that spot where he can actually push through and not die.
Just struggling here to really find what tank feels right. Kit Kate maybe going on a flank here, wrapping around, but is immediately spotted out and taken down. Kiwi taking on. We use the
Oh,
Transcendence
and
here.
interesting use of that ult, especially since Houston's coming up, is definitely coming up on ults, and I'm pretty sure GFI should know that. But that Transcendence is going to be a
Absolutely.
massive play in the next fight, especially with Wyatt having it up. I don't.
Oh,
Oh my
J-Pro.
gosh! What a
That
rock
is a
onto
loss
J-Pro.
they cannot afford. J-Pro has just been holding on to this point for them, and point shot going down is another devastating loss. Kiwi here pulling out the Death Blossom, but slept.
the hell?
Wyatt pulling out the Transcendence.
Whoa!
I have to believe that that is a
There's a
fat
misclick,
finger
right?
because
It has to be. That was a bit delayed for the Reaper ult too, and he was
too late
already
for the
slept.
Reaper ult. He was slept. Everyone else was dead.
That
I
is really
have
not
to
good for
believe,
Houston right now.
because
Although they
if
do have Nano Bob up.
They do. Here comes that gravitic flux. No transcendence. Oh my gosh!
J-Pro!
J-Pro pulling
Oh my
this
God.
out.
What
Oh my God!
the hell just happened?
Incredible from J-Pro to just annihilate that push entirely.
Oh
But
my
I have
God.
to point out that was all of GFI's ults. Houston
We'll see.
traffic coming in with a nano and a gravitic flux.
Although we know how easily it is to miss those gravitic fluxes, so we don't know if Icarus is
Here
going
it
to be
is.
capitalized. Oh, yes he is. He gets two.
Manages to
J-Pro's
catch
definitely dead
two.
already.
J-Pro
Ooh.
down, the nano
And the
in.
Nano.
Will they be able to hold? Nano Sigma in your backline is not something you want to see. And Icarus picking up 3. Kate swapping to this Widow here in the very end, looking for that one-shot pick potential to really just ensure that they get this point. Down to overtime, though. Such a stark contrast from GFI.
Yeah, they went out no holds barred, and unfortunately it backfired on them as Houston had enough time to recontest the payload and win this fight and get to the second part of this map, which
Icarus with
admittedly it's hard to attack.
another swap onto the Winston.
Mikey.
They pick off
Looks
Kiwi
like-
Royalty, though. That's a good way to start out this fight. The cart is still moving.
Yeah, with no mercy left, GFI are.
Ooh,
but they
but
find a pick onto
Icarus.
Icarus and onto Wong
Kong.
Kong.
But Kate up top here is gonna be deadly. They don't have this high ground control, but as I say that, she does get rocked. She gets out, but she has to give up that high ground with Kiwi taking it back.
Yeah, most of the time, once you lose your tank and the enemy team has an advantage, number advantage, and their tank, most of the times you're gonna lose, which is why it's crucial that Gyro and Icarus stay alive.
Icarus holding the high ground. We're trading here. The Widow is down, but so is Soldier. J-Pro is on this Reaper, though. Something Icarus does not want to see. The Kiriko rush coming in, but the Transcendence this time definitely planned from Point Shock there. And unfortunately, the rush does not get much of anything thanks to that Transcendence. But J-Pro going down and Icarus using that ult. Not quite able to get a support. Kiwi is slept though. Wong Kong, oh, they don't quite get the one pick headshot, but
Oh,
the picks are starting to go in the favor of Houston Traffic, and a Nano is not good. They do pick off the Ana, but Gyro is just clinging on to the last remnants, and a visor from Wong Kong is not good. J-Pro has to get in here. J-Pro
who's
has
gonna be able to
go
touch?
quick.
No one's gonna be able to touch. It's a 3-0.
No! And with that, Houston Traffic takes the 3-0 against GFI. I'm a little disappointed. GFI looked so competitive, but in the moments when it really mattered, they just couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, this play of the game, we're seeing they used all of their ultimates and unfortunately weren't able to stabilize enough to be able to keep that second point against Houston. Oh man, That was a wild ride, especially with Houston in the beginning there. Icarus didn't seem to be able to find a groove to work in, swapping 4 times before the first checkpoint even, and then swapping again. A lot of picks.
A lot of swapping there, and ultimately the monkey did work out for Houston Traffic. But we are not done with our matches. What is the series score? Houston just won a very close 3-0. And while I know that score doesn't make it sound like it was close,
Every
they
map.
had to fight tooth and nail for all of those matches. Definitely a tough fight. But
Ooh.
we are going to be hopping in now to the game of Booba versus Mercy Girls. I'm really interested to see how this goes. Just informing the teams that we are ready to get going, as they have been waiting on stream, because I wanted to make sure that we would be catching Booba's performance, as we have yet to see them. I am very excited to see what they have to play today. As I mentioned before, Hunter, a previous teammate of mine who has an incredible amount of skill. However, we have a quick hydrate from Oliver. Thank you so much, Oliver. Remember, everybody, take a quick drink. As we said earlier, take a slurp. Let's get on into this, because it is important to hydrate while you are watching. So, we have already seen some stellar performance from Mercy Girls. I'm excited to see how they match up against Booba.
Yeah, I've already put my predictions in. I'm I'm fairly certain that Mercy Girls are going to win, but I can't help but root for Booba. Shout out to Soup Soup and Van Vin. Very good. Well, friends of mine. Play pretty well, but I don't know if they're up to the task, so to say, because Mercy Girls have been putting on a performance so far.
Absolutely. They have been just dominating.
Oh, I am in Team 2. I guess I'll be playing.
I guess, hey, hopping onto Team Booba. But I am really curious to see what Booba's sort of comfortable team picks are. Because obviously, Gyro, GFI, and that last time, they liked the McCree, they liked the Sigma, they liked the Rhine, the Ana, the Zen. So I'm curious to see, what is Booba gonna pull out for us?
We'll see. I hope it'll be a good game. And there are my guys. I hope they can do well.
All right.
Mm. Blizzard World in the map pool for hybrids? I don't think so, right? It's Parisio, Kings Row, And what else?
Eichenwald. Blizzard World
Eichenwald.
is not in the map pool, but I imagine they are getting things set up.
I remember when I first installed Overwatch 2, and I was getting ready to play this entire new game, and I find out that Blizzard World isn't on the map pool.
I was the exact
I was
same
so
way
upset.
with
so upset.
Rialto and Havana,
Oh,
two of my
ooh.
favorite maps. But luckily, all 3 maps have been reintroduced.
Oh,
into
Havana's
the
back.
map pool.
Okay.
Yes. No,
Can't
I
wait to
was
get a game on there.
Certainly excited. Definitely going to be playing some comp on there, hopefully in the next couple days.
Yeah, that last point on Havana with the sniper angles, those widow battles are always so fun to play.
Absolutely.
Looks like Hunter used to be top 500.
Yes,
Impressive.
indeed. As I mentioned before, Hunter was an incredibly strong player a couple years ago for the DU Overwatch team. Has since gone on to pursue other activities, however, still an incredible player. Looks like we get to see Busan today. I'm excited for that.
We'll see what kind of comps roll out on these maps depending on what is randomly selected first. But I really want to see a downtown map being played, and I don't want to see Shrine being played today. Because those are, well, I love downtown because of all the widow angles that you can have, and you can play so many different team comps on there. You can play Dive, you can play Orisa, you can play Rhine, you can play any DPS you want on this map, and it'll usually work out. Even Torb, especially Torb on downtown, on the mecha base, and even in Shrine, the turret is always a little bit of a threat there. And it'd be cool to see one being popped out in this game.
Absolutely. Should be getting in here in a moment. And it looks like we are getting started.
Now it looks like Oliver Yolk has redeemed Hydrate.
Yes.
Another 500 bits. Thank you so much, Oliver. Time to take our sips of drinks. Everyone slurp in the chat.
Quick shout out, first of all, to Oliver for doing the sort of administrative and technical sides of this tournament. We would not be able to do this without you, Oliver. Thank you so much. And as well, thank you to Charles Lowell for sponsoring this tournament, as well as for the many gifted subs. It has been a wonderful tournament so far, and I am so excited to see this next match get going.
Ready for battle.
Absolutely. Okay, it looks like we're seeing some Rhines coming out, and Hunter is on the tank. So we won't be able to see him on DPS, at least on this map. But it looks like we have a Moira, Anna, McCree, Sojourn on the side of, oh, man, Booba. There we go.
5,
For
4, 3,
Mercy Girls, we're seeing a pretty standard team composition from them. Scuff on Lucio, we have the Tracer, the Kiriko, now the Reaper, and the Rhine. Excited to see this tough Rhine duel here. Alpha Lupum going up against Hunter. Ronin already in the back line. A little bit of back and forth here. Alpha Lupum going for a little bit of a strange charge. Both teams getting booped around a little bit. Ronin still just in the back line, having to back out to get some
Hunter
healing.
already almost has Shatter. He's 80% towards it. Alpha is
Lupum
not too far behind him,
on
but it looks
his
like Hunter might be
heels.
able to get this off first, but he misses.
But it is blocked. Ronin capping the point, getting a little bit of percentage up, even though it seems that Booba will be taking
Ooh,
the point.
Hunter. I'm sorry, but Hunter just kind of shocked my world there, getting a pin, a normal hammer kill, and then a fire strike on a flying Reaper. showing off his aim skills, I suppose, since he's that DPS player, but also showing off the aggressiveness of a newbie tank.
Absolutely. Ooh! E-Dog immediately taken out.
And a Nano already up for Nordicate.
Scuff goes
But-
down, but... Ooh,
Another shatter for
Hunter! Absolutely dominant. It is
And
now
Booba has the
just
Moira
the
up.
DPS. They do... Oh! We have the Blossom. Doesn't get anything, but Scuff manages to clean up Hunter and eventually Van Vin. E-Dog, though, on that soldier on the high ground can be so deadly. Alpha Lupem slept and in such a precarious situation. The cleanse, though, comes through from the Kiriko. Ronin hunting for Soup, and they manage to get them, but Hunter manages to take out Alpha Lupem. This is 100% gonna be such a back and forth. Oh, Brother Wolf getting pinned there is devastating. I doubt they will be able to hold the point for much longer. Reaper is backing out here, but is taken down. That's such a bad stagger. Mercy Girls, though, managed to get it to 57%, but Booba not far behind at 35 and counting. Ooh.
Hunter almost has another shatter, has it up. He might use it, he
There
gets
it
to.
is, on top
But
of
the cleanse
the
comes
beat
in
drop
from Brother
and the
Wolf.
cleanse. We have the visor behind, but Ronin cleans them up before they can get any value. Scuff is taken down by the Sojourn ult, but that doesn't matter at the moment as the rest of Mercy Girls clean up Booba. Nordic Nate being the last one left, only to fall. I think we are at, what, 4 shatters now for Hunter?
I think so. He is building these up really quickly, but now Alpha has it, so we'll see if the coin is going to flip onto the other side this time with the shatters. And this is an big opportunity for Alpha to get all of them.
The pulse
As
bomb goes in
E-Dog
and
gets-
picks E-Dog. Devastating. Will Alpha go for the shatter? Nope. Both Rhines posturing here. They know that they want to shatter, but they can't yet. Alpha Lupem's barrier is down. Soup, ooh, gets picked off. That is such a devastating pick. The shatter comes through.
Oh,
That
and the
is
Death Blossom for
massive.
Ern.
The Death Blossom
They're
for
not
Ern
able to
finishes
touch.
off too. They are not going to be able to touch. And Mercy Girls, despite the shatters from Hunter, so many, they are not able to pull through.
Wow.
Incredible by Mercy Girls.
Ready for battle.
And here we are on my least favorite part of Busan. This map is interesting, although there's a lot of stagger potential on either side if they take the right team comp. It looks like Booba is going to go with the Pharah and maybe not even have a Mercy while En's going the Widow. So might spell some trouble for Soup Soup in this game.
3, 2, 1. Round
Absolutely.
capture the objective.
However, we do have N on the Widow. They have shown absolute proficiency in this before, as we have seen. So this Pharah is going to be hard pressed. Soup Soup, though, wrapping all the way around, hunting. Can they get the Ana? A little bit of damage in, but
Oh,
Soup
N with the
going down.
headshot.
And
Two
another
headshots.
pick. Again, this Widow, so dangerous. Hunter goes for the charge, but is just finished off. Alpha almost getting Van Ven there with the charge, but is slept midway through. Ronin hunting to finish off these picks, but
And
is
it-
not able to.
And it looks like Soup Soup is off the Pharah and is right onto the Sojourn, so you can kind of bully that Widow, hopefully, with that spam that you have, and get some more damage off into the Rhine and his shield.
Absolutely. Hunter dropping here, a little bit on their own. But they are able to be kept up by their team. Purpled by Scuff. That doesn't seem to do a whole lot for the moment. And though with a pick onto Van Vin, their Moira going down is devastating. And Soup Soup The DPS lineup for Mercy Girls showing up again and again.
Absolute amazing performance from N. We saw on King's Row the potential that he could go in these types of games. This Hunter has a shatter and he gets Scuff and survives, even though he's antied. And he gets the block off from Alpha as they're both antied.
Blocked there.
Oh my
Both
gosh.
going down. This is a huge chance for Booba to take this point.
Hunter showing that aggressiveness and really telling us that, oh yeah, I can play Ryan if I want to.
But I have to point out, Mercy Girls with 4 ultimates compared to the Nano and almost a Coalescence. Here come the sights. We have to watch out here. The Nano Blade coming in. Oh, 2 straight off the bat.
Whoa.
A third.
3, 4. Can he get the 5?
He get the
Give him the
fifth?
5.
Oh,
Give him
if
the
Ronan
5.
doesn't get this 5th, I'm gonna be so disappointed.
Alpha.
Alpha.
Oh, he had to steal from it. That's gonna cause some in-team
Taking
discourse
that
right there.
Final pick, but an incredible Genji blade there.
It's
from
finally
Ronan.
nice. It's nice to see Ronan finally redeem himself after all of those sleeps that we saw against GFI earlier today. As looks like
We do
E-Dog
have
has come up with
the
the Sombra.
Sombra from E-Dog. 70% to an EMP, which could have some heavy value here. Going in.
Oh.
Hunter charging in with that Nano.
Almost
and
has
the
a shatter as
Coalescence.
well.
But, and, oh my goodness. The shatter from Hunter.
What a block.
blocked.
Alpha.
That was so close. That had to have been picture perfect. But Ronan getting charged. The
Can they charge-
rush now coming across point. But, oh, it seems like Booba will not be able to hold. And just like that, Mercy Girls
Oh,
taking map 1. What an incredible showing.
ooh, I
Ronan
want to
here.
see
I
this,
am
Ronan.
excited
Come
to see
on.
this.
Finally. The dash
Charges
up.
in, gets the Nano, swings
oh.
and gets 2. The third comes through and finishes off Hunter.
Only he had dashed in the other direction.
If
He
only
might have gone in
might
that
have
5K.
gotten. That was incredible from Ronan. Hunter,
Man.
despite those shatters, not quite able to pull off the carry that their team needed.
Oh, man. Yeah, despite how good your tank may be, if the other DPS can get those picks, especially N with the Widow, not much chance of winning there, especially if they're on those picks are on the supports. And just, I want to know what his headshot percentage was that round. Must have been at least 50.
Yeah, no, that was crazy. Curious to see what map Booba picks next.
King's
Of
Row again.
course,
Yeah.
King's Row. Can't go anywhere else, of course.
Oh, looks like N actually wants to be called Haxard, a much cooler name, a
we
much
go.
cooler name.
All right. I'll do my best to remember that. But
As long as you play Widow just like you did,
exactly.
we'll call you Haxard. If not, we'll see. You have to earn it. You have to earn it.
Yeah,
But so far you have.
Of course, like to highlight here Van with the level 4 endorsement.
Yeah.
A little bit unusual.
I think the best endorsement level I've gotten is probably 2.
I tend
but-
to hover around 3 to do 2. 4 is high. However, I forget who exactly it was, but
Now
Centennial Punkrats yesterday had a player with a level 5 endorsement level.
Whoa.
Honestly, the first time
Oh.
I have ever seen it.
Yeah. How do you get that high, let alone stay that high, is my question. You have to be
I
the most
don't
non-toxic
know.
player, the coolest player. And yeah, I
Yeah.
probably maxed out at level 2 because I was not that player. But it looks. I wonder what we're gonna see this time around on King's Row. Looks like we have a Zarya out from Hunter right now because of the shield he has on his HP bar.
We'll have
But
to
are we gonna-
wait and see if that is
Yeah,
going to
that
stick.
is,
And it
okay.
is. We are having the Zarya, May from E-Dog, Mercy for Vanvin, Soup Soup having the Hanzo, and Nordic Nate on the Ana.
I think we might see a damage boosted Hanzo coming out.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
The swap
Or not.
to Kiriko for Nordic Nate there.
Mm.
Interesting choice, but I ultimately think it's a good one because
Mm-hmm.
Zarya in that rush is so scary.
Yes, and also being able to cleanse any antis that the enemy Ana might be able to put on your tank or the rest of your team is massive, as well as being able to counter shatters if you're able to get that timing right.
All right, let's see.
1.
Soup Soup. Ah, switching off the Widow. I was hoping for an early shot there, but no Widow duel.
Yeah,
So,
Haxard's a
keeping an
bit too
eye
scary for
on
that.
Haxard. But no early picks. They're hiding themselves around that statue. Have the May from E-Dog. Ooh,
Oh,
there is Haxard with that
oh
Widow.
no,
Oh,
and E-Dog
no.
is
E-Dog is gonna get
trapped.
picked. Maybe
Or
not.
is he? Oh,
Oh, just barely.
almost
but
gets
Alpha
out.
loop him.
Oh,
Getting
but
low.
Hunter's able to get a
Hunter
pick.
pushing through. Ooh, almost charges
Almost
Alpha
through.
loop him, but manages to get out Hunter, taking a quick trip through the hotel there before wrapping back around to the rest of their team. We have the wall here. Little bit of miscommunication from the looks of things, with some players going to the right and some going to the left. Hunter, though, so high charge already. Pushing in. A shield going down. Hunter walled off, but able to work back through this little corridor. Little bit of fighting here. E-Dog with that May. Walls off too, but they should be able to. Vanvin goes down, but Hunter picking off Haxard. Alright,
and-
the Nano Zarya. Let's see what we can get here. Pushing in the grab.
Oh.
So early.
Slept. Hunter slept.
Through the grab. Will they be able to survive this? Yes, they will.
Oh
The shatter,
no,
though.
a four-man shatter coming from
Four-man
Alpha.
shatter.
That was the one thing I was afraid of looking at Booba's team comp, is that they don't have any shield to counter the shatter or
Ooh.
to be able to protect themselves from the Widow.
Alpha loop
And
him, finishing
Alpha.
off Hunter there. And Haxard, as always, just hunting. As I say that, though, Hunter going to the Reinhardt, choosing to take the Rein duel. Interesting here. Haxard going up, but doesn't quite get anything. We're going to have to wait and see. Ronan to the left, walls off Hunter. This could be devastating.
Oh,
Haxard
Haxard.
getting a pick on E-Dog. They've managed to res,
Hunt-
but
oh, no.
Hunter and Soup Soup going down. Alpha Lupem is slept, but that'll only just delay them.
My god.
Ooh, E-Dog. Almost pinned there. Manages to get into Cryo just in time.
Yeah, we're seeing those glimpses of Haxard dominating
Haxard,
in
please,
both long range
let
and
them
close
out
quarters.
of spawn.
Oh man.
I don't even know if we're gonna get to see any more of King's Row.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's-
Alpha Lupem though, getting
Oh,
walled
walled
off. Gets picked, but the Blizzard onto Hunter. They're not gonna be able to save him, and the pick from Haxard.
However, they do have all of their ults up for this next fight, their last push. Hopefully, they won't get picked off by Haxard
Little
as
bit
he
of a
gets Nordic.
Fight over here between the Hanzo and the Widow, but Haxard backs off. A massive shatter four, but it is cleansed immediately. The Blizzard is gonna get Alpha Lupem, who is nanoed.
Oh no,
but
Haxard.
Hunter taking them
Wow.
out. Haxard taking out the Ana. Ana is res, but Hunter is all on their own, charging in. Nanoed, but it doesn't do anything. They have to get to point. The Dragons are
Oh.
canceled.
Oh.
This is
No.
it.
Oh my lord, a full
dominant
hold.
showing.
A full hold.
Full hold by the Mercy Girls.
Score.
That was
Oh man.
incredible.
I just want to keep seeing Haxard play that Widow. It's making me want to play Widow. Oh,
Initiate.
man, what a showing. And as
Honestly, this is just insane from Mercy Girls.
yeah, Brother Wolf now today has had 2 cleanses that have helped his entire team be unaffected by a shatter and helps them win the team fight.
That shatter.
And it's just that
could have
timing.
turned everything around for Booba, but no. That
Always got to look for that
cleanse.
Kiriko when you're shattering. If you don't know where she is, you're probably in trouble, but looks like Haxard's taking out the Sombra. Maybe just
Ooh, we have a
early
switch
right now.
up. Hunter on the Widowmaker.
Oh,
Perhaps looking to hopefully weaken the team by taking out their squishier targets.
yeah,
This
but
is
I
gonna
don't
be
think.
a tough hold.
Yeah, I don't think they're expecting the Sombra pick, though. In my opinion, I think
No.
they think that Mercy Girls have a Mei or a Widow, but they have Bastion, Sombra, and Lucio, which means they're probably just gonna bum
I think
rush
they're
through the
just- Yeah,
chokehold.
they're just gonna bum rush through here. Ooh. Oh!
Oh.
Devastating fire strike from E-Dog, though.
And-
Immediately just shuts down the push. Hunter doing their best here. A hack on the Rhine is good, but the Rhine has the support of their team. It is not going to be too much. Hack onto Sojourn, though, is good.
Oh, and
but
there's the
Rhine
Lucio boost
in the
and the team
corner.
rush. Oh
There
no,
it
E-Dog.
is.
Oh.
Immediately. Hunter is going to have to do something incredible, but they are stuck in the Widow battle, and that is hybrid. Oh my goodness.
Man, what a showing by Mercy Girls on this map. Having a full hold and first push they try. They get the tick.
Absolutely. This was so tough to watch if you are a fan of Booba. Just a dominant
Ronin
showcasing.
with 4 kills, 2 play of the games in a row.
Honestly,
Man.
at this rate, Mercy Girls is in such a good position. They are gonna be I'm guessing they are gonna be our #1 seed. I don't think there is anyone who can unseat them.
No, not really. Just every match they play, they show that they can cycle ults well. They can work together well. They know what comps they want to play and have to play. They know what player is good at what. Like Haxard is amazing on window. Rodin, really good Mei, really good Genji. Alpha is an amazing Rhine. And then Brother Wolf with the cleanses and really good Kiriko gameplay. And Scuff with the Ana. And the Lucio. It's like a high level of play from each of these players, and you can see it coming together to beat each of these teams. And it looks like we're going to have Dorado again. So here's another repeat. And we'll see if it'll go the same way that it did with GFI in Houston, or if Booba might get a win out of this.
Yeah, no, this is definitely so tough. We have not had a single map 5 the entire tournament. So, I have my fingers crossed for Booba as much as I can, because I would love to see them go all the way. But after these past 2 rounds, I don't know. It's gonna be tough. We are going to Dorado. We are just gonna have to wait and see.
I wonder what we're going to see coming out of the gate here in this next one. Are we going to see that kind of divey comp with the Winston come in again? Or are we going to see Reinhardt? Or just some bruiser gameplay? Or are we going to see dive?
I would
It's gonna be interesting
also
to see.
love to see Hunter on the DPS for longer than just a couple of fights. I think that they really do have the potential to make an impact in this game. But we are gonna have to wait and see. Looks
I
like
think Booba
I might be getting just that. We are gotta watch here for a moment.
Initiating match.
Might not be making those picks though, because the match hadn't quite started.
Yeah, it looks like Hunter is going onto the DPS this round with Soup going for Zarya maybe, just based on the health pools. So we might see some DPS battles here between Haxard and Hunter. It's gonna be really fun to see.
I really look forward to it. I believe they are both incredibly skilled DPS.
Ronan is taking out the Widow, and Brother Wolf now, instead of playing his normal Kiriko, is on the Ashe.
And we have
And it looks like
Haxard.
we won't actually have that DPS battle we wanted.
But Ronan is still going to be such a formidable opponent for Hunter. I think this is still going to be a duel that we want to keep an eye on.
Oh, definitely. Okay. Looks like we're seeing... Oh, it's not a Zarya, it's a Sigma on this push, and a Reinhardt on the side of Mercy
Ooh,
Girls.
Ronan
So...
here
Oh,
in such a sneaky spot. Can they get a pick?
Incoming.
Watching for it.
The payload.
Oh, not
Ooh.
quite, but so close. Nordic not too inclined to have their head popped off so early on. Hunter here on this Genji diving. Oh, immediate
Hunter.
deflect. Oh, but Ryan on your
Uh-oh.
mercy is not something you ever want to see. But
Ryan's
Alpha
still able to
Lupin
get the
pretty
pick.
low. Hunter in here. But taking the 3v1,
If he gets out
probably
alive...
not.
Oh, he doesn't get out alive, but he was able to secure a push for his
Upa
team
too.
through the choke point,
All the way
which is a
through
very
the
good news for
choke.
them.
Oh,
but the supports
but
dive
the
onto E,
Kiriko. Even on support, Haxard is gonna be so deadly. Hunter back now, but I imagine, taking the Genji fight with Ronan. Both playing carefully, but Van Ven just taking too much damage there. We have Brother Wolf on the McCree now.
And Booba is not in a very good spot right
Hunter
now.
going down. That is so devastating. They are going to have to wait for a full reset now.
Mercy Girls is taking control of that high ground, and also having that payload already be in the choke point is gonna be really hard for Booba to push, especially with their team comp right now with the Sigma and not really as much of an aggressive play style as you would with the Rhine, but they go Diva looking, maybe they're gonna look for some picks on the high ground.
The
But
Nano
Alpha-
Rhine, though, slept. Oh, but Woken. Oh, man. I would not be happy if I was
But
the
he's
Nano.
alone
Oh!
and gets picked
But
off.
Alpha Lupin picked off despite the Nano. Let's see, Booba. Soup diving in here on this McCree, gets stuck, but McCree falls so low. And here comes Hunter with a blade already.
Uh-oh.
On the support.
Oh, he almost gets two.
So close to finishing off that Kiriko. Oh, Ronan goes down with a clean pick, and Scuff is following
No,
after.
Rush comes out for
Alpha
a...
Lupin, though, and Haxard
Oh.
on point. Oh,
Alpha
but
has ult, though,
Hunter,
but I don't think...
so clean on this Genji. Just watch this point of view. It is picture perfect. I certainly would not want to go up against Hunter's Genji.
Oh, and he gets the
Ronan
pick while surviving.
Going down, survives. Going in. Oh, but Haxard getting the pick there. Has to dash out to not get pinned by Alpha Lupin, but still. Hunter could honestly be teaching a masterclass of Genji right now. Such a competitor for Ronan, and I am loving this fight. Oh my
Oh,
gosh!
my
Haxard,
days.
so clean. Oh my gosh. Again, Hunter. Pick after pick.
Ooh.
Van pushing in now with the coalescence, but Hunter just absolutely carrying them through this second point. Mercy Girls on the back foot for once.
However, both teams have 4 ultimates, and we just have to see who's going to utilize them better. As Soup has a Graviton Surge in this really open area.
the
As
Nano
Hunter
Blade.
comes in with the Nano Blade, gets one, might get another, does not. Kiriko
Does
teleports
not.
out.
The Shatter from Alpha Lupum catches 3. And Mercy Girls might be able to stabilize here, but it's gonna be tough. Hunter going down is a major loss for them. But Alpha Lupum not having a tank is so much worse. Ronin finishes off E-Dog and is now on the Ana. Can she survive? But no. With the spawn advantage, Booba has to back off for now.
And what a stagger onto Soup, just staying there, getting demeched. Oh, I would have loved to see them keep that baby diva alive, do some BMing. But we're running a clean tournament here, so we can't do that.
Hunter going in again. Let's see this. Diving up on his own. But as we've seen, Hunter can absolutely hold his own. Used a couple of ults here, but we still have the Nano Blade on the side of Mercy Girls.
And no protection for Booba whatsoever. No defensive ults. And not much CC either, other than the sleep. So we'll see what goes on as the Nano Blade.
Alpha Lupum in
Oh.
here. Van takes out Scuff. That's a good start. And E-Dog finishes off. Booba taking a convincing fight in just a matter of seconds.
The Nano went onto the McCree instead of Ronin. Unfortunately, he might have died before the fight even started. But that is an unfortunate ult to lose in this kind of toxic. But they get a pick. Oh.
Immediately losing that is so tough. E-Dog swapping to the Reaper now, likely to counter this Winston. Hunter, oh, purple, too far in. Nordic Nate sleeping Alpha Lupum, but the orb from Moira wakes them up. Now we have the Reaper and succeeds at finishing off the Winston. Baby Diva is demeched, but it's better to have a Baby Diva. Never mind, Baby Diva taken down. No tanks for either sides, and neither team particularly. Never mind, Hunter coming in with the Nano Blade. We have the
no!
High
Oh, he
has to back off for a moment, but
Gets a
finishes off the Kiriko, dashing through once again before finished off by Brother Wolf. However, this is enough for the team to be able to push up. Ronin now back on the Genji, the Winston diving in, the rush coming in. A little bit of an awkward angle there, but it still works with Ronin diving. Nordic Nate taken out, and now Soup is just left to, well, get finished off. We have Hunter on the McCree now. Interesting swap. Obviously less nano potential there, but still very deadly.
Oh, ooh. I don't think he
Very
needs that Genji, does he? But unfortunately for Booba, it looks like Mercy Girls do have a Nano Blade. And we'll see how well it works out for Ronin here as he goes in, gets
Straight
one.
on to Nordic Nate, goes for the Reaper, then the McCree. Doesn't get Reaper, but finishes off McCree. The Coalescence too late to do anything of value there. And honestly, a disappointing waste of an ult.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate sight to see with 20 seconds left on the clock. Not really many ults to speak of, other than maybe E-Dog's Reaper, Death Blossom coming in.
I don't
Maybe
think we
clutch
should
at some
count
point.
out, though. Hunter's Deadeye, while not the best ult, still very useful. They're diving on Hunter, definitely recognizing him as probably the biggest threat of this team. The monkey is out now. Charging
No one's
up
protecting
Hunter,
Diana.
So low. Barely manages to live. High nooning both McCrees. Brother Wolf holding it all the way through in order to get that DMAC, but with the monkey on point, it is just a Nano Moira left. Picks off Brother Wolf, but I can't imagine the stall will last too much longer. There it is, Mercy Girls barely managing to hold them on point too.
Although being forced into overtime, and they weren't able to get that third point on Dorado, they were still able to get past that second one, which is by far the hardest to do on this map. So they definitely have a big chance of winning this if they're able to hold Mercy Girls to that first point or that second point, hopefully.
Yeah, I definitely think they have to look for a first or second point hold here. Third point, I don't think they got quite enough progress to really have a solid hold, but maybe they'll prove me wrong. We'll have to wait and see.
I hope they do. Always got to root for the underdog in these cases, but usually doesn't turn out as you want. Looks like we're gonna have a Diva 1v1 kind of coming out for each team here, and E-Dog using the Symmetra.
Soldier. Yeah, interesting swap up here for the defense.
Ah, the Reaper. Ronin is still on that Genji. And I'd be really worried about that, especially not having a defensive ultimate against the Nano Blade, which he's proven to be able to do work with it.
Absolutely. No, this is something they are gonna have to watch out for. Ronin already heading in. I'd be scared of Hunter, especially being pocketed on that soldier. However, Ronin is just gonna be able to get up in his face.
Uba having a good hold here. In the choke. Soup low. Whoa. Getting DMAC'd, and I think Mercy Girls might push this through.
Is massive for Mercy Girls. But Hunter picking off Ronin. Turning things back around. It's good for them. Just sort of poking again. Holding here around the central pillar. Trades going back and forth. But Uba have the Mercy and can res, but it doesn't matter.
Hack Surge showing
Hack
his
Surge
aiming skills.
Headshot, but Hunter and E-Dog do not want to give this point up quite yet. Holding strong with their supports.
Man, it's awesome to see Hack Surge just being almost just as deadly on a support character as he is on the Widow. Just with those Kiriko headshots doing so much damage, you can just get those picks pretty easily.
Absolutely. Kiriko headshots. E-Dog picks off Ronin. Maybe a little overconfident there with the dive. But we are going to have to see what Mercy Girls have here. We have the Nano already ready. So curious to see if they want to nano the Reaper or the Genji. Both very viable options. E-Dog and Brother Wolf briefly dueling, but they back off. Mercy Girls taking this high ground positioning, but Hunter in the back with the nano visor immediately picks off Scuff.
Oh
He gets
no.
3. Can he?
Or can he get the 5K?
4. Can he get the 5K?
Hunt Ronin down.
Chasing after Ronin, no deflect, but Ronin just sneaks back into spawn.
Oh, twice now we've been baited with that 5K. Oh, it sucks to see that not being able to get that 5K, but
So clean.
okay, well, looks like we're gonna have a Nano Blade from the side of Mercy Girls coming out soon, especially in this little corridor there. Here it goes.
There goes the Nano
It's
Blade.
1.
Hunter down.
Finds
Mercy
2. Finds 3.
Can we get the
4? 4. Let him get the
Hey.
5K this time. Come on,
I
Ronin.
think-
You know exactly where he is. Give it to him, Haxer. Ah.
60 seconds remaining.
Unfortunate. That's twice now we've seen that as Mercy Girls are able to push this
Very
point.
strong hold there from Booba.
Yeah, definitely gives them the advantage on the second point. Just the
Edog
less time
now
you have as an
onto
attack.
The Tracer. Oh, Hunter taking an off angle to pick off Haxord. Firing down on them. Gets Ronin as well with this Mercy Pocket. Hunter is so deadly. Now taking fire from both sides. Mercy Girls is gonna have to back off for the time being.
They do still have 3 very good ultimates. They can use that Diva Bomb to create space for themselves, rush in and use that sped up
Diva
Death Blossom
diving
to hopefully
onto Hunter. Hunter uses the healing field, but again, still has this Mercy Pocket. Ronin dropping very low. Kiriko having to push in. Hunter uses the visor. Manages to pick off Kiriko. Can they get Ronin? Yes, they can. That is already 2 down. Alpha Lupum having been demeched. And this is a fight loss for Mercy Girls.
As Hunter gets another one, but oh,
Brother
I
Wolf
see.
doing?
Yeah, sneaking up there. I don't think anyone knows he's there, but Ronan might, or I'm sorry, Hunter might reposition to get that high ground advantage again.
No, it looks like Hunter is taking the farther high ground.
I don't think they know.
I don't think they know. Brother Wolf.
Oh,
Alpha Lupum
that is
finished
unfortunate timing.
off. We have the Nano Diva. They pop the rush as well as the Pulse Bomb from Buba. I think that was
from Nordic
incredible.
Nate.
Nordic Nate getting that sleep right as Brother Wolf uses that Death Blossom. Diva Bomb coming up. Will Nordic Nate? No, is not able to get in cover, but Hunter trading out, taking both supports out.
As
And
Van
the res comes through. Hunter just dominating this match. Picked off by Ronin, and there's no res, but the rest of Buba remains.
And Mercy Girls only have 1 minute left to push the entirety of point 2. And I do... that is so hard to do. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull it off, especially with only 1 ult on the board.
We have the Winston from Alpha Lupum here. No nano for this blade when it comes out. Mercy Pocket still. Van dropping so low, but the visor coming out to ensure Hunter maybe doesn't lose this fight.
Oh, and he gets...
Haxord finally manages to finish Hunter off, but at the cost of their tank and Ronin. Finally now, Mercy Girls, having defeated Hunter, the sort of boss of this fight, they are now able to keep pushing, but they only have 10 seconds before overtime. They get...
My God, Haxord.
Haxord with a clean pick. Hunter gets rezzed, but is dove once more and doesn't have this visor anymore. Blade comes through
Ronin.
onto the Mercy. Can she escape? Almost. And she does. Ronin coming in with the 2K. Haxord cleaning up Hunter to maybe finish this point for them. Yes! In overtime, Mercy Girls finishing the point.
This
Now,
is starting to look worse and worse for Buba, especially
Buba
on
was
this point.
so strong there, and now they're just starting to fall apart. Let's see if they can pull this back. No!
Oh, a second time. Oh no, and Haxor getting 2 picks.
Oh no, this might just be it. Picks off Haxord, but the rest of Buba has fallen and keeps falling. Will they be able to hold this? E-Dog is so close to a Blossom, which could be so critical here. Hunter on that Tracer, so clean with their aim, but they have to stay on. Brother Wolf with that high noon. Oh, picks off E-Dog. Hunter has to be on. Gets the Nano, which could be huge, but no!
No, but gets booped off.
Steps off for half a second. And Mercy Girls with the 3-0.
2-1, and that is a 3rd play of the game by Ronin. 3 in the 3 games. Oh,
Absolutely. devastating. Here is that 4-man blade. Oof.
Well,
Perfect
that was an.
sweep there.
That's
From
two.
Scuff, I have to point out, Scuff with that perfect sleep. Absolutely incredible.
Man, I was really thinking that Booba was going to be able to pull off a win after that one, especially after they were able to hold second point down to a minute. But Mercy Girls just kind
Hunter
of came
trying
back.
so hard, getting so many key picks, but in the end, just could not do it.
Man, a really good display of skill, especially from Hunter. Oh my god. And Nordic Nate also had his really good movements, really good sleeps on King's Row, and especially that one onto the Reaper on Dorado. Kind of saving his team from losing that fight, too. Well, I think they won that one. So, I don't. And then, of course, on Mercy Girls, as mentioned before, well, absolute performance from Haxerd as well on the Kiriko, just kind of popping off. Brother Wolf
Absolutely.
flexing well to that DPS role. And Ronan, well, he was Ronan.
Yep. Showing off exactly why Mercy Girls is our top seeded team. And for our final match of the day, I believe we will be going to Houston Traffic versus Overwando. Interesting matchup that we have coming up for us. But we are going to have to take a minute as the teams wrap up their games.
Oh.
Unfortunately here, I understand that you have to be heading to work, Mead, so
Yes, I do.
has been lovely casting with you,
A pleasure, likewise.
and I look forward to casting with you again next week when we have the playoffs.
I cannot wait to see Mercy Girls in there. Maybe some GFI, hopefully. If they can bring it back from their 2-4 record. But yeah, I can't wait for next weekend. And
Yeah, it'll be great.
yeah. All right, thank you for having me.
All right,
I'll
of
see y'all
course.
later.
See ya. Alright, so it will just be me, Tiny Infinity, as your remaining caster for the evening. We are wrapping up relatively soon here. As I said before, we will be hopping in with Houston and Houston Traffic and Overwando for the last match. And of course, don't worry, we will run through these standings. Because after Overwando versus Houston Traffic, that will be the last game. Just going to take a brief break here while we wait for that to start up. So please, if you've been with me this whole time, stand up, stretch your legs, look at something that's not a computer screen. Preferably some distance away so, your eyes can adjust and you don't strain them. Get some water, go to the bathroom, and take a quick break. We'll be back real soon. Hello and welcome back. We are hopping out of our quick break because we have an exciting opportunity. Going to be interviewing with Mercy Girls, our current #1 team, who are, I believe it is now 7-0, having only lost 2 games. Or rather, not 2 games, but 2 maps in the entirety of the tournament. So, let's hop in with them now.
It's going right now.
Hello, Mercy Girls.
Hello.
Wow.
How are you guys doing? That was some really impressive Overwatch there.
We're feeling good.
Feeling
pretty
good for sure.
Yeah, that's true.
I
Dude,
don't blame you. You guys had some incredible gameplay there. Of course, I have to run down the list because I honestly don't think I could give any one of you like just an individual shout out. Each of you have been so incredibly strong in this tournament. So, Alpha Lupum, how did you feel about tanking today? You were so strong with everything you pulled out, although I was a little surprised by the Diva on Dorado. So, what made you choose that?
We were looking for a little bit of extra dive for high ground. I knew they were playing Reaper, and Diva's pretty good into Reaper, but obviously it didn't end up working. They swapped off that Reaper, we went back on Winston, and it really worked out.
Absolutely, it was really clean. Brother Wolf, you were swapping around roles a little bit there.
Oh,
We got
yeah.
to see a little bit of DPS at the end. What made you decide to do that?
Yeah, me and Haxard, we were both feeling super confident, and at the end on Dorado there, Haxard was able to get some opening picks with the 120 headshot from Kiriko, which was very valuable, and I think that won us the game.
Absolutely. And going to Haxard, you were so clean today, both on that Widow and on that Kiriko. Absolutely
Thank you.
just dominating. What do you
Yeah.
think was your favorite part of this match?
Favorite part? Honestly, getting to play Kiriko on Dorado. I really like playing Kiriko because it's fun, just like running into the backline and double dinking people. I don't think I got to do it as often as I liked, but it's really satisfying too, hitting those headshots.
I totally get that. I am also a Kiriko player, and that is so much fun. Ronan, your Genji was devastating. Me and Mead, who's my former casting partner, were just so in shock. That 4K, almost 5K on Busan to win that round was nuts. What was going through
Thanks.
your head for that?
I don't know. You blade enough times, you eventually just get the feel of it. It's almost like a dance when it's like done really nice. Because it's really nice to watch the eyes. Like I said, of any of the ults in the game, like that's definitely the one that can like look the best. And I mean, I would never hurts to have a nano. I don't know if I could have done that with like a dry blade, no nano, but I didn't know where the Moira went until like later on when I saw a tank killer.
Were you mad that you didn't get that 5K?
Not really. I mean, I went through the whole team, so I thought it was kind of fun already.
That's fair enough. It was an incredible blade. And
Thank
of
you.
course, Scuff, Tyler. You
Yeah.
had some fantastic play, both on the Lucio as well as on the Ana. That sleep on the Reaper on Dorado was so clean, stopping that ult.
Thank you. Yeah, that was. I don't know. It was pretty obvious. It was a telegraphed Reaper ult, so I mean, pretty hard to miss that one. But it was fun playing Lucio. I got a couple of boob kills, which was fun. It's always my goal. But yeah, I've been playing a lot more Ana with this comp just because we need the heals. But I don't know, running Lucio on Mecha base is just so fun. It's our map. I don't think anyone could take it off us, honestly.
You guys have looked incredible for this entire tournament, and now I believe you are sitting at 7-0, if I am correct.
Yeah, I think
That's
we only
right.
dropped like two.
We dropped two
rounds.
maps.
We
I
got
think.
two
Yup.
maps. Yeah.
Yup. That is honestly so impressive. Going into playoffs, are there any teams that you guys are worried about?
The Overwatchers,
Overwatch-
definitely.
Overwatchers.
When we played them the first time, they really gave us a run for our money, and we really had to just like go all out. There was one game that wasn't streamed on Circuit Royale, and we got absolutely
Was there a
washed.
circuit game, man? I don't know if
Yeah,
that
it was a
happened.
little bit of an off game, but they double
Yeah, I don't think it
suffered.
I don't
happened.
remember that
I don't think
one.
Okay, okay. Maybe I'm forgetting. I don't
We
know.
had to focus up, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely
Yeah.
put us to the test.
They were good,
Alright.
team.
What do you guys have any tricks up your sleeve that you're gonna use to beat them?
Maybe.
Not that we'd reveal on
No.
stream.
Yeah.
Completely understandable. All right. Well, thank you guys so much for the interview. It was lovely talking to you guys, and congrats on your perfect run through
Thank
the
you.
round robin stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for casting all of this.
Yeah, this is
No,
awesome.
actually,
A lot of fun.
I'm
Like
glad
4
you guys
hours
are having
yesterday
fun.
and, like 4 today.
All right. Well,
Appreciate it.
we have to jump into the last match of the day, so I will leave you guys here. Bye-bye.
awesome. Bye.
See ya.
I think we're getting dragged in a second, right?
Yes, I will be adding Tyler here from the Mercy Girls into... Let's see if I can find this. Have quite a few Discord channels in here. Overwatchers. I actually don't have the capability to move them in, so I will get in contact with Oliver, but we will be getting into this next match here momentarily. Alright. It is gonna be Overwando versus...
Oh, I'm here.
Keep this guy off the dance floor. Hello, Tyler.
Oh, I'm excited to cast. This is gonna be fun.
Yes,
This is gonna be fun. I'm
this
excited
is
to
gonna be
cast.
an interesting match, and of course, we both have a little bit of a personal stake in this, seeing as
True.
how Overwando has Crimson, and
That's true.
Houston Traffic has Caitlyn.
Yeah. I thought they don't already play. I thought, is it Overwatchers or?
No, it is Overwando versus Houston Traffic. They have
Oh,
not
right.
had a chance to play each other yet. So, we're gonna get to watch that in a moment.
Great. Yeah. I mean, I think tank-wise, I think Houston probably has the advantage here. Icarus is just really good on the Ramantra, so and the ball.
Absolutely.
We were kind of getting stomped by the ball a little bit when we were playing them, but
We
hopefully
got
they
to
can
see
pull it out. We'll see.
some really strong play from Icarus earlier on today, I believe, when they faced, I think it was GFI.
Yeah, that was on Junkertown, or I think it's the ball. I don't know. I didn't watch the full match 'cause we were in ours, but
No worries, but
yeah, it was just
it's gonna still be a couple minutes because the Houston Traffic is actually going to a map 4 versus the
really?
Overwatchers. So, because we haven't gotten to see many push maps, I am going to get us in here so that we can catch the last little chunk of this game. Houston Traffic are currently 2-1 going into a map 4. This is going to be exciting.
Welcome to Esperanza.
and they're playing Overwatchers or
Yep, we are playing the Overwatchers.
oh,
It consists of, we have Showboat on Ramatra, Falcon on Echo, Ninja on Hanzo, J-Rock on Baptiste, and Egg Sandwich on the Lucio. And for the Houston Traffic, we have Kit Kate on the Soldier, Wyatt on the Pharah, Wong Kong on the Baptiste, Icarus on that infamous ball, and Agathorn on the Pharah. Have to keep our eyes to the sky for a pharmacy coming in here.
I'm just surprised Showboat's on tank. They're just a really good DPS. Showboat, Falcon. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't move one of their other players to tank just to see, what happens. But
We did get to see some of the Overwatchers playing yesterday, and Showboat has shown that they can be so proficient on tank. Immortality gets used early there by the Overwatchers, And Egg Sandwich falls to the ball.
A big slam there by Icarus. I mean,
Oh,
out in
Icarus
positioning.
also manages to pick off the Echo, but Showboat is not letting this go without a fight. Picks off Wyatt, but Kate manages to pick off Ninja, and they res the
Interest.
Pharah, meaning this is not gonna go in the Overwatcher's favor.
yeah, I mean, that was just bad positioning. They picked off the healer early, and then it's just an easy team fight win from there.
A little bit of a pause there as they aren't quite pushing the bot. You of course have to be standing next to the bot to push it. But of course, we now have Ninja on the Bastion. Likely looking to counter this pharmacy, but we'll see how much success they have.
Rolling through on the Lucio. Lucio is caught out way outside on positioning, but they peel for him on the outside, so
Icarus rolling through here. Pushing onto Egg Sandwich the Lucio. However, Bastion and Wyatt dueling a little bit, so Egg Sandwich is not in too much danger here. No picks yet. As I say that, Showboat takes out Wong
big
Kong.
run.
And
Huge ult. I mean,
Icarus
it's-
managing to get a couple of pickoffs here, but I think this is gonna go in the Overwatcher's favor.
yeah, the mine's just a little bit too late. Not really on the point, but still manages to get one, but you know, not really enough to turn the fight there.
Egg Sandwich and Showboat pushing point. Interesting fact about the push mode is that you only need one player on the bot to push it at the same pace as if you had 5 players on the bat. Kate manages to pick off Falcon there and pulls out the visor, really wanting to secure this fight. And with the might of the rest of the Houston traffic, they do, leaving behind only the Baptiste and Bastion. Going for a little bit of poke, Kate gets picked off, but Wyatt cleans them up.
A little bit of a questionable soldier, honestly. That was a. Yeah, they probably didn't need the visor there. I mean, they already won the team fight, but I mean, they'll charge it fast, so it's whatever. It's
Bit
not
of the
horrible.
cherry on top of the fight. Ooh, Falcon picks off Icarus though.
Huge
The barrage goes through, but Diva is there. They do
Oh, man.
demech her.
Really
We have
demech
the
Diva.
Pharah Echo diving onto
Oh, that's gonna
the
be yeah.
soldier and the Mercy taken out there. Ninja on the Sombra now.
Huge duplicate. Did they get? Ooh, did they get checkpoint? I don't
They
think they
did
did.
not, from the looks of things.
That's really close to getting it though. So unlucky for them. That was a good recontest.
Absolutely. Icarus rolling through, gets hacked, and is getting burst down. I don't think that ball is gonna want to stick around too much longer. I think a swap is in order.
Yeah.
The Mercy, Pharah gets picked off, and Mercy is hacked. Overwatchers showing a bit of a dominant performance here, as they are taking their bot towards the checkpoint.
Yeah, big stagger as well. Oh, huge stagger on.
Ooh, Icarus
Back
coming
there.
in on the ball. Gets picked off, and another
No way.
huge stagger. And the Pharah Showboat
Oh,
just
man.
cleaning up
They're
Wyatt.
just staggering. That's so unfortunate. I know Icarus is molding right now. That's such a huge stagger.
Yep.
That's
We
unfortunate.
do have the swap to the Diva now. And they've tied it up, and I believe with a little bit more, just a half step, the EMP comes through, but Ninja was in there alone and gets picked off. The Diva Bomb goes off, doesn't get anybody, but they do use it to remech. Falcon gets the pick off here. Kate using that visor, and during this time, Wyatt is rezzed.
Wow, that's a huge res. Falcon still picking off KK here though. That was another big pick.
Falcon, a very strong Echo, and really just showing that even when the fight seems lost, it isn't always. Falcon here holding this point as the Echo Diva pops the bomb, manages to pick off the Mercy. That is such a critical pick here. Might not be able to push any farther, but still, they are holding this very strong.
There's a big duplicate on the Diva, honestly, to cure, more spawn to their teammates to come back. So I mean, they're gonna get a recontest here before it even crosses mid, and keep that spawn, which is really important in the match in this game mode.
Although, ooh, Ana and Bap down early for the
Ooh.
Overwatchers. Falcon also falling, but Showboat
Showboat
and
just got
Ninja. Showboat just giving
Cleaning
a
up.
convincing performance on this diva here. Icarus doing their best to hold this. Luckily for them, Overwatchers choose to back off, but Icarus is in a lot of danger now as the might of the Overwatchers comes to bear.
Oh, and picked off by the beam at the very end there. That is
The DMAC is
so
so
unfortunate.
unfortunate. They are down their tank now for this next fight. Here comes the barrage, picks off J-Rock, a good pick. Falcon cleans up Wyatt, but Icarus picking off the Sombra. Oh, Agathorn just barely on the wrong side of the newsstand here.
I was not a player. I know how annoying that is. That's just unfortunate. I think I got pushed by our teammate around the corner, but I couldn't really see. Icarus, big stagger.
To stall on point, but they just stagger themselves.
Oof. Another huge stagger on the diva. I mean,
We have the
literally-
Sojourn now for Wyatt. An interesting pick.
I'm not really sure how that's going to work out against this Echo, really.
Soldier gets hacked, but nothing really comes of it. Overwatcher still pushing. We have the matching ults here, and immediately Houston showing their strength here. Falcon picks off Baptiste, but it does not matter when the rest of their team falls around them.
And a great visor there through the window, just securing the damage. Again, probably didn't need it, but honestly, worth it in that you get the team fight win. You probably get rid of spawn, so a checkpoint spawn for them, so, you know, good ults all around.
The nice thing about the bot is that when it has already pushed the barrier, it moves much faster. So, they are able to take back. Falcon immediately brought out of their ultimate. That must be frustrating. Ninja with the EMP in the back is picked
Huge.
off, but
They secure multiple kills.
they
That
get
is
two
team fight.
picks. Icarus forced out of ult, doesn't get the Ana, but Remax. Wyatt the Wiz, however, continuing to push point and ensuring that they are getting some progress. Egg Sandwich so low and finally gets picked off. And because they have that checkpoint, their spawns are so much closer. Showboat able to use their ult to remech, but little more.
Yeah, that was a huge cap by Wyatt there. Kind of just backline C9 them a little bit. I mean, they should have touched that, but
Absolutely.
really
Wong Kong
unfortunate.
getting two picks here with a skill orb.
One orb.
Pushing
Skill
in
issue.
after the rest of their team. They are coming up right here on this glowing line that will set them ahead of the Overwatchers with only a minute remaining. The visor is a strong start to this fight. However, just like that, Houston Traffic have taken the advantage and are now ahead. Only 48 seconds. It is going to be so tough for the Overwatchers to bring it all the way back and then still get some progress.
Yeah, it's hard when it's a minute left to really get that progress back. I mean, yeah, it's kind of luck, honestly. And
Icarus picking up Falcon is a good start, as well as Ninja. That is now 3 picks by Icarus, 4 with the
huge bomb
remake.
and the remake. And the Honor's getting staggered here, just making more progress in the cart.
I don't see
That
a
was a
way
huge pick.
for the Overwatchers to come back from this.
Yeah, especially if Wong Kong and Ago just combo their ults, just save them. I mean, that's it.
Two big
When they're
ults,
coming out.
Showboat rolling through on the ball. With the nanoed coalescence, Falcon lurking through the side building. Dragons coming through, doing some damage onto Icarus, but it is not quite enough.
So it looks like
We're
maybe they
going,
pick
we're
the
getting
fight.
a few picks here. Spawn advantage is heavily in favor of the Overwatchers. However, they have to do something about Agathorn over here, which Ninja absolutely does with a clean headshot. Now they just have to clean up the few remaining members. However, Houston Traffic is gonna have this close spawn and be able to get back so fast.
No ults though, which is pretty unfortunate. It's kind of a really unfortunate combo with Nano Cole. They probably just should have popped the Cole there. Saved Nano for someone else. They did not get much value out of that, and that really is going to cost them here on this next fight.
Overwatchers, though, they have 3 ults here. Have to use them very carefully, because if they step off the robot for more than a second, Ninja going down is devastating. But Showboat with the Mines pick is off kick.
Huge pick.
Showboat, also DMX Icarus, Falcon pushing up. Showboat again, coming through when they need him. The Diva Bomb pushing in. Have to be aware over here of Wong Kong, but seeing as there are far more members of the Overwatchers, this is gonna be close.
Yeah, the huge pick on Kit Kat with the visor, you know, in the mines. I mean, that was huge turnaround there. Really using their ults to advantage.
Pharah now, I believe, from Wyatt once more, who goes low. They have to be careful here, though.
Big bomb. Gets no one.
Bomb
No
doesn't
remake
hit
kill.
anybody. But, however, Egg Sandwich goes down, and there goes Falcon. They have to stay on this point. Showboat trying their hardest, but the sleep. They rolling away. They have to stay on. One
Ooh,
quick
nice
roll
hit.
through, and that is it.
That's it. Wow, they almost came back.
Traffic. So,
They almost came back.
So close there for the Overwatchers. Honestly, an incredible turnaround. Showboat absolutely carrying. It seems that we are now 2-2. I think I was wrong. So, it looks like we are finally getting a map 5. This is the first one out of the entire series. This
That's
is
Control,
gonna
right?
be interesting. Yep, we are back to Control, and it is the Overwatchers pick. I am so excited that we have finally gotten ourselves a map 5.
I mean, as long as they don't pick Lijiang, I think they're fine here. I mean, Lijiang is definitely Houston's best map, probably. They're pretty good in Busan.
Definitely comfortable with Lijiang.
I know when we played them, we counterpicked. We just did not want to play Lijiang, so.
I don't blame you. They are strong on that map. It will be
I mean,
interesting to see.
I could see an Oasis come out here, honestly.
Nepal. Interesting choice.
Okay.
I don't know if it particularly plays to either team. We
I
are
don't know,
gonna
Lu-
have to wait and see.
see. I mean, I know Houston doesn't really have a strong Lucio, so that's a really big disadvantage. Coming from a Lucio main, I mean, this map is really great for him.
Absolutely. Luckily, though, here, I believe we are on... Oh, we have a quick pause. I believe we are on Sanctum here. Oh, we have a reset.
Oh, wrong map.
I wonder if we are adjusting some players or something along those lines. We'll have to hold off and see.
I'm not sure what's going on.
Be sure to predict. We are
Whoa.
taking a quick bathroom break. Totally understandable as these teams have been playing for quite a long time. We will be getting to see this map 5, and then, very excitingly, we will get to see Houston Traffic play one more game against Overwando. As Egg Sandwich said, we are currently taking a quick bathroom break, or the players are. But, Tyler, what do you think? Who is gonna win this map 5?
Houston's strong on Control, but I'm not sure. I mean, Overwatch is just their DPS is just really, really good. So if Falcon pops off here, like, you know, they usually do, it's going to be really hard for Houston to come back, especially with, I mean, first point, we'll see. But I mean, if they're playing Junk on Temp, or what's the more open one? Getting the names of my maps, but Junk pretty strong. It's really unfortunate for Houston not having the Lucio on this map.
Sounds
He's so
like they need
strong.
you in there.
Yeah, yeah. If they had the Lucio, I think it'd be a lot easier, but without it, it's gonna be hard to really contest them. I could easily see Overwatchers playing a Lucio comp. I mean, probably still stick with the Echo, maybe even the Kree. Maybe even switching around Falcon and Showboat. We will see. I mean, Showboat's Kree is also very, very strong.
Showboat all around is just a very good player and always seems to have these clutch plays that they can pull out whenever they need to.
I mean, hopefully, it's gonna be a good game either way. It's gonna be close. This whole series has been really, really close.
It has. It was
Oh.
almost Overwatchers right then there. That was close, but barely Houston Traffic pulling it out in the end.
Traveling to
And now we are heading in. All right, we have swapped maps now, and this one is such a Lucio map.
Yeah,
I
this is
fondly recall from the very first match of the tournament, seeing you wall riding up along these sort of side or the walls that separate the choke from everything else.
yeah. They're a little weird to get up on top of, but they're just a really strong spot. I've seen a lot of people use them. I mean, you just lurk up there and just look down at the team and wait for a good boop opportunity, and it usually comes through. So
We got to see that from you exactly during that first match against, I believe it was Centennial Punk Rats.
yeah, and none of them are coming out with the Lucio. It doesn't look like they're going. Ooh.
We do have the Zen, however, from the Overwatchers, who does have, pardon me, a boop as of Overwatch 2.
True, the kick. That is true. That could play a big role in this match, but
We
I
are
would-
gonna have to wait and see.
yeah, I could see the Zen playing back more, looking for some pretty good discords. I mean, honestly, on that ball, it's pretty huge. Oh, they're gonna
Falcon is
melt this
on
ball.
The Echo. Not great for Icarus on the ball. Lots of damage to just spray into them. A rock just clips Icarus as they are trying to roll through. Showboat here holding most of Houston Traffic in this sort of side positioning. However, Houston is aggressing onto the point. Wyatt with a clean shot to
Huge
finish
pick.
off the
Oh, Ninjama
Echo.
comes back though.
Ninjama picks off Caitlyn, but we have the
Big
res. But
res.
Icarus going down is such a bad loss. And
And-
Kate follows close
Yeah,
behind.
now it's just a matter of time.
The best
just bring this
Houston
into
can
point.
do right now is hope to stall on point and get some percentage. But an early ultimate from Showboat.
Oh, huge.
That was so fast, and they get 2 with that ultimate.
Wow, that was fast.
Incredible.
That was
Houston
what,
Traffic are on the back foot. I would say that was probably
minute?
a minute max.
Yeah, that was a fast signal. Those rocks really coming through on the ball. I really think they should swap off the ball. It's not really working. Icarus is
I
getting
don't
picked up
know
a
if.
lot.
Oh, it seems that Icarus is doing
Yeah.
just that.
Yeah,
Swapping
they heard me.
to
Heard
the
me.
Diva.
Diva.
All right,
Oh,
they are pushing
questionable
in
pick.
now. This little room can be so difficult to push through when you are attacking, but Houston Traffic do so with relative ease as Overwatchers back off to defend the point more than anything. Showboat
Huge
throws a
one.
rock and Kit in an aggressive position. A little bit
Big-
on her own, but then Icarus trades
Oh,
it
window.
out. We lose Kit. That window is so deadly from Baptiste, and
That's too big.
especially with a Zenyatta right there.
2 picks coming out for the support. Love to see that. Fellow support players getting those picks.
Absolutely. But now I'm worried. Will Agathorn and Icarus just get staggered?
It might. This Mercy.
Kit
Okay.
with the visor here has yet to pick up anything. As I say that, they managed to pick off the Baptiste, which is a good pick, leaving the Overwatchers with only Zen heals. But Bob is denying the entire right side of this choke for them. Icarus positioning onto point, but oh, they gotta watch out for the dragons! Wyatt caught in the dragons. Icarus dropping the bomb, but is able to shield it off. We do manage to res Wyatt, but KitKat is caught in this gravitic flux and falls. Just barely. Houston Traffic manages to turn it around, but Falcon has not stopped getting picks. We have an ult from Wyatt, who has to come up big here for their team.
Yeah, and
Oh,
Overwatch is
and they
still up
don't. The Mercy going down is such a devastating pick. KitKat trying to do what she can, but losing Wyatt and especially the Diva being demeched is so unfortunate. They have to be on this point, but they just can't be.
And Showboat's Sigma just really, really strong. Frontlining really well, cutting off heals, just soloing people out, and I mean, getting their DPS the best angles possible to really pick apart this team.
Absolutely. There is definitely good reason why your team is scared of the Overwatchers. They are such a strong team.
I know scared is a strong word, but they are very good. Very good indeed.
How about then aware of the Overwatchers?
That's a better word. I like that one better. That's good. I don't know. I would hope the other teams are scared of us rather than we're scared of other teams.
I imagine most of them are with your perfect record, but we have the ball again.
This ball pick is just so questionable. I'm not sure about it.
Lucio Mercy with a pharmacy. I don't love this, to be honest with you.
I can already hear Caitlyn in the comms just mauling. It's unfortunate.
Oh, but
we'll see what happens
already
here.
a pick onto the... Oh!
Wow.
Houston coming out strong here with 2 picks. Wong Kong does fall, however, we do have the res. The DPS of Houston coming up strong here.
Falcon on the Ash. That's going to be interesting for the Pharah.
Yep. Falcon can definitely hit some shots. They're gonna have to be careful, but a pick onto the Hanzo is so key. But we lose the pharmacy here, and that is the majority of the healing, and Wong Kong goes down too. There is no healing for Houston Traffic. They are rushing point, and they will have the advantage on the Ash, I say, but KitKat is picked.
Huge
Icarus
shot there.
hacked right away as they've already made the adjustment to the Sombra, and I can't imagine the ball is gonna work much better.
Yeah, I mean, I already can hear the comms. Switch off ball. That's Caitlin's
a
yelling
big
that right
pick
now.
that's 2 big, really big picks.
Oh.
Both supports are down. Falcon and Wyatt trade, leaving Showboat and Ninja left, but Ninja is picked off. Showboat the only one left on point as the Zarya. A good amount of sustainability, but not enough when you're facing down 5 players.
Yeah, I mean, that pharmacy just has such a high damage output. If they can't deal with it, I mean, it's just going to rain down on their supports, but they do have 3 hit scans, so...
They are definitely not enjoying this. Oh, a pulse onto Falcon is a great way to start this fight. And Egg Sandwich going down is terrible for the Overwatchers. KitKat and Ninja dueling here. However, Ninja does have the hacked Mega, but that doesn't help when you have 3 players on you. J-Rock picked again before they can even really get in this fight. This is so devastating for them.
That is a huge pick. That's just gonna
Egg
really
Sandwich has
slow them
made
down.
this swap to the Ana, but now they've lost so much of their mobility. Sombra lurking around behind, hacks Wong Kong, but... Ooh, Falcon might clean it up. Not quite. Window is something to watch out for. You can't just be peeking that willy-nilly, so we're gonna have to see. The Bob from Falcon on point is gonna be a solid deterrent, although the bombs knock them off. The barrage onto Falcon manages to pick them off, but ooh, Wong Kong just not quite getting around that pillar in time. They have to be on now. Agathorn going for maybe a little bit of a silly res there to pick
It was
up
questionable.
Wong Kong.
Very questionable res.
Definitely back and forth. Falcon is now back on the Tracer in order to stall and manages to pick off Wyatt the Wiz. Kit Kate frantically trying to fight now. The beat here, so good from Wong Kong. Now they just have to finish off Falcon and Showboat. Falcon is going to be tough, and an EMP is going to make things even tougher for the Houston Traffic. But Icarus wants this point. Only supports and the tank right now, but as I say that, Wyatt gets back. Are they able to finish this ninja stalling for so long? But finally, they managed to take it.
A huge stall there as well. That Lucio just would not die.
No.
Guys did not focus him down, but unfortunately, I mean, both teams went down to like 2 players at one point, so it could have gone either way.
It absolutely could have, but I am so excited that we get to go to a match 5, control map 3. We are going the full distance, everybody. So, let's see who's gonna win, Overwatchers or Houston Traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to this game. I mean, this good map for both teams. Really unfortunate. Not really an echo map, I would say, but Falcon on that Tracer could be really deadly. But you know, Caitlyn's really showing
We have the
that they are a
ball
top
mirror,
player.
interestingly.
And the ball. Yeah, I mean,
Ooh,
it's
but
been working.
Icarus is getting hacked and slept. Devastating. But Wyatt trying to even things out with the pick onto Falcon, but Showboat wants this point.
Yeah, just not enough. When your tank goes down, that's just
It's
pretty much
so
point.
tough.
Weird.
Kate Wong Kong trying to hold the point, but Agathorn is so vulnerable. Nice thing though about Icarus is that they get back so fast, and Houston Traffic get the first capture onto the point. But again, Icarus falling early. Does Agathorn go for the res here? Yes, they do. Can they get it off? Oh, they do, but at the cost of their life, and Kate falls as well. This is going to be a reset for Houston.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a unfortunate. I mean, when you're gonna sacrifice your life like that, it's probably not worth it.
Wong Kong
Unless you're
getting
99%.
staggered is so tough.
Yeah, again, a big stagger. They've wasted a lot of time with staggers. Both teams really have been struggling with that.
Icarus hacked once more. Pulse Bomb in the back doesn't connect with anyone, and Kit Kate manages to pick off Ninja, but J-Rock does not want that far up in the air. Showboat pushing onto the supports is unable to get them. Kit Kate and Icarus in here diving now for Falcon. They don't quite get them, but they go again. Oh, Showboat gets picked off by, or rather, Kit Kate gets picked off by Showboat. Falcon finishes off Icarus, and Ninja finishes off Kit Kate for a second time. Now it is the Pharmacy and Lucio here. They are just, they need to get out at this point. All they are doing is staggering.
Now
We have
Mercy
the
is just...
Winston from Icarus. Ninja going off the map.
That
Curious
was
what
definitely a
that
mistake.
is about.
They might have forgot they had a translocator up or not up or something like that, but might be a
Pulse
crucial.
goes through, doesn't connect. Mines
mines?
dropped. Doesn't quite pick anybody off, but Showboat is gonna try their best.
Boops the monkey to the mines, but not enough to secure the kill.
Oh, 2 big picks on the support. EMP comes through, but not before the beat drop has already landed, giving them that extra health. It is just now Showboat and Falcon. Can they make the difference here? I don't think they can. It is gonna be close.
I mean, they still got 99, so that's all I really wanted, so I'm sure they'll just get out after this.
Absolutely. This is gonna be such a climb for Houston Traffic. They cannot. Oh! A massive pulse bomb by Kit
Huge
Kate!
pulse.
That is huge! And does so much to help them secure this point for at least another fight. They cannot lose a single fight here. It is going to be a tough climb, but that pulse bomb just made things a little bit easier. We
Yeah,
have
big pulse, but-
Sombra. Oh, pick onto Falcon early on. We have ball on point, but they chase him off. Curious to see what Ninja's going for. Not near the EMP. Maybe looking to pick off a support. Icarus with the monkey ult does not get anything. Kit Kat spotting that hack. Picks them off. Wyatt does end up going down, but it's at the cost of the rest of the Overwatchers.
Yeah, and I mean, that pulse, you know, great pulse. But we'll see if it can really stall them for long enough. Because I mean, looking at ult economy.
Unfortunately now, yeah, the Overwatchers have 3 ults, and there is one of them. So deadly to be on this point right now. Kit Kat has to be so careful. And Wong Kong going down is devastating. Icarus falling too is just awful.
Yeah, that's-
They managed to pick off Ninja, but Wyatt goes down. We have the res onto Icarus. J-Rock gets picked off. Things are getting scrappy here. And this is going to be so close. Icarus manages to get the pick.
Oh wow, huge
Only
res on the other
Showboat
Mercy.
here. They
That
can't
Mercy.
touch! Showboat
Oh my-
cannot touch in time. And that is Houston Traffic taking the 3-2-2.
That Mercy just clutched
So
the biggest res I've ever seen.
close. That was such a key res to res Icarus. Absolutely insane. Of course, a clutch pulse bomb here to clean up both supports and the Sombra. Incredible play. Agathorn really, really clutching things there in order to pull off the res there. Series record, Brother Wolf. Houston Traffic just scraped out a win, 99-99 on Nepal, going 3-2 against the Overwatchers. I am so glad that we got to see that. That was incredible.
A great close match. It's always the most fun to watch. So now it's Houston versus Overwatch.
For the
Predictions time.
final match of the round robin. Oh, accidentally joining into Overwando's warm-up here. This is not the custom lobby I thought it would be. But I imagine they will be setting up the lobby momentarily.
I'm doing predictions right now. I'm not telling you who I'm voting for, but I'm doing predictions.
Oh, alright. Well,
I used all my points.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tyler. It's a little bit obvious who you've used your points for, seeing as Houston Traffic has 480 and Overwando has 0.
Yeah, I mean, after that performance, I don't really see how they're losing, but you know, I really hope for a close game again. Of course.
Absolutely, and we cannot discount Crimson's Genji.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty strong, especially on Kings Row. I mean, it's so interesting that people pick the same maps. I'm gonna go. It's gonna go Lijiang, Kings Row, and then Dorado. I don't know why everyone likes Dorado, but for some reason,
Funky Lactose
everyone picks
redeeming
Dorado.
a hydrate. Thank you so much for the 500 bits.
I have
have
to hydrate too.
finished off. Yes, you do. Drink some water, or
I
in
drink all
my
the water
case,
I had.
I
Let me guess.
finished off-
Sugar-free, no, diet Dr. Pepper.
There you go. I finished off
Got
my
it.
sugar-free Sprite, and I'm now taking a sip of my
That's just-
diet Dr. Pepper.
Oh, I got both of them. That's not hydrating, Tiny. You gotta
All
drink
right,
some
I'll have
water.
water. I also have water here because it's almost like I'll be talking for 4 hours.
I'm telling you.
I have drank water now as well, hydrating in every way that I can.
Look at this.
Can we have like a
I
5-minute
literally
break?
don't care. Yeah, we're getting like a
One
10-minute break,
moment,
bro.
I
We're
am
taking a second to chill.
Wait.
accidentally in the Houston Traffic's voice channel there. They were talking about taking a quick break, so I imagine we will be taking a few minutes as that was a very intense game for them, and I am not surprised that they need to take a couple minutes.
I want to go say hi to them.
Understandable. All of the intensities. Yeah. No, that was probably one of my favorite match sets so far, just because of how close everything got. Alright, it looks like we might be going to Busan. It seems that way. So, I am going to take a quick break and hop in with Overwando. Hello, Overwando! Popping in real quick. I understand if some of you are taking a break. No worries. How's it going, Crimson?
Me?
Yeah.
Going alright. We're not doing too hot right now, but we can pull it back.
I believe in you guys. This is gonna be a tough match, but I think you can do this.
Yeah.
So, what are we gonna be seeing for this first match, do you think?
I think you already know.
Why do I feel like you're
Yeah.
pulling out the Genji here?
No, that wouldn't happen. Never. Not gonna
Never.
happen. Uh-huh. Yeah. We'll
Yeah,
see.
probably a little Genji Sojourn, and then just choosing picks depending on how badly we're being killed.
Mhm.
Sometimes that's really all you can do.
Yeah. But I'm fully expecting Kit to recognize
say they
that
were-
I'm probably
Didn't-
gonna be on Genji, so we'll expect some
Didn't kids say that they
counterplay
were
there.
also gonna go Genji?
They might. If they are, that's gonna be interesting.
That would certainly be an interesting Genji duel. Who do you think
well.
would win it?
Ooh, the Genji.
I mean, if we're talking like pure 1v1, no separate team
Yep.
fights,
Just the two of you.
I feel like I could take the edge a majority of the time, but that's purely dependent on how we're both doing. So
Your kid's a Diamond 3? Wow. Oh, season high Diamond 3, but still.
it's gonna be tough, but we'll do our
Wow.
best to try and pull through.
Kid has more hours in comp than I do the entire game.
That
There we go.
is fair. I see we have some new players on your team, particularly Stasis.
Yes. Stasis is our tank for a majority of the time. We have our backup Luffy in case we can't make it sometimes.
But Stasis wasn't here yesterday, so we had to fill.
Yeah, I just got in from a flight this morning.
Fair
Alright.
enough. Tyler also hopping in here. I'm just doing a quick pre-game interview with Overwando.
All right.
Hello, Tyler.
What are you guys
What?
looking out for Houston Traffic? What do you think is something they're gonna pull?
I'm expecting good tank gameplay because if Kit's off it, they're probably gonna be going for something good. So I'm gonna be watching their tanks and probably a few healers. I'm expecting some really good peel. So
That is fair. All right. Well, anything you would like me to pass along to them before I check in with them a little bit?
let's fucking do it.
All right.
Let's go.
You're ready to get diffed. No.
I want to see the Crimson Genji the whole time. Never swap.
No swappage. Gotta.
No
Counter
swapping.
picking at all.
We got to keep them
Okay,
on the
like
Genji
if
too,
we're
though.
going for this, then they better fucking hold true to it.
They just Genji
Yeah,
with
they have
Genji.
to
I
post
bet
it.
Caitlyn. I bet
Tell their
Caitlyn would.
DPS to go Genji.
I bet Caitlyn would go Genji with you. I bet.
Probably.
they'll-
That's,
see if
they've
they'll
been
go
fucking it
Genji
up,
Sojourn.
so we'll see.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right. Well, I'm going to go check in with them. Good luck, guys. I believe in you.
Sounds good.
Let's have us some good Overwatch, all right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Good luck.
Let's do it.
Hello. Is there any chance that Caitlin is here?
No, Caitlin is using the restroom.
Fair enough. However, hello, Ethan.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
How are you feeling after that last match? That was intense.
Yeah, yes it was. It was a doozy. Like the first two maps we were kind of getting our understanding of how that team played, and we quickly realized that there were 2 star players on that team and there were 3 weak players on that team. We moved our focus from trying to match them into taking advantage of their weak backline. So I would go in on the ball to kind of separate their backline, and when the 2 good players would dive into our team, it's our team versus the 2 good players, and I'm dealing with the entire backline, so they have no support.
A very strong strategy, which clearly worked out for you guys in the end. That third and final point, though, oh, that was such a clutch res. Give my kudos to Agathorn. That res was insane in order to bring you back. And then, of course, your clutch playing was what brought it into the end.
My heart's still beating like it. It was such an intense match. Very well done to the Overwatchers. They were a very good team, and I hope we can play them again in the tournament.
Absolutely. So, we've got one more game tonight, though. Houston Traffic versus Overwando. How are you feeling going into this one?
We're taking a little bit of break. We're kind of calming down after last game, but I'm looking forward to this next game, last game of the night. I'm kind of ready to play this team. Don't really know what style they're gonna play. We'll figure it out. But really, our ball and brawl comp has been working really well for us, so we're probably gonna stick to that.
Absolutely. What so far has been your favorite matchup in this whole tournament, would you say?
The Overwatchers were a really good matchup. It was very close, but I also have to give props to the Mercy
Hello,
girls.
Caitlin.
Mom!
Oh,
Wait, calm down.
goodness.
We're doing an interview. Calm
We
down.
are on stream currently.
I am so sorry. Continue.
I'm actually looking forward to our rematch versus Mercy Girls. We were missing a player when we originally played them, so I'm looking forward to our rematch in the tournament and seeing how it goes differently once we have our DPS for that match.
Ooh, that's
I am
fighting
too.
words there, Tyler. How do
I
you
am
guys
too.
feel about a hopeful rematch?
I mean, what are we 7-0?
Well, whoa,
Oh,
Let me
man.
check these stats real quick. I think
I
it's
think we
5-0.
dropped. I think we dropped two
I
maps.
think it's 5-0.
No, we won. Well, 4 yesterday. 3-2.
I will admit, y'all
Yeah.
are cracked out of your mind. But like the way we were playing in that last match, that's an easy contender to your team.
Yep.
I mean, sure,
If-
but
If
I
we
mean,
can replicate it,
I mean, yeah,
that's
we were
tough
feeling
to
pretty good
see.
too. I mean, I'm looking forward to it too. I think we'll see. We'll see if your DPS makes a difference.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
I don't know what to say.
Alright.
I don't know what to say. Also, I had a request from Crimson that you diff him on Genji. So.
Absolute bet. If we get there, I will
This
diff.
All right, I
was-
asked you to do it because
was in
he's
fact
down.
a
He's down.
request.
If you go Genji versus Genji.
All right, Crimson.
All right, I
Let me
expect
have
the
it.
diff. You know, as the resident
I will
DPS
say,
player.
Caitlin, Crimson
The
did
Tiger?
say, as if it was down to a 1v1, no outside intervention from your teams, Crimson does think that he can beat you in the
Absolutely.
Genji matchup.
Absolutely, but I'm not gonna let that happen. I'm not stupid.
Oh.
If I dive Crimson, it's gonna be because he has an Ana right next to him that I know I can one shot.
You're
Like-
not doing it for the ego.
No.
I would have done it for the ego.
If I
to
was
be honest.
egoing, I'd be playing Ryan this entire tournament.
That's fair. I mean, I do play Lucio, so I can't really say.
But I do, of course, have to ask, and of course, by your very emotional entrance, Caitlin, how did you feel about that last match set?
I'm eating cookies right now. My adrenaline is so high.
You got Chucky Milk?
What kind of cookies?
They are Am I allowed to like
Brand.
speak about brands?
Advertise.
I
Yeah.
It's
already
not-
said
Milano
so many
cookies.
brands today, so
Cool.
if not,
It's Girl Scout. It's Girl Scout peanut butter patties, but
Oh.
I froze them overnight.
Ooh, that
That's not
is a
branding. That's like
good way.
I don't think the Girl Scouts of America like are that much branding. You're probably just helping some like
True.
4 or 10-year-old get her badge. So
But,
honestly,
We
props.
better
Yeah,
get DMCA'd by Girl Scouts of America.
If we get DMCA by Girl Scout cookies, I'm never buying Thin Mints
Well, I'm
ever
pretty sure
again.
DMCA is music,
I
so we're
know,
just
I'm
copyrighted.
joking.
if you want to make a highlight reel of the tournament, I would take a look at our voice comms from like when we capped point when they hit 99 to the end of that game. It was so hype in there. Everybody was super focused. It was honestly a beautiful sight to see a bunch of childhood friends come together and play Overwatch together. It was beautiful.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
had-
And
You
also,
said that wrong.
Oh.
It was a bunch of children.
true.
He's not wrong. They are not wrong. Pardon me.
I will say, that Pulse Bomb 3K you had was such
I
a
haven't yeeted
good
that thing.
start
missed.
to
I
turn that
missed.
around.
Calculated.
I literally missed. I wanted to stick the Ana, and I missed.
Then the Thumber coming out of cloak right in front of you. Calculate on purpose.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I just want to put out we're clearly gonna win because we are a team of 3 endorsement and they're a team of only 1 endorsement. So clearly,
True.
Well,
we
they
gotta
do
win back.
have the
You know-
level 4 endorsement on Wolf of Death.
You gotta be
He
careful
He
because
shows 1 for me.
He shows
there's
one.
one person who has endorsement level 5 who did
Oh,
lose.
yeah.
So.
Alrighty.
Yeah, we beat them.
We're gonna head back to our VC and see if we can
Good
get
luck.
this going. All right.
Yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Hey, good luck in this upcoming match.
Good luck
I'm
on the
looking
Genji.
forward to some good Overwatch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good
Thank
luck
you
on the
very
Genji.
much.
All
See
right.
you on the field, Crimson.
See you guys on the other side.
Hi, Tommy.
All right. It is back to just me and Tyler for
Okay.
this.
Leave you.
final
I'm so
one.
sorry.
Joy, you're asking, what is endorsement? Endorsement is something added to the game a little while back where if you think a player has done a good job or if they were very friendly and non-toxic, you can endorse them in order to kind of give like a little bit of an up for them. Got
And they get, like, a
level
little
2.
banner.
Yep.
W.
Yep. It goes 1 through 5. For anyone else who might not know what endorsement is, it goes 1 through 5, with 5 being the highest and the most difficult to obtain and keep, 1 being the lowest.
Tyler, before we start, I'm gonna have to go because I love Overwatch, but I really want to do my homework.
No
so
worries. Go
So-
ahead and go do your
but-
homework.
Good games, everyone. Good luck in the next match.
Absolutely.
I've got my prediction on Houston, but we'll see. Crimson getting the Nano Blade, anything can happen. So I believe.
Anything can happen, and they have a new player with them today. So
Sounds good.
gonna be
Have fun.
interesting.
Yeah, have
a
fun
good night.
casting. Yeah.
Enjoy
Good
your
night.
homework, Tyler.
Thank you.
All right. We should be getting going here. Any moment. We are going to be on Busan first. It's going to be an interesting map. We obviously got a look into posture check. Oh, thank you. Ugh, I don't want to talk about what my posture was. Problem is I sit in my chair in silly, goofy ways. I am not somebody who sits with my feet on the floor. I will sit crisscross applesauce or sitting on my legs or any absurd number. I don't know what it is, but I do not like having my feet sitting on the floor. So, I have adjusted my posture though. Thank you very much for the posture check. But we should be getting into Busan here. We got to get a little bit of an insight with both teams, so I am excited. We, of course, will have to check in with the winner after, as this is the final game. And here we go. Straight into Busan. We are on Mecha Base first. getting started here. We've got 30 seconds before we get going. Looks like we've got Stasis on tank and Icarus as well. Looks like Stasis, based on health bars, might be running the Zarya, whereas Icarus is running the Sigma from the looks of things. But we are going to have to see.
Ready for battle.
We have for Overwando, Kitrin on the Mercy, Wolf of Death with Sojourn Crimson on his classic Genji, Aki on the Lucio, and Stasis on the Zarya. On the other side with Houston Traffic, we have KitKat on the Genji. Matching up here, maybe we'll get our duel. Wyatt on the Sombra. Dark on the Brig, Ago on the Zen, and Icarus on the Ball. It'll be interesting to see how these match up. Crimson immediately going in for some pot shots. Wyatt sneaking around here, gets the hack on the Mercy. That can be big, but Kitrin has the support of their team. Crimson getting hacked though. Wolf picks off Wyatt, a good starting pick, and follows it up with Icarus. Very strong starting picks here. Crimson in a little bit of a questionable situation here, but has the support of the Zarya and Mercy and is able to take out both supports with their team. Overwando starting off strong here. We have the swap to the Rhine from Icarus, looking for more of this brawly dueling comp. KitKat also making the swap to the Echo. Wyatt on Mei. Icarus starting to charge in, doesn't go through with it. Shield is very low. They managed to get the wall up, but KitKat going down to Crimson. Icarus trades though, a much bigger trade with the Zarya. Wolf of Death and Stasis are down. We have the res though on Stasis from Kitrin. Very sneaky to pull that off. Crimson, Stasis, and Kitrin holding the point. Crimson getting the pick off on Dark. Crimson, though, not wanting to be swung on too much. Wolf of Death picking off KitKat, but Icarus picking off Crimson. And without their tank, Overwando does not want to take this fight. Icarus going in for Aki. Can't quite get the charge, but oh, a sleep is devastating. Wolf of Death backing off, but gets pinned. That is another tough stagger for Overwando. Things are already shaping up to be quite a bit more closer than Houston Traffic or Overwando might have been expecting. Wolf of Death here with the slow. The Shatter goes through, but Stasis with a perfect bubble. And here comes. We have a Blizzard. We have a Blade. Crimson gets the Blade and gets two, but gets finished off by the Blizzard. KitKat onto the Sojourn, a formidable opponent, but Kitrin gets the res on Crimson. Agathorn goes down to Aki, and KitKat pulled out of the Sojourn copy by Wolf of Death. Not too much of a fan of seeing another Sojourn on the field. KitKat goes down. Icarus comes charging through. Overwando taking the point back. Both teams around 50%. Overwando wins this fight and is now climbing. Houston Traffic pushing up here. We have KitKat on the Reaper now, switching off that Echo. Maybe going for something a little bit sneaky over here. Nope, the whole team is pushing to the left. KitKat holding this high ground, a strong positioning, but she's not in a position to get Rally. The Grav goes through, catching three, but Rally is just doing its best to keep them up. Crimson dives in. Icarus going for a charge and manages to pick off Crimson. The Shatter connects onto Stasis, and Stasis alone. The beat not enough to keep them up. Wolf of Death gets pinned, but Kitrin with the res onto Stasis, extending this to a 99%. Ultimately, though, it seems like Houston will be taking this point, but not before they get it to 99. Houston is at 50%, and so they aren't pulling this all the way from 0, but they still have quite a ways to climb before they are at that equal 99. We have the Reaper now from Crimson, both having switched off that Genji and onto the Reaper. The Mei goes in with the Blizzard, catches only the Zarya, but that should be enough. Yup, and with that, oh, the Blossom. I don't know if that was needed from KitKat, but it does help secure the picks, and I suppose they are coming up on 90%. No ults for Overwando, only. Oh, I charge in. Gets 2, and this is such a big turnaround here for Overwando, or for Houston Traffic rather, as Overwando loses everyone. Kitrin the only one left alive, but in the face of a Nano Reaper, as well as a Brig, she does not last long. Just like that, round 1 goes to Houston Traffic.
Score.
As I was saying though, I think that this is going to be much tougher for both teams than they expected. Definitely a lot closer. The 99 to 100. Looks like Stasis is on the Sigma this round with Icarus on Winston. We have both of our Genjis back, but on a break compared to Lucio Mercy. Not sure how I feel about the Lucio Mercy. Definitely less heals, but we are going to have to wait and see how it shapes up. A little bit of posturing here. Houston Traffic does take what is considered to be the high ground on this map. Ooh, but a big pick from Stasis means that KitKat is already out of the fight, and they have no res. Stasis also picking off Dark. This is a big pick, as already... Oh, we have Wyatt on the Genji here instead of KitKat, but it does not matter as Crimson still picks them off. KitKat on the Tracer main here, going against Crimson, but she backs off as that is not a fight she wants to take. Looks like Houston Traffic looking for this high ground once again. Pushing in here, diving straight onto Crimson. That is a big first pick, and with the way they are holding the space, no way to res it. A big purple in here onto Overwando, but nothing gotten as a result. Diving onto Aki and Stasis, but they can't quite. Many of the players... Oh, Icarus going down is such an unfortunate loss here. Agathorn falling after. We have Dark getting caught in the Gravitic Flux. Wyatt and Dark looking to even things up here. Icarus coming in. There are 3 for Overwando, and now 1. Make that 0. Rather, 3 for Houston, and 0 for Overwando, getting them to a nice 50%. Kitrin almost stuck there, but just barely manages to avoid it. Icarus rolling through here. I'm curious to see if they will pull out a Sombra, as we have seen that the Sombra is so effective at getting Icarus to be forced to swap. Crimson purpled here, but not in too much danger. KitKat low. Icarus diving into the back. Isn't quite able to get anything there, but rolls through looking for more. We have the Nano Blade coming through from Wyatt. So far nothing. Hunting down Crimson, manages to pick them off, but nothing more thus far. A big purple onto Aki. This will spell doom. No, it won't quite yet. Wolf of Death picks off Wyatt, and Aki manages to survive. Stasis doing a good job of picking off Dark here. Both teams going back and forth. We have Wolf of Death here, slept, but Kitrin getting up into the face of things to ensure that Wolf does not get picked off. Aki is back now, and Agathorn going down. Stasis gets stuck, but manages to survive, and KitKat goes down along with Wyatt. It's just Icarus now. However, we've seen how well a ball can stall on a point, especially one like this. where the sight lines can get so split up by such little things. We now see the Pharah from Wyatt the Wiz. An interesting adaptation here. They do, of course, have Wolf of Death on the Sojourn, but Sojourn isn't exactly a hit scan. Stasis coming in here, gets 2 in the Gravitic Flux, doesn't get any picks, and Kitrin goes down, but Stasis does clean up Crimson here with the blade going in, manages to get Kit Kate. Stasis looking for the support, can't quite pick off there. Crimson cleans up Wyatt, but now it is Aki. Well, now it is Aki alone on the point with Dark and Icarus. Aki doing their best to stall, managed to get it to a solid 90% for their team here. But the Houston Traffic is also at a strong 73 and counting. And they're gonna have to... Ooh, the hack here. Harsh on 2. Icarus, but he barely managed to roll out. The Valkyrie comes in here for Overwando and rally on the side of Houston Traffic. Stasis is purpled, which can be devastating. Crimson playing the Sombra now. Wolf of Death picked Agathorn, which can be so important, but Wyatt picking off Crimson in return. 99 to 91. Whichever team wins this fight will likely win the round. So, Stasis picking off Kit Kat is a good way to stay in this. Both teams have to stay on Aki, doing just that. Dark goes for the boop, doesn't quite get the kill. Crimson is back on the Sombra. Aki goes down, but Crimson picks off the Brig. Mercy now, and Ana for the support lines of both teams. Wyatt is playing very low, but Kitrin going down is a huge pick. Stasis, though, with the monkey ult here, the Rampage is very important. Crimson goes down, but Aki is back, and Stasis still fighting tooth and nail, finally going down, and that will be the first map going to Houston Traffic. Really a close game, even if it was a 2-0 over Wando. Both times just absolutely bringing it 99 to 100. This is absolutely not a series you are going to want to miss. Nothing there with that shatter, Icarus, but still, the boop manages to get us play. It is now Overwando's map pick. So we are going to have to wait and see what they go for this hybrid. I personally would love something that is not King's Row, but I'm afraid we might be getting King's Row anyways. It is going to be interesting. Teams, of course, here are taking a moment to recollect. We are getting Eichenwald. I am certainly excited to see Eichenwald. Finally, something different. Unfortunately, we have yet to see any Paraiso, and we will not be seeing any for the round robin aspect. I can only hope that we will get to see some in the playoffs. We are swapping, interestingly enough. We have yet to see any teams do this. This is, of course, the attack or the winning team's right to choose, attacking or defending. And so, doing a little bit of adjusting with the names and everything here. But Houston Traffic will be defending first. I look forward to seeing how far Overwando can get, because they have definitely proven that they are a solid match here for the Houston Traffic.
Traveling to Eichenwald.
And it is nice to be on Eichenwald. We like Ike. Of course, get to see this wonderful castle here with all of the armaments, I believe is the word. But the towers and the village nearby that we get to have our second map on. This is, as I said, Overwando's map choice, so I'm curious to see. Looks like Icarus might be running the Reinhardt here. I don't think Ball would be the pick. Yes. For the defense, we have KK on the Soldier, Wyatt on the Pharah, Dark on the Mercy, Ago on the Ana, and Icarus on the Rhine. On the other side, we're looking at Kitrin on the Kiriko, Wolf of Death back on that favorite of Sojourn, Crimson on the Junkrat. Oh, I changed my mind. Well, Crimson changed their mind. Maybe the Genshi, maybe the Reaper, we aren't sure quite yet. We have Aki on the Lucio and Stasis looking at this Orisa. Icarus taking somewhat of a defensive position here. This choke can be very difficult for attackers to get through, so I'm excited to see what they are doing. Oh, Wolf of Death, I think, going back for a hit scan swap. Yep, right onto the Ashe. A little bit of posturing here, trying to speed through. Stasis, Orisa is so good at just pushing and bullying tanks around, but Wyatt gets a pick onto Kitrin, and then Wolf of Death follows that up by picking off the entirety of the pharmacy. Icarus picks Crimson, but this is still a very back and forth fight, although with the loss of Aki, this is going to be much closer. Stasis is picked off by Icarus, leaving Wolf of Death and Kitrin as the remaining players of Overwando. Icarus, of course, looking for the contest here, but does not get it. We have Wyatt now on the Sojourn. Ago on the, or rather Dark. The Shatter goes through, although KitKate getting 2 picks from that Shatter. Stasis, of course, had that block there as Orisa, but it was not enough. KitKate, just for a little bit on top, manages to pick off Crimson. So now they have to regroup. Wolf of Death pushing in here. Almost have the Orisa ult, which isn't always the most influential. Ever since her update into Overwatch 2, Orisa's ult has not been necessarily a large ult that people worry about. Wrapping around the left side of the tower here, the Kiriko rush from the back, and there is that Orisa ult. Manages to pick off Dark and Ana. That is 2 big picks there. They no longer have supports on the side of Houston Traffic, and you can see that in the way that the rest of the team falls. We've got Caitlyn here taking a little bit of sneaky positioning. Kitrin has spotted Caitlyn. Only gets a quick little shuriken in, throwing the javelin up at Caitlyn, trying to deter her from taking this over top. Oh, but a big shatter from Icarus manages to knock down, I think that was 3. Manages to pick up 2 from that, with Stasis being rather tough to kill. Aki picks off Wyatt, but without their tank, Overwando maybe won't have such a tough time. Crimson gets slept, but Icarus catches the cart for the charge. We have the blade coming through from KitKate, but it gets nothing thanks to a beat drop from Aki, and Wolf of Death finishes them off. Seems Overwando will be pushing through this gateway now. Stasis looking to go aggressive, wants this high ground positioning as it can be so key.
This ends now.
However, Wyatt up top with a Sojourn ult can be so deadly. Icarus charges through with, oh, Crimson up top picks off 2 with that Death Blossom. Icarus with the Nano fighting on point, but Stasis picks Caitlyn. Crimson getting so low thanks to a purple, but is able to wraith out and is safe. And now Overwando will keep pushing the cart. We can see through the wall, of course, Houston Traffic grouping up here inside the castle. Meanwhile, Overwando is more than eager to hold this. Wyatt, nobody currently on the high ground. Wyatt throws in a dynamite, but doesn't get anything. Crimson moves for a bold teleport, but is caught out. Shatter comes down, catches 3, but they are Suzu'd in order to help. Crimson, of course, in the back line, picks up 2 with Stasis, picks up 3. Stasis following behind with a quick 2. And just like that, Overwando, with 3 minutes 30 seconds in the time bank, has captured point 2. Stasis pushing up now on this Orisa. Kate poking a little bit. Icarus coming through with this Rhine. Wonder if Icarus is going to make the swap to counter the Orisa at all, or hold the Rhine through the end of the map. Here comes Wolf of Death with that, of course, very deadly ult, but Icarus with a clean fire strike manages to pick off 2. As a result now, Overwando is on the back foot. Kitrin having to flee using that Kiriko teleport, but it is not enough. Stasis holding around this corner here, willing to fight with Kate if they have to, but still looking to try and get out as they are so very low. Able to be healed up. Kitrin and Aki get purpled, but Suzu comes through. Crimson up top here, getting so close to this Death Blossom. Stasis pushing in now. Kate on the side, gets caught out a little bit, but manages to make it out. The tire from Wyatt here doesn't manage to catch anyone. Does some damage onto Stasis, but it is quickly healed up by Kitrin on that Kiriko. Icarus has to fall back. Ooh, here comes Crimson. There's that Death Blossom. Manages to get both supports. Icarus charges them, but doesn't manage to pull that off. Crimson with 3. Managing to turn this fight in the favor of Overwando. We are coming up on 1 minute 55 here on this final last couple steps. Stasis holding them in spawn. Will they get a contest? Wyatt and Dark are gonna have to be the ones on point. Wyatt in that cryostasis. Shatter comes down, but thanks to a clean Suzu, doesn't manage to get anything. Kate's Blossom goes wide, but she does manage to find Crimson. Stasis picks off Agathorn, and this fight could go either way at this point. Although with Wyatt the Wiz picking off Aki, and it only being Stasis on point, likely Overwando has to back off. They have a minute 20, but only a meter and 16 to go. The cart will, of course, back up due to them not being on it. However, this is still a dangerous place to be if you are Houston. Icarus finally making the swap to the Orisa. Definitely at the ult disadvantage here, but this is still going to be an interesting fight. Wyatt getting caught out in a dangerous position here. Uses the cryo, has the blizzard, but gets picked off. Aki here and Stasis are going to get found out. Crimson not able to push it through, and Kitrin will also fall shortly after. Overwando has to go back to the drawing board. Ooh, but Icarus finding Wolf of Death is such a devastating pick. Only Baptiste ult so far, but a lot of ults so close to coming online. Dying with your ult is one of the toughest things you can do. As Kate goes down 80% to that Death Blossom. Stasis playing so hard, but that Kiriko rush blocked perfectly by the Mei. Stasis going down is devastating. Wolf of Death is not picked off. Crimson here with the Death Blossom manages to get Dark Sun and the Immortality Field, taking out a huge player, but the spawns are so much closer for Overwando. Kate finally coming in with that Death Blossom she died with last time, and it is only Wolf of Death left on the payload for Overwando. Stasis tries to get back, but Houston Traffic holds strong. All in all, a very good push from Overwando. They got so close in the end there, but with the spawn advantage, it is so difficult to be able to push through this last tiny little bit here. So now we will be switching things around. Houston Traffic now has to push all the way through, point 1 and point 2, and get almost all the way through point 3. However, with them stopping over Wando before third point, there is no chance of going into extra rounds. Either they win here, or they lose. Looking like we are gonna be getting Ashe from Wolf of Death, the Junkrat on Crimson, Aki looking at that Ana, Stasis on that Reinhardt. No decision yet from Kitrin, but they should do that relatively soon because they have 15 seconds counting down. Looking like we are going with the Kiriko. Kit is on the Bastion. We are going back to the pharmacy for Wyatt the Wiz and Agathorn, with Dark on the Bap and Icarus choosing the Ramatra. An interesting pick that we haven't gotten to see too much of, so I'm excited. Wyatt immediately picking off Wolf of Death, though, is a great start for Houston Traffic. A little bit of brawling here back and forth between Icarus and Stasis, but Wyatt is going hunting and manages to pick Aki. What a devastating pick. Stasis manages to finish off Kit, but the supports are down for over Wando as Wyatt the Wiz just rolls through their backline. Stasis is doing his best to hold. Wolf of Death does manage to pick off Icarus, which is not good. However, I don't think Houston Traffic has anything to worry about here. They managed to finish this off. Wyatt the Wiz here taking some pot shots. Has to be careful because now, of course, they have the double hit scan. Kree from Crimson. Ooh, here they come. But oh, the pharmacy is so devastating. Wyatt is on fire and is picked off by Wolf of Death. But of course, Agathorn has that mercy. Wolf falls into the pit. So many people forget about the pit that is there. Stasis, however, picks off the Baptiste. But the Bastion from behind. Terrifying. Wyatt manages to clean up the rest of over Wando, and they start their push. We get to see, of course, Crimson back on the signature Genji. Enjoys that character very much. Aki getting picked off, though, is not a good start to this team fight for over Wando. Stasis going down despite being in that Nemesis form to the barrage. And Wolf of Death is cleaned up after. Kitrin going into a dangerous position here, just looking to stall on cart for as long as they can. Kit gets taken out by Crimson. Wyatt cleans Crimson up, and of course, Agathorn is always there with a clutch res. Kitrin is cleaned up, so the cart will keep moving now. Aki going down is bad. Kit dropping in this ult here, looking to pick off any members of the over Wando team before they can get to point. Kiriko Rush is good, but it seems to be placed a little bit awkwardly here, only through this room, and does not get them out here. And unfortunate for over Wando, Houston Traffic have pushed all the way through. Stasis using their ult at an interesting time here. I think looking to hold this first little bit. Pushing through here. They manage to get one. Wyatt goes down to Aki with Wolf of Death hunting down Agathorn. Stasis, though, cleans up Icarus and Agathorn. And over Wando gets to hold this really close choke point, which I'm sure they are very happy with. Taking a peek here at Stasis's point of view, who has been such a clutch player for over Wando, although facing down a Bastion and turret form is never something you want to do. Here is Icarus's ult, though. The beat drop comes down after Wolf of Death is picked, but the barrage from Wyatt picks off Stasis, and from there the resulting damage is enough to burn them down. We are coming around this corner here. Defense will have closer spawns, but the pressure is on. Wyatt the Wiz pushing around, and oh, that's so devastating to lose two before the fight has even begun. Agathorn going down is better for them, but it is only Stasis on point, and just like that, with an incredible 4-minute time bank left over, Houston Traffic steps up 2-0. An incredible fight from Overwando in the end there, but they just, third point, after that first fight that they won, they could not get their foot in the door, and it was just not enough for them to hold on. Some really stellar performances here from Houston Traffic. Felt like Overwando was a little bit caught off guard, that third point, kind of floundering a little bit. But we are going to an escort map, and this could potentially be the last map of the series. If Overwando cannot pull out a win here, it is definitely gonna be close. Waiting to see here what map Overwando is going to pick for this round, for this escort. We have swapped around, so it seems Overwando will be defending first. Houston Traffic second. Houston seemingly want to attack first. I think they'll feel better if they can finish the map and then hold Overwando. I think that is what they are looking for with this decision. However, we are going to have to see what map Overwando picks for the escort. Hanging out here for a second, of course, as these discussions happen. I've had some fantastic games so far, not just in this matchup between Overwando and Houston Traffic, but just in general. All around an incredible day of games. Yesterday was also not a night to forget, and so if you missed any of last night's stream, I really recommend going back and watching, because there was some great Overwatch. We got to see Mercy Girls start off their 7-0 with a win against Centennial Punk Grads. From there, I believe we saw Mercy Girls versus Los Mojados. Or it might have been it was Los Mojados versus Houston Traffic. Then it was Overwando and I believe the Overwatchers, but I don't recall specifically. However, if you are a fan of GFI or Booba, make sure to watch back this stream, because we got to feature them today as the first couple of games. They were very good games. Unfortunately, GFI was not strong enough against, I believe it was Houston. And Booba, despite a stellar performance from a number of their players, they just couldn't win out against Mercy Girls, who have of course proven themselves to be the titans of this tournament. Looks like we are going to Junkertown. This is going to be an interesting one. Neither team having a particular preference for snipers, although it seems my prediction was wrong and we are swapping the teams back. So, Houston Traffic will be defending first and Overwando second. I am really excited to see what Overwando can bring here on this match. Definitely, this is do or die time, so I hope that they will be pulling out all the stops.
Welcome to Junkertown.
All right.
Initiating match.
You've already seen a little bit of Junkertown earlier today. A little bit disappointed that we did not get to see any Route 66, but these are all still incredible maps. And I am so excited to see what Overwatch has in store for this third map of the series. These games, despite the 2-0, have been so very, very close. And as a result, I really hope to see Overwatch pull something out of their pocket that Houston Traffic just isn't quite ready for. And that we get to see some really good Overwatch. From the looks of things, they are mixing things up. We have Stasis on the Doomfist, Aki on the Lucio, Crimson on his signature Genji, Wolf of Death on the Widowmaker, and Kitrin on the Ana. On the other side, Kate has that Widowmaker ready. Wyatt is on the Hanzo, going for a double sniper despite the Zarya for Icarus. Dark is on the Baptiste and Ago on the Mercy. I am interested to see how Zarya, well, is or isn't going to protect their snipers, which thus far, Wyatt going down early, not a good start for Houston Traffic's defense here. Definitely not in too good of a resable position as Crimson diving in here. Wolf of Death picking off their counterpart Widow. Icarus here just kind of getting bopped around. Does manage to finish off Crimson, however, not before they die themselves. Dark gets picked off at the end of the fight here. Stasis hunting for more. Wolf of Death posturing here. Take a look at Stasis with this exciting Doomfist gameplay. Going in here, punches in, locks, goes very low thanks to the Echo, but manages to survive thanks to Kitrin. A very valuable support, although it does cost Kitrin their life. Crimson picks off Wyatt the Wiz. We have a punch in here as the support line. Kate picked off Crimson, however Stasis here fighting tooth and nail with Aki, not wanting to give up this point yet. Ago goes very low, but it does get bubbled and Stasis goes down finally. This Echo, I get the feeling, is going to be much, much more deadly for the Doomfist. Crimson getting picked off by the pocketed Echo. We have a sleep here on Icarus, but Kitrin playing out. Gets picked off by Echo as well. Wyatt pushing Wolf of Death. We have the counter Doom from Kate. Although not doing a whole lot, but the rest of her team is. She is hunting over here. Maybe looking for this Lucio. Yep. Aki running far and wide, but unfortunately just delaying the inevitable. I'd be interested to see if Overwatch could potentially go for a back cap. Although as the point moves slowly farther and farther back, that is less and less viable. The grab comes through, only catching Stasis, but that is enough to finish them off. Aki and Crimson here, pushed in, trying to get out. Aki cannot make it out in the face of Icarus's Zarya. Wolf of Death goes down to Wyatt on Genji. Crimson here trying to take on the Zarya. Wolf of Death goes down. Stasis pushing a little bit, but ultimately this has been a pretty solid hold. But here comes the Nano Blade from Crimson, something that can always be deadly, but yet so far has yet to catch anything. Blade comes in from Wyatt, manages to get a good couple swings in, but is finished off by Kitrin. Icarus finishes off Aki, and Agathorn reses Dark Sun. Crimson goes down. Wolf of Death is struggling here with Stasis to try and get things going, but Icarus does not want them to. And as a result, Stasis does pick off Mercy, which is a strong pick. However, I don't think it is going to be enough. They have 20 seconds here to make something work, but with no ultimates in the bank except for the Sojourn ult, things are gonna be tough. Although, as I say that, immediate pick onto Dark could really swing things in their favor. Stasis punches in onto Icarus, also going for Wyatt. Kit-Kate's copy is in here onto the Doomfist, punching into Crimson on the McCree. They pick off Wolf of Death, which is not good. The drop onto Ana with the Doom ult, the copy Doom. Wyatt picks off Crimson, which is not good. The Grav gets stuck to the back of cart and doesn't manage to catch anyone, but they don't need it to. As with Aki falling, that's round 1. A full hold for Houston Traffic. From the looks of things, they are ready to beat the 6 o'clock traffic and head on home with a 3-0 victory.
Initiating match.
This is definitely going to be a tough hold for the Overwatch team. However, it is not impossible, not by any means, as we have seen a variety of holds on Junkertown today. Alright, let's see what we've got. Kit-Kate on the Echo, Wyatt on the Pharah, Dark on the Baptiste, Aggo on the Mercy, and Icarus holding onto this Zarya. On the other side, however, we have Kitrin on the Ana, Wolf of Death, loving that Sojourn. Crimson on the Genji, Aki on the Zen, interestingly enough, and Stasis on the Sigma. Wyatt has made the swap off of the Pharah to the McCree, likely looking to pocket the Echo would be my guess. But we are going to have to wait and see here.
3, 2, 1.
Overwando taking this high ground to hold, throwing a rock in, but only hits Icarus's bubble. Houston Traffic looking to hold this high ground. Not pushing the cart yet, but with a really strong fight, they might not need to push the cart until they've picked off Overwando. However, a little bit of back and forth right now. Stasis picking off Wyatt is a good start, but Crimson going down is not so good, especially since Mercy can res. Ooh, Houston really cementing their advantage here, leaving only Stasis alive on point. Kitrin going down to Icarus. Stasis has to fight here, but cannot. And due to how close the payload is, Overwando is going to have to rush to get back to point in time. Kit Kat pushed up here with this Echo. Gets purple. Backs off a little bit to get some healing. Has this Mercy pocket. Those nades can be so deadly in combination with that beam. Pushing in here onto Crimson and lasers him down with that Echo laser, but Stasis ensures that Agathorn goes down as well on the Diva pick now. Wolf of Death pulls Kit-Kate out of her copied mech, and it seems that for the moment, knock on wood here, Overwando is holding Kitrin in this high ground position. Baby Diva of Stasis does go down, however, which is not good. However, Crimson has returned and is doing their best. The Grav catches 3, which is going to be so deadly. Although Aki with the beat drop is going to help them stall a little bit. Stasis has finally returned to the point, but Stasis is on their own and is forced to do some evasive maneuvers to try and stall, but it is not enough. And just like that, 2 minutes before 6 o'clock, Houston Traffic goes 3-0 in their final match. All in all, a very strong showing from both teams. Absolutely incredible. They are both so strong. But Houston Traffic just had a little bit of an edge. I think that Overwando just couldn't quite adjust to some of these picks in time. And as a result, that is it. Thank you, Oliver, for redeeming a hydrate. I will have both a little sip of my Dr. Pepper as well as my water. So, of course, now with that, I am going to briefly run us through these standings, which are going to determine the seeding for next week's playoffs. So, we have Mercy Girls at 7-0, Houston Traffic with the 6-1, Overwatchers with 5-2, GFI sitting at 4-3, Overwando with the 3-4, Booba 2-5, Centennial Punkrats 1-6, and Los Mojados at 0-7. So, with that, that is the end of the round robin for the Overwatch 2 Lowell Open Tournament. Let's pop in with Houston Traffic to see how they're feeling after that extra victory. Hello, Houston Traffic.
Hello, Tiny Infinity.
How
Hello.
are you two doing? I know, unfortunately, you have a couple console players, so I'm really only gonna be
Console players.
They don't matter.
That's bold of you to say after it was in part due to the console players that
I
you guys
used to be a
just got
dude.
your
I
win.
used to be a console player. Okay,
We
I
all
can
did.
still-
We all did.
We all started on console. You got to start somewhere, but like you can still dog console because everybody dogs console.
But
No,
how
but-
are you guys feeling after that match?
We're
Pretty-
feeling good.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It was, I imagine, closer than you guys expected.
Against Crimson's team?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No,
That's
no,
kind of
no.
what we expected. We were expecting.
We expected. I expected heavier resistance on honestly.
Mm.
Don't do that to them.
No, like
I
I
know.
honestly thought they were gonna take a map or two, maybe 3 off us. Like I didn't know how this was gonna go. I haven't been able to watch much of Crimson's games, and they tried their freaking best, dude. But when you're running Pharah Mercy and Echo, and they can't kill you, it kind of gets hard.
That is understandable. They definitely, that Pharah Echo was a nasty set, and it seemed they struggled to deal with it. What made you guys decide to go to the pharmacy or the Echo?
We realized they didn't have a good DPS that could hit scan. Like I play soldier for us. That's how we beat the Echo last game, and I realized we could do the exact opposite because they just didn't have like Wolf was trying on the Sojourn. That was his closest, but I was able to diff him on the Sojourn itself.
Yeah, Wolf.
And they didn't really have an
effort.
Absolutely, man. He got me a couple times, but they just didn't have an answer for being in the air, and their tank was out of position because of it. They were forced into places they didn't want to be. Now, I will say, I was super scared, Junkertown, when first point they pulled out the full dive and we're on double sniper. That I almost crapped my pants. I crapped my pants.
I didn't think you guys would expect that, and so I was
No.
really excited when I saw that. I even
Because
made a comment
me and White,
about,
yeah,
how
me and White
they-
the Wiz were sitting up on high ground, and then a Doom, a Genji, and a Tracer walk into a bar, and we're all dead. So yeah.
It was certainly an exciting switch up from them that I was really excited to see. But you guys really turned that around and ensured that even despite the interesting picks, it wasn't going to be quite enough.
Absolutely. I'm really proud of my team for being adaptive and being able to play any comp that we throw at them. We say brawl, they go brawl. We say dive, they go dive. We say, well, Ball's gonna do his thing, and then we're gonna do our thing over here, and the healer's gonna keep each other up. And supporting supports was a big theme of today.
I'm glad that I've been able to impart that mentality onto you guys.
Absolutely.
But how are you guys feeling? You guys are gonna be second in the seeding. How are you guys feeling about that?
That's pretty cool.
Real good.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to a really good bracket. There's a bunch of teams in here that could win it all, and we'll have to put in some practice.
Yeah.
Mercy Girls is the only team to take a game off us so far, and they did it pretty handily. So we'll have to train a bunch and figure out what comps for what maps we're going to be running and stuff, and really dial that in before we get back into that bracket.
Yep, absolutely. They have been an absolute monster in this tournament thus far.
5-0, 6-0, 7-0,
7-0, having lost
Jesus.
only 2 maps total.
2 maps total.
That's
We've
one to
lost.
us. One to
Yeah,
us.
I think we've lost 5 maps total or 6 maps total,
It looks
and
like it
3 of
is
them were 2 Mercy
5.
Girls.
5.
5. Okay, and 3 of them were 2 Mercy Girls.
Yeah.
And the rest was a reverse sweep. But I honestly, this was a great day of playing. I really appreciate the competition. Everybody came out swinging today, and I'm looking forward to the bracket.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
I have noticed some of your teammates hopping in here, so Wyatt and or Agathorn, if either of you have any commentary, how you guys feeling after that match? Especially after that really intense game with the Overwatchers.
Oh my god, that was so stressful, but really fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
a good way to put it.
Yep. No, I just want to give you kudos, Agathorn, for that res onto Icarus there when you managed to basically save that 3rd point on map 5 against the Overwatchers. That was an incredible res, and your support play has just been honestly really strong this entire tournament. It's been really good seeing that from you.
Thank you, thank you.
I was just about to say something to Wyatt, but they have just left, and so...
No, I was looking for the bracket. Do you happen to know what the seating as we go into the next weekend?
Do not have the bracket yet, no.
I have the bracket, I just don't know
but
the
I can
placement.
run us through the seating.
Yeah, so the seating will determine the bracket. So I could, yeah.
For stream, we have in 1st place Mercy Girls at 7-0. 2nd, we have Houston Traffic at 6-1.
Woo woo.
3rd, Overwatchers at 5-2. 4th, GFI at 4-3. 5th, we have Overwando at 3-4. 6th is Booba at 2-5. 7 is Centennial Punk Rats at 1-6, and 8th is Los Mojados at 0-7.
Who did Punk Rats take a game off of?
I assume it is Los Mojados as a
Good for
result
them.
of
I
the
think
forfeit.
Yeah,
Forfeit.
yeah.
Whoa. Good
Yeah,
for
Los
them.
Mojados
Still.
didn't have enough players today, so they forfeited all those games.
Oh, got you. Huh. Well, I mean, that's a
Unfortunate.
pretty good spread. I'm gonna
So
be
we will
interested
be playing
to
Punk
see.
Rats next weekend.
Right.
match.
So I'm super interested to see how the 3, 4, and 5 spot sort of pan out in this bracket, because those are 3 really close teams. Like,
Absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, this tournament, with the exception of Mercy Girls, who have pulled away quite handily, I'd say, it's super close.
Absolutely. No, I could definitely see really any team taking this home if they can just have a clean performance.
Yep.
I will take a moment here because we do have Ethan from
Hello.
GFI. Wrong,
Oh.
Ethan. Although
No,
I did enjoy the Battle of the Ethans earlier
Yeah.
today when we got to see the Houston Traffic versus GFI.
Oh my, that ball. It's annoying, which is a good thing for you. That's a great thing.
That's
I
our
think
whole
that's a
plan.
good compliment.
Exactly. So, how are you currently feeling, Ethan, as GFI? You guys are sitting in 4th at the moment.
We do have a lot more practice to do. We haven't had much time to play as a team per se. Probably only like 6 hours of comp together. So I think we're gonna hope to get a lot more of that in. I'm gonna get a lot more ball practice in. That's definitely something that was needed today.
Icarus has definitely shown today how ball can just really make a difference in these
Oh, yeah.
matches.
Absolutely. Especially when, like, I will say, the Houston, we have played together for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
I mean, we have just built-in synergy. Um, so like it's a lot easier to play with the ball because you're not worrying where they are. You're not worrying if they're getting space. You just know they're gonna be there. So it's a lot easier to play with. Honestly, I think we have the most combined lower ranked players, like in the
Yeah.
top 4, I'd say. Because me and Ethan are the highest ranked players on our team, where we're both low masters. Got maybe a plat to diamond, and then
Well, our average SR is probably like low plat because we've got like
probably.
golds and silvers on our team that we're like, yeah, like I
But
think really our advantage is the 6 years of synergy that we have.
right.
Like, I mean that's what's really carrying us.
I've
That
loved to
does seem
see.
big.
Yeah, I've loved to see Dark Sun and Wong Kong show their presence on healer and other roles. It's been
I
really
mean,
fun
what in
to watch
in
them improve. Yeah.
our first map, what Wong Kong got like all 3 play of the games on our very first match of the day or
Yeah, he
of
did.
yesterday. So like console players aren't to scoff at. Like what we have 2 console players and they're fucking rolling. So we're happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you guys so much for chatting with me. Just wanted to check in after that last match of the day. And good luck in this next week. Both teams that
Thank
I
you.
have here, both GFI and Houston Traffic. It's definitely going to be a really interesting set of playoffs, and I am excited to see them, and I'm excited to see your teams play.
All right.
Thank you very much,
So
Tiny.
much.
Thank you very much. I'm excited
Alright.
as well.
And with that, we are going to be wrapping up stream. The bracket, of course, is in. And so, for next week, in the playoffs, match A is going to be Mercy Girls versus Los Mojados. Match B is GFI versus Overwando. C is Houston Traffic versus Centennial Pungrads. And D is the Overwatchers versus Booba. Now this is a multi-round knockout, so if you do lose the first match, you have a chance to keep playing and to get back in to the finals. So, if your team counts it out, don't worry. They can still make it. And I know we are going to have some great Overwatch coming up next week. Should be around the same time. I believe that the first round starts at 6 p.m. MST on Saturday. I believe it is. So, come back next week for some really, really exciting playoffs. And again, of course, I will do my little bit of a biased personal shout out, but if any of you are interested in playing Overwatch at DU for DU, feel free to join our Discord, which you can locate by typing in the chat, as I am doing now, !Discord. Although I'm not sure it's sent. No, having a few technical difficulties. But if you type !Discord, you can get the link to our Discord and hop on in. And if you are at all interested at playing for DU and you are a current DU student, undergrad, or grad student, please contact me, Tiny Infinity, and we are glad to have you. Don't worry about skill range. We are welcoming all players of all skill levels. So, with that, I am going to wrap things up here. I hope everybody watching enjoyed. Thank you again to Oliver for running the technical side of things, and for Joyer, or Charles Lowell, for sponsoring this tournament. Hope everybody has a great rest of their evening, and I'll see you guys next week. Bye-bye!